Hey, happy Thursday. It's the day before Valentine's Day. Y'all had to leave the meeting because as people always do when you're in a group setting, they always go left. So I just told the man, hey, I'm gonna work on my memberships and I'll be back next week. But one of the great things that we did learn is there's opportunity to do more as far as learning YouTube. So we are going to go ahead and start. Hey, hey, Erica. Hey, India. Hey, Georgette and Tiffany. Hey, Carol. Hey, Brianna. We missed you yesterday too, friend. We didn't do much outside of WTF though. Hey, Miss Hall. Hey, Lex. Hey, Melissa. She said, can someone tell Mel they started earlier? I knew they did. I was just in a YouTube meeting though. Hey, Miss Sheila. I expected you to be number one. Did you hear me almost say Miss Sheila? Then I saw Erica's name. Hey, Ronnie, how are you today? Hey, Niara. Hey, Jazz. Hey, Princess. Hey, Missy. And yes, they have started, y'all, but I got to say hey first. Hi, Nicole. Hey, Blue Skies. Hey, Kaz. Hey, Carrie. Hey, Nick. Hey, Jalen. Hey, Gibson girl. Okay, I think that's almost everybody. Hey, Ash. Ash, I know you made it to work and you're in there having a good time today, right? Well, you might be off by now. It's 12. So I have it pulled up, guys, and we're going to start. But I had to leave. You know, if the boot camp is on memberships, guys, why y'all in here asking about algorithms? I was like, you know what? I see where this is going. Y'all asking about stuff that has nothing to do with this boot camp. Tick me off. I said, let me just go to my people, and we're going to watch trial, and I'm going to holler at YouTube next week. Hey, Too Pretty. Thank you so much. Thank you. But the good thing is my memberships are coming and I am excited for that. So let's go ahead and start. Hey, Too Pretty. Hey, Jasmine. Hey, Rita. Y'all didn't see my tweet. I told y'all I was going to be late today. Hey, Pineapple. Yeah, Miss Sheila, you just missed. Hey, Anthony. Thank you, Too Pretty. Because I see you jumping on me in these comments.
All right, we're outside the presence of the jury. The jury is about to come in, and we'll begin the summations. If there is an objection during the summations, I will rule on the objection. If I agree with you, I will sustain the objection. If I do not agree with you, I will overrule the objection. But whatever my ruling is, there will be no approaching the bench, there will be no discussion, there will be no debating, and there will be no arguing. The ruling will be the ruling, and then you move on.
You know, we're just requesting that because a lot of times objections are not under legal grounds. Objections are my co-counsel's argument, and it's just objections sustained. We don't have any idea what the grounds are. So I assume the court tables the state grounds,
yes,
or else it's overruled.
Yes, if there's an objection, the legal grounds will have to be stated. If it's not stated, then it will be overruled. But I'm assuming that both sides will state. All right, both sides ready for the jury? Mr. President, ready for the jury?
So the wind's letting the guy who did the opening do the closing. Maybe he thinks the jury likes him more.
The attorneys might say something that you feel will be helpful for you in deliberations. Does anybody need an additional pad of paper? Everybody is okay? All right, about scheduling. I don't think we'll finish the summations today. There may be a little left, so that will be tomorrow. We'll start up again tomorrow at 9:30. After the summations are finished, then you'll be released to deliberate. But you will be deliberating tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. If you do not finish tomorrow, you will have to come back on Tuesday. Monday is another holiday. It's President's Day. And the deliberation hours will be 9 to noon and 1:30 to 4:30. All right, Mr. Kuzlovic, are you ready to proceed?
I am.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I stood up here in opening statements, I started by telling you that this case was really an easy case, not a complicated case, a very simple case. And as I stand up here before you now, I want to reiterate, this is not a difficult case. The question for you to answer in this case boils down to really just one question. There's only one important question in this case, one critical question that you have to answer. And that is, did Mr. Mayers, the man at the table, did he use a real gun or did he use a fake gun? Now, for those of you who have been jurors in the past, you know that as jurors, often when you sit in these cases, you have to answer a whole host of questions. You need to answer, was the defendant, was Mr. Mayers, was he even there that night? Was a gun, did he actually have a gun? Was the gun loaded? Did he actually fire the gun? You know, there could be a bunch of different questions that you have to answer. In this case, all those questions are agreed to. And it only comes down to that one question. Was it a real gun or was it a fake gun? Nothing else is in dispute. Now, I'm sure that Mr. Takapina, when he comes up here, he's going to stand up here, he's going to talk about Mr. Efron a lot. And he's going to talk to you about how did Mr. Efron earn his income, who's Mr. Efron's girlfriend, did Mr. Efron tell people he was a millionaire, or what kind of lifestyle did Mr. Efron lead people to believe he had on Instagram? None of that matters. None of that matters. None of that relates to the singular question that on November 6, 2021 in Hollywood, did the defendant have a real gun? Did he have a fake gun? Now, you're not going to hear me, and you haven't heard Mr. Lewin or I throughout this case tell you that after this crime happened, that Mr. Efron did not think to himself, I want to be compensated for what happened to me. And we are not going to tell you that Mr. Efron, after this crime, this horrible crime happened, that his primary motivation wasn't, man, I really need to go to the police.
Do y'all hear what this man is saying right now? He said we are not going to, he said we're not even going to lie like the man didn't want money. We're not even going to play y'all like that. The man wanted money. No, going to the police was not his primary motivation. He wanted money. Damn.
Make sure that whoever did this was held accountable. That's not what Mr. Efron was seeking. Mr. Efron was absolutely focused on himself. We agree to that. We talked to you about that all the way back in jury selection. We told you at the time, Mr. Efron filed a lawsuit. Mr. Efron wants money because of what happened. Okay? That hasn't been hidden from you. We actually stood here and stipulated to that with the defense.
I don't know. Am I crazy? Do y'all remember them? Like, I'm talking about driving, saying that this man wanted money. Do y'all remember that? Because if I'm not mistaken, they were arguing with Joe calling him an extortionist when that's exactly what it was. It is, Missy, but Missy, that's true. It is better to be honest than to lie. But I don't ever remember them saying, well, then why are we here if it's not about justice? I don't remember them ever saying, like, putting it out there that this man only wanted money. I don't ever remember them coming like that. Like, come on now. They ain't say that. That's what I don't think now. I do admire the honesty now after everything that's happened. But I don't remember y'all coming out calling that, acting like, yeah, he didn't want to go to police. He wanted money. Y'all tried to like give excuses for why he didn't go to the police, for why he hired the attorney when it was always about money. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy. Because Joe definitely put it on the floor. But I want to make sure
that there was a lawsuit, what the causes of actions were. We agree to all that. None of that's in dispute. It's very important that you understand your role in this case, and specifically what your role in this case is not about. You are never going to be asked to decide how much money should Mr. Efron get for what happened to him that night. Does Mr. Mayers, does he owe Mr. Efron $1, no dollars, a gazillion dollars? You'll never be asked to answer that question. Your role is not to consider that question. The only question that you are here to answer is, that night in Hollywood, did Mr. Mayers have a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers pulled out of his pants, pointed at Mr. Efron, a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers turned around and pointed at Mr. Efron and fired twice at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar, was it a real gun or a fake gun? I want to start out too with where I started in opening statements, with the video. My apologies, that long answer is not this video. But that's what we're talking about. That moment in time, when you see the gun on that video. The answer to that question that I've now posed to you several times is obvious. It's obvious. That man decided for what.
y'all, I heard the gunshots too. What happened was, I'm assuming they had it playing because they had the two. That's why he apologized. They had the two videos mixed up, but it was no sound on the first one. If you guys remember, there's no sound for the first video, but they had them mixed up there.
Whatever reason, that he was going to settle his dispute with Mr. Efron that night with a gun. That he was going to do that in the middle of Hollywood. And that he was going to fire his gun not once, but twice. That man made the decision to reach out to Mr. Efron, to provoke this confrontation. He made the decision to bring two other people with him, Ills and 12. Mr. Efron's outnumbered 3-1. But still, he made the decision to bring.
It's not funny. It's not funny. But at this point, I said Joe and ASAP Rocky are pulling out all the stops. Yes, thank you, Kaylee. I'm not a lawyer, but just posted Rhianna has entered the courtroom with her 2 children. They said the jury is gonna see that family. Okay, that billionaire with her 2 children. If y'all send my man to jail, I'll be a single mama out here. They are pulling all the stops. All the stops.
A loaded, concealed gun with him to that confrontation. Those were his decisions. Those decisions had consequences, and you know the results of those decisions. And that is what we are asking you to hold him accountable for in this case. We know the consequences of his decisions really beyond a doubt. The video here is clear. The defense put up 12E, Mr. Phillips, to narrate the video for you. And I guess the question you have to ask after listening to 12Es.
Bro, if one of them kids yell out, "Daddy," y'all know they might be just like their daddy, love to do outbursts in court. If one of those babies yell out, "Daddy, Daddy," I'm losing it. I am losing it if I hear one of those babies yell out, "Daddy."
Are you going to listen?
Oh my God, not just yell out, "Daddy." What if one of them throw a fit crying, wanting to get to their daddy? Oh God, y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna be done.
212E, the man who relies on the defendant for his livelihood, for his income, really for his entire career.
In a long crime, man, you better be on top of your business, because I want to see. It'll be probably that little youngest one. The youngest one, I don't know how old he is. I'm thinking one. Baby, if it be some where he feel like he need to get up to calm the baby down because he been doing whatever he wants to in court anyway, let him hop up and go calm that baby down. I'm losing it.
Are you going to rely on him, or are you going to rely on your own lying eyes? Because what he described on the video did not happen. What did the video show? Well, it showed the defendant confronting Mr. Efron. It showed the defendant executing his plan to immediately get in Mr. Efron's face. Immediately engage in a physical confrontation. It shows Mr. Efron did not have a weapon. And honestly, it shows that Mr. Efron was really unprepared for what he was walking into. Mr. Efron went there to talk. He went there to argue. He went there that night to resolve his differences, not to engage in a physical fight. But he's immediately confronted with a physical confrontation. So how does he respond? Again, let's pause. Consider Mr. Phillips, 12. When he's asked simple questions.
Jazz said, "What is Judge Arnold looking at?" Baby, he's looking at that billionaire just walking there with them two kids. That's what he's looking at. He said, "I know the hell she did."
Questions. This is just a hypothetical, but if he's asked, "What's the weather like that night?" His answer is going to start out with something like, I couldn't tell. Mr. Efron is such a huge man. He's so muscular. When he approached me, he blotted out the sky. I couldn't tell you what it was because he's such a large individual. Okay? He repeatedly puts that fact in front of you. He wants you to focus on Mr. Efron's size, how big he is, how muscular he is. How honestly, it sounded like this was the first time that 12E had seen Mr. Efron outside of the gym. He constantly repeated how much Mr. Efron was in the gym, how big he was. At that moment, when Mr. Efron is approaching the defendant, he doesn't know what's about to happen. We all know because we see it on the video. But at that moment, he did not know. He did not know the defendant had a gun. So Mr. Efron, this huge, hulking man, he's confronted outside the parking garage. And how does he respond? He responds by doing absolutely nothing. He's approached by the defendant, and what does he do? He reaches forward with his left hand. Now this man's coming right up in his face. He reaches out to maintain the distance. 12E wants you to believe Mr. Efron's there to fight. He's there to start it. So when he reaches out with his left hand, what does that leave free? his right hand, his dominant hand, that muscular right hook. Does he throw a punch at the defendant? No. He honestly does nothing. He reaches out with his hand and the defendant immediately gets in his face.
This man wants us to believe the same man that couldn't handle questions from Taco Pina literally didn't do anything? Okay.
He's actually propelled backwards. Why doesn't he punch the defendant? Why does
Kaylee said, Mel said the babies are talking. Keep your ears open, because if we hear daddy, I'm losing it. Because what more do we need? What more do we need for this dramatic ass Hollywood ass trial other than 2 billionaire babies, okay? Screaming for their could be guilty father? Daddy. Y'all, if that shit happened, I swear to God.
He's there to fight him, right? That's what 12 wants you to believe. He's there to fight the defendant. Why doesn't he? Well, he told you. He knows. If I fight this man, it's all over. Not just his relationship with the defendant. He knows they're not going to recover from that. If I punch him in the face, we're done. Our friendship is over. But not just that. My livelihood, my life is over. He's thinking in that moment, we've had problems.
Y'all, I can't even focus because I just see her in there talking about, Riot, get a fruit snack. Daddy's busy. You want a fruit snack? What about the goldfish? Mommy got goldfish too. You want goldfish? No goldfish? What about some apples? She probably, do you want some apples? Daddy can't talk right now. You see Dad? He'll be back. Just a second. Shh. Baby, kids will cut up. Y'all know how kids get. When you really want them to be quiet, they turn up more. Y'all got kids. Y'all know how kids be. Y'all know how kids be. She probably in there with her Ziploc bags. She probably walked in that thing with a backpack. Them kids don't want anything in the backpack. They want daddy. Babe. Okay, y'all. Okay, let me stop.
In the past, we've talked it out. We have problems now. We can talk it out. Okay? That's his mindset. He doesn't know the defendant's mindset, though. And he has no idea how bad it's gotten for the defendant. Because a relationship takes two people. And Mr. Efron, he can only give you his perspective. Apparently, though, it's gotten very bad for the defendant. Beyond repair. That is, Mr. Efron doesn't know that it's gotten very bad for the defendant. Beyond repair.
Oh, hell no. Y'all hear the baby? Do y'all hear the baby? Do y'all hear the baby? Do y'all hear the That's that little one. That's the look. Do y'all hear the baby? Oh, that baby is cranking up. Oh, God. The baby is cranking. That's the baby. Tell me, He trying to calm himself down because he really want to scream for daddy. Yo, work. Oh, my God. Hold on. Let me let y'all hear the baby.
It's gotten very bad for the defendant. Beyond repair. That
Y'all. They talking about can the baby sit in ASAP and Rocket? Yo, that's got to be Riot, ready to cause a goddamn riot in that courtroom about his daddy. That's why Judge Arnold keep looking over there. Judge Arnold keeps saying he want to say so bad. Can you quiet that baby down? But it's a baby. You can't do that. We knew what this was when she brought them little kids to the courtroom. You can't, that courtroom's small. You can't have them babies in there like that. Baby, they finna, okay. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time because Riot, he's working it up. Riot said, you're going to hear me and hear me clear. Let my daddy go. The oldest baby name is Rizza. He gonna razzle dazzle like his daddy. Child, y'all, I can't even focus because she brought them damn kids. They talking about she ain't have a baby since she didn't need one. This is part of the plan. Stephanie said, this is sad. They want their dad. Although this is sad, Stephanie, Rocky's ass should have left that fake real gun in his pants. Wasn't no reason for him acting like this. You have kids. Think better. It's not church. Babies definitely have influence. Come on, Raynette. Let my daddy go. Okay, y'all. It's only a matter of time before we hear dada.
Mr. Efron doesn't know that. He doesn't know how bad it's gotten until the next split second when that gun comes out. And you have to understand, in the instant that gun comes out, it has to be immediately clear to Mr. Efron, oh my God. It is so much worse than I thought it was. This man, my friend, a person I've known 15 years, is pulling a gun on me. This guy hates me. And this is not going to end well for me. It's all over. That's what he's confronted with in the split second that gun comes out and is pointed at him. My career's over, my livelihood, it's all done. Now, I'm going to go through multiple people's perspectives. I am not going to hold back, okay? When I talk about the defense witnesses, I want to be very clear. What they got on the stand and told you were lies. They repeatedly lied when asked about a whole variety of topics we'll get into. But there was one thing that not even they could lie or deny. And that is what was, I mean, it had to have been obvious to you before you even walked into this court on this case. The defendant,
Nicole, it's working. It's working, Nicole. Nicole said, Black Letter Law said one of the jurors keep looking at Rhianna. It is working.
and certainly his significant other, are powerful individuals within the entertainment industry. Even their own witnesses, even 12E, even ASAP Blue had to acknowledge that too. And they certainly have enough power to cancel small players like Mr. Efron or 12E or Lou if that's what they want to do. And that right there, in that millisecond the gun is pulled out, that's what Mr. Efron is faced with. So how does he respond to that? That's a lot to take in a very short amount of time. You cannot put yourself in his shoes and say, what would I do? You cannot possibly capture all the emotion, all the history, everything that's going on in his head. And he probably doesn't respond the way that you would. You know? I mean, you probably would not walk after the person who just pulled a gun on you and unload on them verbally with your grievances. But he's angry. He's upset. He's confronted with his life changing, and he knows it's over. And even though the defendant pulled a gun on him, he's not really thinking about the gun. So he follows.
He can't even believe this shit. His life changing drastically, and he's not worried about the gun. So you follow a person with a loaded gun and you antagonize them. You just.
And he tells the defendant how he has failed the other members of their collective. And he uses ills and he uses 12E as examples along the way. So we get to the next location, the parking lot. Vista Del Mar in Selma.
Y'all, why it ain't stopped yet?
And when we get to that corner, The defense, certainly 12E, want you to believe that as they arrived there, Mr. Efron immediately started attacking.
Y'all know how little 1-year-olds do this right here? Like that when they reaching for kids. I just, hearing the baby, I just know that baby sitting on her lap doing this right here. Probably got 2 hands up because it's probably all a joke to him. He probably just sitting there like this. He want his daddy. You hear the baby. Baby, that baby is in there bouncing up and down, pointing towards his daddy. He probably got a little toy in his hand. You know how they be stretched out. That baby is in there. They sent the baby home in umbrella. I don't have no baby, so I can't even tell. I don't even have no toys around here. But y'all know what I'm talking about. The babies be kind of tilted just a little bit. Because, you know, when you one, you still a little baby. You're not 18 months. You tilted just a little bit. And then, that's probably all he doing in there. Lord Jesus, I don't know how this man is getting through his closing. Because I know he want to turn around and say, shut him up. It's messing up his closing. Baby, that nanny is not in the hallway, Kaylee. That baby going all through this closing. All through this closing. Going Listen.
Yes.
Let my daddy go.
I'll go through the video. Honestly, we will slow it down and I'll show you where everyone is at that moment when the defendant turns around with the gun. But you know, you've watched the video. I honestly wondered to myself if I even had to address, was Mr. Efron attacking Ills at that moment? There's daylight between them, clear space.
What? Why doing his job?
But this is where the defense is going to double down on the idea that you cannot believe what you see with your own eyes. Because when you watch the video, you can see space between Ills, you can see space between Mr. Efron. 12E could not acknowledge that on the stand. That's not why he was here. He was here to say that Mr. Efron was attacking Ills. And I'm sure, as you listen to his testimony, when he first started testifying, you had to think, this sounds like something that's been practiced. This sounds like a man who's repeating pre-programmed answers to it. It came off very robotic.
Woo!
I don't have to tell you he was coached into certain answers because you saw it for your own eyes in court. If you didn't see it, you heard it.
We did.
When 12E's asked a question, what is awe? That's kind of a mundane, really seemingly insignificant question. What does the defendant do? He screams out, don't answer that.
He said,
don't say. He's literally coaching him in court in front of him. And what's 12E's response? My brother's company? Man, I can't say.
Dang, they brought that up, y'all. I didn't know if they would.
So do you expect him to come into court and tell you the truth about exactly what happened on that street corner?
Missy, that was good they brought that up, though.
That video does not show Mr. Efron attacking Ills. And that really is why
he did.
When we get to the jury instructions, the instructions on defense of others are not going to apply in this case. Because what the video shows is that when they got to that street corner, the defendant thought, I've had enough. And he decided to pull his gun and he decided to start firing at Mr. Efron. The video clearly shows before Mr. Efron is anywhere near Ills, the defendant is already pulling the gun out, turning around, putting his arm forward. When exactly in that sequence he fired, hard to say. The sound doesn't necessarily match up perfectly with the audio. These are from 2 different systems. The sound is farther away than the video, but they're close enough that you can tell that in those seconds, the defendant starts firing. How does Mr. Efron react? He reacts by grabbing Ills and using him as a human shield. Would be a natural response when you're faced with someone firing a gun at you. How does the defense try to twist that though and reframe it? They try to tell you that's actually, Mr. Efron attacking Ills, because it's a tough case for them. Because it's all on video, you get to see it for yourself. This would have been a lot easier if there was no video and all they had to do was poke holes in Mr. Efron. But there's video.
That we can't
So
see.
they're trying to get you to believe that what you see on the video is not really what you see. Apparently, the defense also thinks that it's a problem that the defendant is actually firing shots at Mr. Efron. A problem for their defense of, apparent defense of Ills, because they say actually what he was doing was firing warning shots. Warning shots. We thought it was a prop gun. There's no such thing as a warning shot from a prop gun. So that takes me to the next, really most absurd part of the defense in this case.
I don't like
which
this
is that
person.
not only was this a prop gun, but Mr. Efron knew it was a prop gun. They want you to believe Mr. Efron knew that this gun was a prop gun. But at the same time, they also want you to believe, need you to believe, that he pulled the gun in order to intimidate Mr. Efron with the gun that Mr. Efron already knows is a prop gun. It is absolutely absurd. Let's start with the first premise that they want you to believe there, that the defendant is carrying a prop gun in the first place. The testimony through Lou, what the defense wants you to believe is the defendant, he's been stabbed. Not only was he stabbed in this nightclub, 12 he was stabbed at the same time. That's a violent thing to have happen to you. Not only that, but he has crazy people breaking into his house. Crazy people stalking him. Also breaking into his house. And when he's faced with that real violence, being stabbed with a real knife, having real people in his house that he doesn't know, what is his rational response to that? Let's carry a fake gun. Let's talk about Lou for a second. This ASAP Lou. ASAP Lou is a very valuable friend to have. ASAP Lou tells you that the defendant singled him out in a crowd because the defendant liked his energy. And little did the defendant know that he was basically recruiting the Swiss Army knife of best friends. Okay? ASAP Lou, not just your personal assistant, but turns into your tour manager. You need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it on a moment's notice. You got Lou. He's there. But, by the way, let's be clear, Lou, he's totally impartial. He's not financially reliant on the defendant because Lou also has his own DJing business and his own clothing brand, which apparently have nothing to do with his good friend, the famous musician who is also an ambassador to multiple clothing designers. Lou must have done that all on his own. On top of that, Lou, I said he's the Swiss Army knife. One of his functions, he's also the defendant's security consultant. And Lou told you that
messy.
He sat down with some unnamed, unidentified security expert that did not testify, whose name he couldn't tell you, could give you no information about. And after the real security issues that the defendant was having, being cut with a real knife, he decided the best way that he could protect himself that Rocky could protect himself is with a fake gun. So that the next time someone approaches him with a real knife, he can pull out his fake gun. That's going to go one of two ways. That assailant might say, I didn't know you had a gun, and leave. Or they might attack you with their real knife or their real gun, and your fake gun is completely useless. You have no way of actually defending yourself. And if you're faced with real threats, clearly you want to have something that you can really defend yourself with, not some prop. That security advice, that is not just illogical, it's absurd, okay? And the reason why it's absurd and makes no sense is because it's not real advice. That advice was not given to the defendant, okay? Lou made that up for this case, for his testimony in this trial. It did not happen. But wait, because it gets even more absurd. All right?
Can I just say something, guys? And this is just for both sides. I don't know what Joe is going to say during his closing, but that sentence right there, it gets even more absurd. I think there's so much doubt in the damn case, neither of you could possibly sway me. You can't make me believe Rocky's 100% innocent. You can't make me believe he's 100% guilty. And I think that's the problem. The problem is there's so much mess in this case. You really, I don't understand how the DA saw a clear-cut guilty, oh, he's going to go down for this, because it's too much mess. It's exactly what he just said. It's absurd. You can't sway me. You can't, because there's reasonable doubt, I have to find him not guilty. I don't believe Reli, and that's the problem. Reli was the worst witness. If 12B did practice, I believe him way more. It was the use of the hands for me. I believe him way more.
It's even more absurd because they're saying that Mr. Efron knew. He knew that that gun was fake when the defendant pulled it on him. So any even remote possible deterrent effect that that fake gun would have on anyone goes completely out the window when we're talking about Mr. Efron. Because Mr. Efron knows it's fake. I mean, with the defense logic, the defendant could have popped a balloon and it would have had the exact same deterrent effect on Mr. Efron as the fake gun. Did they prove to you? Did they prove to you at all that Mr. Efron knew that gun was fake? Mr. Efron denies it. He says, when I asked him about a prop gun, it took him back. What are you talking? Where does this prop gun come from? Okay? They told you he got that prop gun at a music video shoot in July 2021. We know the shooting happens November of 2021. Between July and November, did they show you a single instance where the defendant and Mr. Efron are together? A single instance where Mr. Efron could have received that information that this was a fake gun? Does it even make sense that if the defendant's going to carry a fake gun for his security, that he's going to tell everyone around him, hey, it's a fake gun, it's a fake gun?
His friend.
How does that make any sense? It makes absolutely no sense because it's not true. The truth is the defendant did not have a fake gun. He had a real gun. How do we know? Well, the first scene where the defendant pulls the real gun on Mr. Efron, what does he do? How does Mr. Efron respond? How does Ills respond? You don't see the very moment that the gun is first pulled on Mr. Efron. It's not captured on the video, they're just off camera. But what do you see when they come back into the frame? Mr. Efron's backing up. Ills is between them. Ills' entire focus is on the defendant, the man with the gun. That's my quick audio. Where's Ills looking? Is he focused on Mr. Efron, the provocateur, the one who's provoking this fight, who's trying to hurt his friend Rocky? No. He's got his back to Mr. Efron. He's focused completely on the defendant. What's Mr. Efron doing? Again, they want you to believe Mr. Efron looked at the defendant and said, "Put that fake-ass gun away." He never said that. What's he doing on the video? He's backing up.
How you know?
There's no video of the second that gun is pulled on him from this scene. But there is that video from the second location. So I want to play that for you, and I'm going to slow it down for you. I will play it at 2 different speeds. You've seen this video over and over and over. You could probably, if you have any artistic skill, you could probably draw it out from memory. But I want to play it slowly. You know who the people are involved in this. What's the defendant doing? He's pulling the gun out, and you see Mr. Efron dive behind Hills. That's how Mr. Efron responds when the gun is pulled on him. Now this is really the moment. So I'm going to slow it down even more. We're going to go to 1/4
This doesn't help because
speed,
we can't.
Okay. You can see the defendant already moving back towards Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron is nowhere near Hills. He's lunging towards Mr. Efron, and Mr. Efron is diving out of the way.
I don't know who is who. Other than that red shirt, I know that that's 12.
Now this video, it creates a host of problems for the defense in this case.
It does not. Look at that.
This is a moment where the defendant is turning around towards Mr. Efron, where he's pulling that gun out, where he's pointing it at Mr. Efron. And the gun comes out before Mr. Efron is anywhere near Hills. That completely negates their defense. Negates the reason why he says he had to pull the gun in the first place, to protect Hills. Negates 12E's testimony that Mr. Efron was punching Hills. Creates a lot of problems for them. You can see the space for yourself between Mr. Efron and Hills. You don't need anyone to tell you that Mr. Efron is not attacking Hills. I guess the best that they could argue is that Mr. Efron was going to attack Hills. I don't, for that to be true, there would have to be a time machine involved. But the instructions, the jury instructions on that are clear. No, you cannot have a belief that there's going to be future harm. Doesn't matter how imminent it was. Doesn't matter if Mr. Efron was actually saying, "I'm going to beat Hills up. I'm coming after you, Hills." Doesn't work. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. I want to go back to this. You can see the moment where the defendant turns with the gun in his hand, where Mr. Efron is, and where Hills is. The second problem with this, so other than negating the defense, right, that 12E wants you to believe Mr. Efron is beating up Ills, that video further causes problems for the defense because nobody on that video is acting like that's a fake gun. They're all reacting to a real gun.
Or reacting to this word being Ills' ass.
Consider it from each of their perspectives. From the defendant's perspective, Mr. Mayers. If he's holding a prop gun and Mr. Efron knows it's a prop gun, that's what they're telling him, right? Why does he have to run towards Mr. Efron? Why does he have to move at all? Why does he have to lunge towards him? When Mr. Efron runs around Ills, why does he have to try to duck and dodge side by side to try to get a line of sight around Ills? If nothing comes out of the barrel, the tip of that gun, because it's a prop gun, not a real gun, there's no need to chase Mr. Efron. There's no need for him to move, period. The gun would make the sound. They're telling you that's what the deterrent is. So why does he move? He moves because it's a real gun, because things do come out of the end of that. And he's trying to get a line of sight on Mr. Efron. Consider it from Mr. Efron's perspective. They want you to believe at the first scene, Mr. Efron looked coolly at the defendant when he pulled that gun out and said, "Put that fake-ass gun away." So when he pulls it out a second time, a few minutes later, does Mr. Efron look back at him and say, "Do I have to tell you again? Put that fake-ass gun away again"?
I'm clipping that,
No.
y'all.
Clearly, that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is reacting to, oh my God, someone just pulled a real gun off. And he's jumping around Ills, trying to put something in between him and the defendant. They're very close.
He said they
He
were
believes
separated.
that's a real gun. He knows. His reactions are, that's a real gun. 12. Let's talk about 12's perspective. He says, when he testifies, I knew that was a fake gun. That's, going back, I already knew that before the defendant pulled it out. But what does he do on the video? What does the video show? He's behind a wall. So he's the guy to come in here and tell you, we all knew it was a fake gun. When you see him, when you see his reaction, where is he? He's on the other side of the street, he's hiding. Why does he have to hide if nothing comes out of that gun? He's hiding because he knows, what we all know, it's a real gun. The third problem that video creates for the defense, it negates this whole idea of defense of others, that the defendant had to do this in order to protect Ills. The defense of others instruction will tell you that it really only applies if the defendant used no more force than was reasonably necessary in the circumstances. The defense in this case needs you to believe that Mr. Efron was not just beating up Ills, but that he was savagely pummeling Ills. 12, before he's confronted, says Mr. Efron was throwing haymakers at Ills, mercilessly, savagely punching Ills. Why is Mr. Efron doing this? That's never explained. 12 has no explanation for that. In his opening statement, Mr. Takapina told you that Ills' face was pummeled and that they were going to bring in pictures to show you just how damaged Ills was. Well, that did not pan out. And obviously, 12 was not expecting to be confronted with pictures or videos of Ills' face the day after this happened, showing not a single scratch on his face. Nothing. If what 12 was describing to you had actually happened, these savage blows landed on Ills' face, if that had actually happened, they would have brought in photos of Hills's bloody, bruised face, black eyes, busted lip, whatever it was, cut on his cheek. They didn't bring in any of that because it didn't happen. One step further, we actually brought in pictures of him to show there's nothing there. It absolutely did not happen. Okay. Before I go on, I want to address another thing that I'm sure Mr. Takapina is going to talk about when he stands up here, and that is the injury to Mr. Ephron. And some of you may have the attitude as you sit here, you know what? He wasn't really hurt that bad. Mr. Takapina will, I can almost guarantee he's going to call it a finger scrape. And then you have on top of that, you have Lou blurting out that, you know, the defendant's going to go to prison for this long period of time. There's a reason why the judge sustained that, told you not to consider that. But it's interesting that Lou blurts that out when he's not asked a question about that. That's evidence, clear evidence of Lou just trying to get out information to you that he thinks is prejudicial to the people, to our case. I hope you understand that even though this one incident did not result in a serious injury, this is still a serious crime.
I'm sorry. How do you guys think that is? How do you think that's going to affect his civil suit? You have the prosecutor saying that he does not have serious injuries. Remember what the doctor called him? Did he call the wound did he say superficial? Whatever it wasn't like gunshots. It was like a scrape, a burn, a bruise. It was there. How do you think that is going to carry over in his civil suit? That they are also saying, you know what? He doesn't have serious injuries. Like, again, why are we here? Like, I do not condone anyone pulling out a weapon, especially on your friend, old friend, any of that. I don't condone all that. If y'all gonna fight. But the man shot in the air. Real gun, fake gun. I do not believe he was trying to kill him. I don't believe that. But he's sitting here saying in his opening, what did he open with and say, y'all? We know it. The man's motivation was money. He was trying to get money. And then what did he just say? He didn't have serious injuries. This is what you're telling the jury.
Potential for real serious harm was absolutely there that night. This was 10 o'clock p.m. on a Saturday night, a busy Saturday in a busy area of Hollywood. And your common sense tells you how bullets travel when they're fired. They don't always hit their intended target. And the potential for someone else to have been seriously hurt in this case is absolutely present. You had busy nightclubs, people getting out of nightclubs, cars, the whole parking lot full of cars. The potential that someone else could have been hit was there, it was real, and it's serious. And you know that when guns are discharged in busy areas, people die.
And let me say this, guys. Yesterday, I was like really caught up on the whole Megan, then me and Mel, we were kind of going back and forth about the shell casings. And he proved my point too. She said, well, Mel, did you ever wonder where the prop shell casings could have gone? I said, honestly, I never thought about it. But the eyewitness said it was busy that night. It is very possible that someone kicked those shell casings. Hell, they could have been down a sewer drain or something. It is very possible. But I don't believe Reli's shell cases he turned in came from this incident.
Are lucky that's not this case. But it's still an important case. And I'm going to continue to point out how absurd some of the defense arguments are. And I will fully acknowledge to you that My tone can be sarcastic. Please don't take my sarcasm as any indication that this is unserious. There are definitely laws that you can argue with and say, I don't really know if this should be on the books. This is not one of them. Firing a gun off in Hollywood on a busy Saturday night is not one of them. And even if that's your perspective, you need to set that aside. That's not your role as a juror. The judge tells you what the law is. Your job is just to apply the facts to the law and make a decision. The only decision you have to make is, was it a real gun or a fake gun? Now, to that end, talking about Mr. Efron's injuries, you'll be able to read the jury instructions for yourself, but there's a whole host of things that we do not have to prove in this case. The law tells you we do not have to prove. That the defendant even touched Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron doesn't have to be injured in any way. The defendant does not even have to fire his gun for this crime to be completed. He doesn't even have to point it directly at Mr. Efron. The moment the defendant pulled that gun out, armed himself, and was capable of inflicting injury on Mr. Efron, that crime was completed at that moment. Again, you'll see in the instruction, I put the number of the instruction at the bottom for you so you can go back and read it yourself. The gun does not have to be pointed directly at Mr. Efron. There can be steps that the defendant still has to take before he inflicts injury. It does not even need to be fired. The evidence in this case compels you to one conclusion to that question I've posed to you multiple times now. Was it a real gun or a fake gun? And that is really that the defendant was in possession of a real gun. Mr. Efron recovered real ammunition from the scene, from a real gun that fired. Everyone in the surveillance videos that I've played for you now, that I've slowed down for you, is responding like it's a real gun. When the defendant's house is searched by LAPD, they only find real guns and real ammunition. The defense theory in this case that this was a prop gun, there is absolutely no evidence to support that idea. The only thing that supports that is...
Okay, hold on. I don't know if you guys remember Tuesday when we were in court and the judge was kind of talking to the jury. He was telling the alternates, they asked, hey, if we don't have to go to the back to deliberate, can we leave? And he was like, well, I mean, you could sit in the hallway, you can go to the cafeteria, but you can't leave in case something happens with another juror and they can't deliberate. That's what we're talking about, guys, when that happened.
It's 12 and Lou who are telling you that it's a prop gun. Once you decide that it's a real gun, you're deciding that those two witnesses especially lie. Everything that they say should be rejected. And why did they lie to you? Because they know the truth. They know this was a real gun. So you can decide this case by finding they lied to you. You can decide this case by just watching the videos for yourself. You can decide this case by listening to Mr. Efron's testimony. Every time he's talked about this crime, he has always maintained this was a real gun. And if you determine that the gun used in this case was a real gun, the law compels you to one conclusion, that the defendant is guilty. That's it. Not because you want to find him guilty, not because you're going to find pleasure in finding him guilty, but because the law compels you that once you make that determination, that's the only just outcome in this case. I know Mr. Takakina is going to talk about Mr. Efron, and he's going to talk about all of Mr. Efron's statements. He's going to point out every single minor inconsistency that Mr. Efron has ever made
Did you say
when
Myers?
he is given statements.
Come on now. You know Joe can eat him up.
He's going to bring up points in time that Mr. Efron is talking about things that have absolutely nothing to do with this case. You saw that clearly when the defense put up Wally Sajemi and tried to play snippets of Mr. Sajemi's recordings of Mr. Efron. They tried to put up clips where Mr. Efron said to Mr. Sajemi, "I'm already a millionaire." Oh, look, see, he said he was already a millionaire.
Yeah, if he's about to say, well, we came and played the full thing and it said something different, he cannot lie to our face like that.
But he's not. Where he said to Mr. Sajemi, "Go ahead and post news articles on social media."
He
He
did.
said he was, I'm suing Rocky. I don't care about the police. I don't care
Said
about
30
the
M.
criminal case. I'm getting 30 M's. If I disappear, this case will be harder for the prosecutor.
He did.
All those clips, none of those clips helped you answer the question in this case: was it a real gun or a fake gun?
They don't help us answer if the gun was real or fake, but they definitely help us answer the question that we don't want to believe anything his lying ass has to say.
And who cares? Who cares if Mr. Efron said in the past he was a millionaire when he
I
wasn't?
care.
Who cares if he asked someone to post a news article on social media? Mr. Efron wants to be paid because he was the victim of a real crime by a real gun. And some of the most important evidence that you heard in this case actually came from those recordings. Those recordings are very important because Mr. Efron does not know he's being recorded. He thinks he's talking to his friend.
And he says that
He has no idea that this person is betraying him, recording him, and then immediately turning their conversations over to the defendant. These are his unfiltered, unprepared thoughts.
Wait!
He's not talking to the police. He does not even know he's being
Can't
recorded.
even say it.
But what he says to Wally in those recordings is exactly what he told you here in court.
No, it's not.
I want to go through them because these recordings are important. So I'm going to break them down. And we're going to play a couple of them.
Yeah, this is crazy.
I get it though. I'm mad at both y'all niggas because I'm actually happy for me.
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong.
Yeah.
100% wrong. And he got 12-year ills mixed up. Bro, I'm not. You gotta understand, Rakim been on his high horse for a very long time. You feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have, he forced my hand. You feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him deals. Why is Rocky going out of his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't hear the story or whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out of his way to call me 20 times? It was a 12-year with him. Text messages saying, link up, where you at? And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh long and live. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about that. He hits up Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? I told him taking ASAP out my name. This is 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me?
Yeah.
He's a bitch, so he goes in and says, hey, Bari, because Bari influenced her a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits her. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money, 12-year ills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning, tell Real Money, I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him, woo-dee-woo, woo-dee-woo, you feel me? No fighting words, none of that, just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he was like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me. And I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep, you feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation with Rocky. I never heard him say first words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell real money. I tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping. Yeah. I answered him. He's like, where you at? With a slim voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm at really at the Lowe's. You feel me? You know, Hollywood Boulevard. They all look the same. He's like, no, you're not, nigga. That's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay. All of it look the same. I showed him outside. What he does, be here in 5 minutes. I'm like, all right. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. He calls me. He always calls me back.
Chaz, which is why I don't know why that wasn't Reli's clue, that he was being recorded. Somebody on three-way, something. He's not saying anything. Tell you, he's not saying nothing, y'all. When I was on the phone with my homeboy, let me hear my manager talking about me, he wasn't saying nothing but, really? Oh, guess what? I'm recording her from my phone. Like, that should have been a dead giveaway. Just letting you say everything and he ain't catch on.
I got all these text messages, bro. These niggas isn't dumb. You and a couple other people heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why avoid each other? You feel me? Why take it to you know the guys? You feel me?
For me?
Yeah, think though how the boys meet.
Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turned on me that day.
Now, why are they playing this part? They just letting the call go.
What the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up?
In that couple minutes, he tells the exact same details that he told you when he testified in this case. That's evidence they created. That's their person trying to trick Mr. Efron, trying to get Mr. Efron to say something damaging, say something that's going to undermine his case. Because while he knows he's recording these conversations for one purpose, so that he can turn them right over to the defendant. But what is Terrell saying? Everything consistent with what he told you. How this interaction started. Even that he blamed at him, that he shot him.
The same thing, because he ran at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use Ills as a shield.
I feel niggas ain't trying to, like, you feel me? You're not trying to end squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what, you know? Like,
bro, it's too late. He told me suck a dick. Boom, boom, boom. I hit up John the same day. Bro, that's all on him. He had nothing but time, bro. When I got the best lawyer in LA and worried about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the pictures of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. So what I'm supposed to do? Accept the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died, or sue this man. Now coming with suing, of course.
4 or 5 times where I almost died. Really? Why would he play these calls, y'all? It like maybe I get a snippet. Maybe just play like the piece that says what you wanted to say. But the whole thing?
The severity of the case, he's trying to kill me. So that's what he gotta read. You feel me?
I feel ain't no way niggas could squat, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me?
You just said
like,
bro, he's he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
With legal shit involved now.
So that's what happened. I didn't want to go like that. I went ahead and got a lawyer. When you get a lawyer that has nothing to do with boys, and Jabari is his friend, he might as well thank him. for him not being late in the field, because those allegations, you feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those was allegations. Jabari made it official.
Again, he's entirely consistent. The defendant shot me 4 or 5 times. The same thing he walks into the police station and tells the police. He's entirely consistent about what happens after the shooting. That he reached out to the defendant. That he sent him text messages, pictures of the fired cartridge cases. That he reached out to the defendant's manager. All that consistent with what you saw in the text messages and everything else that came in. Even how he was outed as the victim in this case, that Jabari made it official. That Jabari was the one who said that he had snitched and attached his name to it. That's their evidence that they created. And it's entirely consistent with what he told you when he testified.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit and, you know, buy us.
He could have ended it when he shot at him. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times when you gotta grab another member to protect yourself? He called me out my living space. Called me, told me stop ducking him.
That sounds like some lawyer talk.
Played that. That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm gonna come to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. Give me an illness standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds for the shit happening like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. He's stupid. He did it all on camera, champ.
Again, consistent. I didn't know I was walking into a gun battle. I didn't bring a weapon. What does he do to me, though? He tries to chest bump me, and then he shoots at me.
So it's really to get injured, bro, or you just trying to move on?
Besides suing somebody like that, you feel me? Now he got to face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
Why not just ask for the bag or, you know?
I tried already, bro, and you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you ever look like, I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand, I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
What's Mr. Sajemi trying to do? He's trying to bait Mr. Efron into giving some kind of inconsistent answer. But Mr. Efron,
How is she inconsistent?
The lawyers filed, gave the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime.
Heinous.
When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still feel sympathetic for this man because I know that. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me, fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit.
you're hearing his unvarnished, his unprepared thoughts. He's telling you, even as this happens, he still feels bad for the defendant. Still knows he's about to go through stuff, but the defendant gave him no other option other than to go to the police.
I'm not the toughest nigga in the world. I don't know too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to firearm me.
Firearm.
And that's why, right? Because it was the defendant's decision.
Like, who gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro? Nobody.
Bro, I could probably talk to them and shit and figure out, you know, like, some.
I don't even want no message relayed like that because he had more than, bro, I had over a year to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, and you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even hit up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
want to hear nothing from nobody, bro, until like some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And then I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on and thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro.
Baby, I did just that.
Rocky will start looking at you funny, and I don't need you, like, you know what I'm saying?
yeah. It just trickled down to everywhere, you feel me? Like, even if you don't, you feel me? Like,
That's gonna fuck up everybody's career who work for him.
You feel me? So,
Everybody who worked for him, like, he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happens to me.
Why would he play this in front of the jury again, guys? Again, this is him thinking about Rocky's money. He said, I wouldn't do stuff and I think about other people. Like, you can't do that.
He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes out, niggas is gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like, this ain't something like it was a fight, you punch me, I can sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me.
Angie is crazy.
Those recordings are important because the defense created them. Because Mr. Sajemi knew he was going to send those immediately to the defendant. And he recorded 2 separate phone calls on 2 separate dates.
He did.
Said he sent them to the defendant. But Mr. Sajemi, although he tried to catch Mr. Efron saying something inconsistent, catch him in a lie, didn't work. When it comes to asking Wally, well, hey, what did you say? What did the defendant say to you about this? All of a sudden, he can't remember.
Because he didn't
Didn't
record
record those calls. He's the mediator, right? But he doesn't remember a single thing the defendant said to him about this. Definitely doesn't remember the defendant saying to him, what are you talking about? This was a fake gun. He hears over and over and over from Mr. Efron that the defendant fired a real gun at him 4 or 5 times. So he's trying to catch Mr. Efron in a lie, but what does he catch him saying? I'm with Jabari, and Rocky talks bad about him. I tell Rocky I don't want to have anything to do with him. He calls me while I'm sleeping in my hotel room. He provoked a meeting with me. He and Ills called me 20 times. He told me he's going to come meet me at the W, and he fired at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use Ills as a human shield, or I'll be dead. He's unequivocal. This was a real gun. He tried to kill me. And after that, everybody turned on me. It's too late for Rocky to pay me and make this go away. I tried to resolve this quickly.
Y'all ain't gonna lie. A piece of me wanted Rocky to kind of be looking towards the back at them babies. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I really thought when they showed Rocky on this camera, I thought he was gonna be doing a little. I thought he was gonna have one of them going. He does have fresh braids. He does have some fresh braids.
I tried to reach out to Rocky. I tried to reach out to John, his manager. He left me no options. He told me go to the police. So I got a lawyer, and that's what I did. Maybe we still could have kept this quiet, but then Jabari posts that post about me and outs me to the world. Those recordings, I want to say they're about 25 minutes. You listen to the whole thing. Those are just snippets. Tried to give you a reasonable sample from them. But you listen to the whole thing. What will you not hear Mr. Efron say? I'm faking the whole thing. Rocky really fired a fake gun at me. You know, right? We all know. Rocky carries that fake gun. That's what he used. I was never in any real danger. None of that comes out of Mr. Efron. He's unequivocal. He tried to kill me. That's the entire case. Mr. Efron told the police what happened. He was consistent about the details of the shooting. Since the very beginning of this case, he's been consistent. He was consistent when he knew he was being recorded. He certainly knew the police.
Can prosecutors not be prosecuted for perjury? Because at what point was this man ever consistent? And why does he keep saying that? Why does he keep saying that this man was consistent?
Were going to write reports. He probably had some idea that the police were video or audio recording him. More importantly, he was consistent even when he didn't know he was being recorded. When he thought he was in a safe space, when he thought he was talking to his friend, he's still consistent. He has told the details of what happened that night no less than 9 times. Okay? And he was on the witness stand for 5 days when he testified. He has had to repeat this over and over and over. Can you imagine telling the details of something that happened to you 9 times and not having minor inconsistencies in what you said? I mean, it's completely natural. But he, Mr. Efron, was locked into his statement on November 8th, 2021. You could even argue that he was locked in on November 6th, the day of the shooting, because he started sending text messages to the defendant, to 12, 2 Ills, 2 John. He's locked in with all of them, telling them this was a real gun, sending them pictures of the cartridge cases. Focusing though on that important question of was this a real gun or a prop gun, when is the first time that's raised, that this is a prop gun? You heard in the testimony from ASAP 12 and ASAP Lou that the first time this comes up, I guess, is August of 2024, and they are only going to tell the defense attorney. So they held that all-important information for over 2 years, almost 3 years, before then they're going to tell the details to the defense attorneys only. You found out that it was only turned over to us the day before jury selection started in this case. And then you found out that Lou's statement was actually changed about, where the gun is now. That was changed the day that he came in to testify. That timing alone defies credibility.
Objection, or then this takes the so
That the idea that they would not be running into the police station to tell their story is absurd. So let's focus on their stories. ASAP Lou, I've already talked to you about how he's conflicted in this case, how he relies on the defendant for his financial, livelihood. You should view his testimony as being very convenient. His story changes, and he has a perfect explanation for everything. He came in, he told you a story to explain away the evidence that would obviously point to the defendant's guilt. The primary piece of evidence that he needs to explain away, that Lou needs to explain to you so that you no longer see the defendant is guilty, was why was the defendant carrying a fake gun? Lou's going to answer that for you. And why did the defendant have a magazine for a Glock 43, which just so happens to be the same type of gun that's consistent with the gun that fired those 2 cartridge cases that Mr. Efron located? Why does he just so happen to have that same magazine in his bedroom closet, the defendant's bedroom closet? So how does he answer the question of why the defendant was carrying a fake gun? Again, we went through the whole thing of extreme violence that the defendant's facing, and their only reasonable response to that is to carry a fake gun. We've already talked about how that defies any logic. Keep in mind, though, that apparently, even though that was Lou's advice, the defendant doesn't follow that advice completely because he literally sleeps next to a 44 Magnum Desert Eagle, a real gun, which is in reach of his bed. Not much further away, he has a rifle and a shotgun. What he did not have anywhere in his house was a prop gun or any prop ammunition. Obviously, if you were the victim of a violent crime, the response to arm yourself with a real gun is preferable to this whole prop gun thing. Clearly, that's the thing the defendant also agrees with. Lou was very clear that the fake gun that he alleges that the defendant had, which he said he personally modified, was modeled after a semi-automatic pistol. That's Lou's testimony. And here's where it becomes painfully obvious that Lou did not fully think this through. He didn't fully flush out the story before he came in to tell you. He had to tell you that he modified the gun by adding that belt clip and by putting that magazine extender on, so that he could explain why that gun had those small things that Twelby could just so conveniently come in here and tell you that in the heat of the moment, when it's quickly pulled, he saw those two same features, that tiny piece of metal on the side that would hold it to your belt and the magazine extender, so that their stories match, their stories line up. If you accept that the defendant had a fake gun that Lou just described, you would also have to explain why there are no fired fake prop cartridges at the crime scene. Because the gun that Lou described, this prop gun that existed, that's a semi-automatic prop gun, would operate just like a real semi-automatic pistol. And it would shoot those cartridge cases out the side just like a real gun would. So why are there no prop cartridge cases found at the scene? In his opening statement,
I'm going to just say this. Megan Kunis, you are not beating those. You work for the state allegations. I haven't heard them ask outside of the manager ask anything about his prop shell casings. And there they go, y'all. There he goes. Now, maybe, of course, after testimony, yeah, they wanted to go ahead and add this in, but you're not beating them. You're not beating them, because this is a valid question though. But I do believe it was a Saturday. I think they said it was a Saturday or Friday night. It was really busy down there. I believe if it was a prop, real, whatever, I believe the real shell casings from whatever gun were kicked around because there were people out there. There were people right out there. And I think it was Joe's strategy not to even bring up shell casings because he knew they didn't have real or fake. So let's just focus on Reli's, which could not have come from that crime scene. Let's focus on Reli's. But here he is, he's bringing up those shell casings, but when you get through, you don't have anything. I wouldn't have even touched this, but that's just me.
Statement, Mr. Takatina made a big show of pointing out how 7 or 8 LAPD patrol officers scoured every inch of that street.
I was about to say, Dazzle baby, are you new here or something? What do you mean by the blind leading the blind? Please tell what you mean by that, because I think we do a pretty great job over here of looking at evidence. And if anybody's they're not understanding something, we do a great job over here of trying to make sure no millionaire left behind. So please tell what you mean by that, girl, because I know I am blind, but baby, I got a good prescription in my glasses. They work real good.
This is Del Mar. They walked up and down with searchlights, and they didn't find anything. They definitely did not find any prop-fired ammunition. Now, he obviously did that to argue to you that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases. That he actually discovered them at the scene after the police had searched it. So there's no cartridge cases, he comes back and he plants them. But he forgot that if the police are as thorough as he's saying, that they also would have found the ammunition from the defendant's gun. That painfully contradicts their own defense in this case. Do you want to, I got your notes, do you want to take a break now?
It's up to you. Is this a convenient spot?
I'm going to move into it.
All right, let's take a break now. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes after 11. At this time, we will resume. Please don't discuss the case.
Damn, I'm on mute and I'm going in too. What I said was her comment said, or he or her said, the guilty verdict is going to be unsettling for you all. And I said, it won't be unsettling for us because as prosecutors love to say, we respect the judicial system and we appreciate the jurors for giving their time and attention to such a serious matter. The guilty verdict is going to affect the gentleman sitting in that seat, that defendant seat, not us. We just sit here watching. We are just in here watching. If you are one of the people that think this is some sort of fan page, hate to tell you, friend, it's not. We're just watching the case, friend. We're just watching the case. That's it. We're just watching the case. Wait a minute, y'all can't hear me now because I turned the mute off. but yeah. I really don't like when people like scroll into pages and then just say stuff. That's one person got this whole chat riled up. It's hilarious. Girl, we're a family over here. So keep laughing, baby. It only takes one and the rest will follow suit. It's almost like when you're out in public, I don't know where you're from, but if you see me run, the rest gonna run too. It's kind of how we operate in this chat. That is kind of how we operate over here, baby. You run, we run. Let me go over. Let's see, y'all. I can't believe he is this long, y'all.
That pointed them in 3 different directions. Did this happen at Selma and Argyle? Did this happen at Selma and El Centro? Did this happen at Vista Del Mar and Selma? Was it in the street? Was it in the parking lot? What exactly happened? They show up, they do their best. That was the testimony from him, that with this conflicting information, they did the best that they could, but they went to these multiple locations, sometimes receiving conflicting information. What Mr. Tacopina did when he stood up on cross-examination was play videos from another officer to show, look, there's 7, 8 officers on the scene. They're doing this thorough search of the street. He tells you in an opening statement, it's a thorough search, spotlights involved. But what he's not told you is why the police then don't find the fired cartridge cases from the defendant's gun, this prop gun, that's going to fire prop ammunition, why they don't find those cartridge cases either, because they're saying that's also a semi-automatic firearm. So 2 cartridge cases also would have come out of that. Mr. Tacopina also made a similar error to you when he stood up in opening statement, and he described how you were going to see Mr. Efron returning to the scene. He put up part of that grainy surveillance video of a person with a white top coming back to the scene at 11:10 and made a big point of telling you that's going to prove that Mr. Efron's a liar because Mr. Efron said he came back with his girlfriend, and these were his words, unless she's a ghost, she's not on that video. But you know now, because you've sat through the evidence and the testimony, that all the evidence points to that not being Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron, when he came back, took photographs of the cartridge cases. When LAPD went to collect this video, in the day after they were notified of this, they were told by Mr. Efron an approximation of when he turned. He didn't have an exact time. He gave them an approximation. They went, they collected the video, they saw someone returning, and they thought, okay, that must be him, and they collected it. That error that they made back in November of 2021 has certainly been flushed out in the years since this has happened. And what you know from the timestamp on Mr. Efron's photographs of those cartridge cases is that he actually came back closer to 11:45. The video stops at 11:20, so obviously we don't have video of him actually coming back. It certainly does not contradict Mr. Efron's detailed statement to you that when he came back, he had his girlfriend with him. She wouldn't obviously be on video, it's not collected and not played. It's also clear the person who comes back is wearing different clothing than what Mr. Efron was wearing at the time. And you also heard Mr. Efron testify at the preliminary hearing. When he was first shown that video, he looked at it and said, that's not me. So all that together, you know the person that you see on that video was not Mr. Efron.
But I thought he was consistent.
Mr. Tacopina, I'm sure, made a big point pointing out why Mr. Efron returning to that scene, not having his girlfriend with him, and proving that Mr. Efron was lying with those details, was all to get you to believe his next big point, which is that Mr. Efron planted those 2 fired cartridge cases that he found at the scene. That's what the defense needs you to believe in this case. But the idea that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases, when you really think through all the information that you have, does not make sense. One reason, consider that Mr. Efron, as he's telling people what happened to him over and over and over, I mean, I could go 9 times over, he's telling everyone that the defendant shot at him 3 or 4 times, including the night he brings those 2 cartridges into the police station. He tells that police officer 3 or 4 shots. This is important because if you assume that what the defense is trying to argue to you, that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases, you have to ask yourself, how, within reason, how would that happen? What you'll find is that none of the things that you would reasonably expect to happen actually happened in this case. If he planted those cartridge cases, what would you expect? First, where did those cartridge cases come from? How did he actually, mechanically, how did he have 2 fired cartridge cases to plant? The defense wants you to believe that apparently he knew in advance that Mr. Mayers, the defendant, was going to shoot at him. And that he was going to shoot at him with a semi-automatic pistol. So Mr. Efron, the mastermind that you saw testify here, hatched this elaborate plan. And weeks before this crime, he went to a gun range and he got a 9mm Glock 43 and fired it multiple times. By some miracle of a coincidence, Mr. Efron must have known that ASAP Blue accidentally bought a magazine for a Glock 43. Okay? And that ASAP Blue, somehow Mr. Efron learned that. He's also going to intuit or know ASAP Blue's going to load that magazine, fully loaded, and he's going to leave it at the defendant's bedroom closet. Now, if you're already thinking this sounds completely unreasonable, I'm with you. It makes absolutely no sense. At this point, just to go back to jury selection and the example that you were given with Boomer the dog, and Mr. Lewin asked you, well, how can you be sure that a tornado didn't come down the chimney and just trash the house? How can you be sure? I mean, honestly, that sounds more reasonable than the idea that Mr. Efron knew in advance that he was going to be fired at and knew to go get that specific kind of gun to fire at a firing range to collect those cartridge cases that he could plant in the future when this shooting happens. There's no way that this scenario would work without Mr. Efron knowing in advance that this shooting is going to happen and that he's going to need cartridge cases to plant at the scene. Under the defense scenario, too, he would not have time to get those cartridge cases any other way. He has a limited amount of time at 10 p.m., just after 10 p.m. on a Saturday, to leave the scene where the shooting happens, go find a gun, fire it off 2 times. The gun he's going to find also is going to be a Glock 43, so not any gun, but that specific gun. And he's going to fire it off multiple times, and then he's going to go back to the scene, I guess, by 11:10, when that person in the white shirt, so he changed his clothes, he's going to go back and he's going to plant those cartridge cases at the scene. He would not have enough time to possibly do that. So second point to consider, how it doesn't make any sense that Mr. Efron planted these, is that, as I pointed out, Mr. Efron told literally everyone who would listen, including Wally on those tapes, that the defendant fired more than 2 shots. Now, you all, I'm sure, can appreciate how stressful this situation would have been for Mr. Efron, and that as the defendant's firing at him, he's not sitting there counting exactly how many shots. So as he's telling the police how many shots were fired at him, he's doing his best to recall a stressful situation, and he genuinely believes 3 or 4 shots are fired at him. That's his sincere belief. That's what he tells the police. If he is going to plant those cartridge cases, though, and come up with the crazy scenario that I told you, he intuits the shootings can happen, he gets these cartridge cases in advance so he can come back and plant them at the scene, wouldn't you reasonably expect Mr. Efron to tell the police the defendant only fired at him 2 times? Wouldn't that be a reasonable explanation? If he's making this up, he planted these cartridges and he's making up how many shots were fired at him, wouldn't you expect him to walk into the police and say, no, it was only 2 shots? He would match his story with the physical evidence that he's walking into the station with. Now, to this point, here's another way that Mr. Efron would have had to have used his, telepathic powers, because he's going to know, or he would have to know, that after he tells the police, I only got 2, but there were 3 to 4 shots that were fired, he's going to know the police are going to later go collect a video that has audio, and that audio is going to definitively show you that, in fact, there were only 2 shots that were fired. I want you to consider, when you're considering how reasonable this scenario is that Mr. Efron planted these cartridge cases, consider the alternative, which is, what if Mr. Efron had walked into the police station and he said, the defendant fired 4 shots at me, and he walked in and he was holding a bag with 4 fired cartridge cases in it. And then the police went out and collected video, and you found out there were only 2 shots. Then you'd have a major, major problem. It could not be true what Mr. Efron would be saying. But that's not the evidence you have. You have the inverse. You have him saying, I genuinely believe it was 3 to 4, but I only found 2. And then you have independent evidence, independent of him, that shows you it was actually only 2. Third problem with Mr. Efron planting these cartridge cases. If what the defense was telling you was true, that Mr. Mayers fired a fake semi-automatic gun, and Mr. Efron planted these two real fired cartridge cases at the scene, wouldn't you expect other evidence to contradict his story? I mean, Mr. Efron specifically sends text messages that night to the defendant's manager, Bills, and 12E, all of which, in sum and substance, accuse the defendant of firing a real gun at him. Wouldn't you expect even one of those people to respond back to him and say, what are you talking about? We all know Rocky carries a fake gun. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. That's their moment to contradict him, to confront him, and they don't. While we're on the subject of his text messages, and him really kind of locking himself into this being a real gun that's fired at him, those text messages are important because they also betray two other major flaws in the defense theory of this case. Those messages by Mr. Efron put the defendant, certainly the defendant himself, but all the other people in his inner circle on notice that Mr. Efron is going to accuse the defendant of shooting a real gun at him. So I've already told you, wouldn't you expect him to respond back with, hey, you know that that's not true, this was a fake gun. That's not what happens with, the text messages you saw from the defendant were to deny anything happened. But second, the defendant would immediately understand that that prop gun that he used, right, that real prop gun that he has, that is not only his get out of jail free card, that is his make Mr. Efron's fake lawsuit go away later. So he needs to keep close tabs on that fake gun, right? So your reasonable expectation was, Mr. Efron texts the defendant, you tried to kill me with your real gun. The defendant's response would be, I gotta keep that gun. Now, what is the actual response you received through Lou? ASAP Lou comes in here and tells you that the defendant came up to him with the prop gun and said, get rid of this, I don't want it anymore. Is that reasonable? This is kind of where my job gets hard, because I have to explain to you how their version of how this prop gun disappeared doesn't make sense. But we know that none of this actually ever happened, because this is all a made-up story. So when I talk about the prop gun, understand that there never was a prop gun, okay? Never to begin with. I'm sure what happened was Lou took that Glock 43, the real one that was used, with the modified slide, and got rid of it. And when he did that, he forgot that there was an extra magazine for that gun in the defendant's closet. Now to that point, and oh my gosh, this is a new magazine. I'm not saying that that magazine that we have in evidence, that magazine specifically was the one in the gun that was used at the time the shooting happened. Guns come with multiple magazines. You can purchase additional magazines for guns. But the defendant knew he had to get rid of that real gun. He can't have that, because that's going to definitively tie him back to this crime scene. So either he or Lou, his right-hand man, get rid of it. And they get rid of it with the magazine that's in it. But they forget there's that backup magazine in the defendant's closet. But either way, let's assume their prop gun theory is true. Why would the defendant get rid of the one thing, the most important thing that could definitively prove his innocence. Why would he do that? He received an instruction about someone, either the defendant or someone other than the defendant, trying to conceal or destroy evidence, and using that as actual evidence that the defendant was aware that he was guilty. Why would the defendant get rid of that gun unless he knew it was going to prove he was guilty? Unless he knew it was a real gun. It literally makes no sense that he would not keep the prop gun so that when Mr. Efron goes to the police, he can turn around and say, here it is, here's the prop gun. This is the one I used. Anyway, if you're inclined to accept Lou's story that he flew across the country on a private jet and gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the DMV music video shoot, there's still yet another problem with Lou's story. Why doesn't Lou get the gun back? So they haven't explained why would the defendant get rid of this gun in the first place. He needs to keep this. This is very important in this situation. But for whatever reason, he gets rid of it. Lou flies it back and they give it to this co-director. Lou knows this is a crucial piece of evidence. This would prove that his brother is innocent. So what does Lou tell you? What efforts did Lou make to get that gun back? Because he needs it back now. Oh my God, I can't believe we got rid of it in the first place, but now we definitely need it back. But what does he do? He makes one phone call, and he's basically told, I don't really know where it is. And so he decides, just let it go. Doesn't make any other inquiries, doesn't do anything else to try to get that gun back. Does that sound believable for even 1 minute? It's certainly not reasonable. We're bordering on consulting to your intelligence. Also consider the timing of when Lou comes up with this idea that he gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the music video. That was literally something he came up with the day that he testified. Why does that matter? Well, we don't have an opportunity to go find this co-director, bring that person into court, call them as a witness. But Lou's known about him for years. They could have called him. They could have had him come in, testify, and tell you all about it. Certainly, they would have known about it when Lou tells his story in August of 2024. So where is he? Where is this co-director? Where is his testimony? You didn't hear from him because his whole story is made up. On top of that, has the defense proved to you that this prop gun ever existed? Ever existed? You would want to hear from the co-director that has it now, right? But wouldn't you also want even a single piece of paper that proves to you that that gun ever existed? A receipt for it? This was on a music video. Where are the call sheets about it? Is there a safety coordinator that could say, yeah, I was there, we had prop guns, and I had to warn people about them? Was there a video of the gun, even at the music video shoot? Is there literally a picture or anything? We found a picture of Ilse's face from the day after this incident. This they're saying is a prop gun that not only was it in the music video, but it was so widely known that the defendant carried it. Where are pictures of him with it other times? There's literally been no documentation provided to you that that gun ever exists. No purchases, no receipts, no paperwork, anywhere. Lou says he took that prop gun, right? And what did he do? He modified it. He put a belt clip on it, he modified the magazine. Did he bring in any proof of that? Receipt for a belt clip? Receipt for a magazine extender? Nothing. On top of that, this is an item that the defendant carried around all the time, right? He had to. This was his security. When the police search his house, do they find literally anything that supports the idea that a prop gun was there? Do they find any other prop guns? No. Do they find prop ammunition? No. Nothing. Literally nothing. You literally have zero proof except for the testimony of Lou and the testimony of 12. And I've talked to you about why you should view their testimony with a healthy dose of skepticism. That's literally the only thing. There's no independent proof that that prop gun has ever existed. And equally insulting is this idea that there is like a cone of silence within the ASAP collective relating to members who knew that the defendant always carried this prop gun, which they only speak about, only ASAP 12 and only ASAP Blue, they only speak about this on the eve of trial. And that they're going to hold this information inside them, knowing that the defendant, their brother, is facing criminal charges. They're going to hold this inside, and they're only going to really present it to the 12 jurors. Does that make any sense to you? As soon as the defendant's arrested, what would you expect them to do? You'd expect them to be beating down the doors of the police station to tell the police officers or detectives, you guys got it all wrong. This is a fake gun. That's not what they do though. They hold it inside. They let him have criminal charges hang over his head. They let the preliminary hearing come and go. They literally wait till the day before jury selection to finally reveal that there was the gun that was used was a prop gun. It's, again, defies all reason. They claim, 12 and Lou, they both claim that the police never tried to talk to them. It's not true. You heard that they both refused to talk to the police when asked, but the judge specifically asked both of them, when you said talk to the police, they both refused. But even more, that's not really the expectation you would have, right? They had this information that would exonerate their friend, their brother, their meal ticket, the guy they rely on. You'd want them to seek out the police. At least that's what you'd expect. Not wait for the police to come knocking on their door, knowing that they have this secret information. Ladies and gentlemen, when you decide that the gun in this case was a real gun, for any one of the many reasons that I've given you, this case is over. Let me address really quickly, though, the new defense. It goes something like this. If you don't believe this was a prop gun, try to believe that when the defendant fired his real gun, he was only doing it either in defense of Hills or in defense of 12. Now, right off the bat, you have to acknowledge that that defense is completely contradictory, completely incompatible with the other defense, which is, no, actually, this was a prop gun. It cannot be both a prop gun and a real gun. The problem with that defense is very similar to everything else I've talked to, which is this whole case is on video.
I feel like he's almost done though, too. He said he just go
What
blank.
the video in this case shows you is that Mr. Efron was not the violent person in either of these incidents. And especially at the corner of Fisk, Del Mar, and Selma, when you can see that initial interaction, you can see that he's feet away from Hills as the defendant charges towards him with a gun. The defendant was not protecting anyone. He was not doing anything but initiating an attack, which he legally cannot do and then claim self-defense. I want to finish my argument with you by telling you a story. The story I'm going to tell you is the story of the defense in this case. If what they're telling you or want you to believe is true, this is essentially what would have to happen. Now, Rocky, he's a famous rapper. He's in his house and he's just hanging out with his good friend Lou. Lou would do anything for him. They meet in a crowd. Lou becomes his personal assistant, his tour manager. He's a DJ. He has his own clothing brand. He's a security consultant. Lou does it all. You need to know that even if you need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it, Lou's got your back. You need someone to come to court, lie on your behalf, provide a false alibi, Lou will do that for you too.
Y'all, this is so lame. He was like, I'm about to tell you a story of the defense. I really thought he was going to really just picture this. Something like that. He in here just trying to discredit Lou.
Lou is Rocky's right-hand man. Now, Rocky's having security problems. He's constantly being victimized by scary people. He's in a nightclub. He's stabbed with a real knife. It was violent, scary. Not only was he stabbed, but his good friend Twelvey was also stabbed at the same time. That's the kind of violence that he's faced. Not only that, scary people break into his house. He's had his home burglarized. He's had stalkers follow him. On top of all that, which has happened to him directly, that violence that Rocky's experiencing doesn't happen in a vacuum. Other rappers around him are also the victims of violent crimes, some even being shot and murdered with real guns. So faced with this violent world, these violent people, Rocky does the only reasonable thing he can think of. Does he hire extra security? No. He turns to Lou. And Lou, his security consultant, and a professional security person who will remain unidentified, jointly came to another reasonable conclusion, which is that when someone needs to defend themselves against real guns, real knives, like Rocky does, what they should do is they should carry a fake gun. Lucky for Rocky, he just so happens to film a music video, and on that music video set, they just so happen to have such a prop gun. Does he have to go out and buy a prop gun? No. That would have created a paper trail that could have proved that he had this prop gun. Instead, what Rocky does, he uses his ability to see in the future, where he sees that he's going to need this prop gun. And so he takes one of the prop guns from the music video shoot just in case. This is going to be very handy when his good friend Lou suggests to him that he should carry the prop gun to defend himself against, again, scary people with real weapons, real knives, real guns. Lou, you gotta understand too, in this story, Lou also loves guns. He owns a bunch of guns, he loves to shoot them, and he's very knowledgeable about guns. Specifically though, Lou owns a Glock 42, which uses .380 ammunition. Very important, you gotta understand this for the story. Neither Lou nor Rocky own a Glock 43. That has to be true in order for their story to make sense. Because a Glock 43 uses 9mm ammunition. But back to Lou, the other thing that you need to know about Lou is he's also apparently very clumsy. He's not detail-oriented. And when Lou goes to the gun store one day, he just so happens to purchase an extra magazine, and wouldn't you know it, golly. Even though he owns the Glock 42, he just so happens to grab the wrong magazine. And he accidentally buys a Glock 43 magazine. Now remember, totally wrong magazine, will not fit in any of his guns, totally different caliber, totally useless to it. And around the same time, Lou and Rocky decide they're going to go to a shooting range together. And Lou comes over to Rocky's house, and he brings his guns and his new single useless magazine he's just bought for the completely wrong gun. And only then does Lou realize his mistake. While he's in Rocky's house, of course. Even worse, Lou calls around trying to find a gun range that they can go to, but he can't find one. So they don't go shooting. Now he has his guns, that's why he has his guns at Rocky's house, but that's why they don't go shooting. So what do they do instead? Well, they're gonna hang out, they're gonna drink alcohol, and they're gonna talk. Lou's not only clumsy though, Lou is also fidgety. That's his word, fidgety. And instead of fidgeting with literally anything else in the house, maybe the label on beer, literally anything else, what Lou's gonna fidget with is that magazine that he bought for the wrong gun. And Lou's fidgeting is basically going to consist of him loading that magazine, that completely useless magazine, with his real ammunition. The ammunition, by the way, is difficult to purchase, regulated, but Lou doesn't care. Lou fidgets and also apparently stops fidgeting when the magazine is fully loaded. Doesn't unload his 9mm ammunition. For some reason, keeps it in this useless magazine. And Lou, because he's responsible, is going to leave it at Rocky's house. By the way, the first time Lou's going to mention that he's fidgeting and that he has to do that is when he's on cross-examination at trial, and the fact that his useless magazine was fully loaded is pointed out to him. Convenient detail. Anyway, because Lou's been drinking, he leaves his guns, he leaves his magazine, including that useless one at Rocky's house overnight. He comes back the next day and he collects most of his stuff. What Lou doesn't collect, though, of course, that useless, fully loaded magazine. You also have to understand that even though I told you in this story, Rocky, he's been told, carry a fake gun, he doesn't really follow that advice when it comes to his house. And even though he's told he should carry a fake gun, he's going to disregard that advice and he's going to have real guns in his house, including chrome 44 Magnum Desert Eagle handgun. He's going to have a rifle. He's going to have a shotgun. But importantly, none of those guns use 9mm Luger ammunition. And Rocky keeps those real guns right next to his bed. Somehow, and Lou doesn't really explain this, after Lou leaves this Glock 43 magazine at Rocky's house, the magazine miraculously is going to end up not just in Rocky's bedroom, but in his bedroom closet. And it's going to be in a box with a bunch of stuff that actually fits the guns that Rocky has. Rifle ammunition, shotgun ammunition. And again, it's just a total point.
The man just walked over with a note. He probably said, wrap it up, it's lunchtime. It's almost 3:00. It's 7 minutes to 3. He probably said 7 minutes. 7 minutes left and you need to go.
This is Lou's useless magazine is going to end up, the one he's been fidgeting with is going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. Now, at this point, this is where I need to introduce yet another character to the story. This character, he's a cartoonesque villain. He's hulking, hugely muscular. He spends most of his time in the gym, except for when he's using his cartoon villain powers of seeing into the future and mind control. What do I mean by that? Well, this figure, I'm going to call him Reli, is going to set up Rocky to make it look like Rocky shot at him with a real gun when everyone, including Reli, knows Rocky only carries fake guns. So how does he do this? Well, he's going to go to a shooting range, Reli. A few weeks before, he's going to set up Rocky. And he's going to fire guns, and of course, because he can see into the future, and he's going to set up Rocky, he's going to shoot a Glock 43 handgun and just collect those cartridges. Now, because Reli is such a mastermind, even though he's planning on setting up Rocky, he's going to film himself while he does this. For whatever reason, he wants to have proof, I guess, of his master plan. While he's at the gun range, He's going to use his power to see into the future and see that Lou has bought the wrong magazine for a gun he doesn't own, and that Lou is going to leave the magazine at Rocky's house, and it's going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. And with that knowledge, Reli is going to intentionally fire that Glock 43, collect those cartridge cases, and carry them around just in case he happens to be in a place where Rocky shoots at him with his fake gun later. Reli's going to fly from LA to New York, to North Carolina, back, repeatedly taking commercial flights. And somehow he's going to keep a hold on those fired cartridge cases that he's going to use to frame Rocky. Now here's where the mind control comes in. Reli somehow gets Rocky to provoke a confrontation. It's Reli's idea, but Rocky's going to do it. And he's going to make Rocky reach out to him with threatening messages and propose that Reli meet him when it's actually Reli's plan all along, right? It's brilliant. So Reli meets up with Rocky in Hollywood, and Reli gets Rocky to pull the gun on him as he's attacking Rocky. Now I say attacking Rocky, but what I really mean is that Reli's using his non-dominant left hand and casually reaching out. This is where I have to introduce our next character, 12 to the story. And 12 is going to have the good fortune to be able to see and explain.
Y'all might be Mariah over here playing at the door. Hold on.
In this story, Rocky isn't mad. You know, remember 12 told you, oh, these were casual messages. Why are you ducking my calls? Let's get to it, you know, very friendly.
Hold on, y'all. I might need to switch to Court TV because
Reli,
I get this fixed. I don't know. Hold up. She said he ain't leaving Lewin nothing to talk about. Baby, I don't know. Hold up.
Even though Rocky has a gun in his hand, Rocky's going to walk away. And since he hasn't satisfied his objective, Reli's going to follow Rocky and the other members, and he's going to call them a bunch of bad names. Reli, he knows that Rocky's going to attack him. But Reli's going to attack Ills first, and Reli's going to throw haymakers and punches at Ills, repeatedly punching him in the face. Now, shockingly, despite Reli.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try Court TV because I'm not sure why. I don't know why I keep doing it.
Reli knows that the gun is fake. Reli's going to start acting like Rocky's using a real gun. And as is Reli's just fantastic fortune, Rocky and 12 are, also for unknown reasons, also going. Why? Again, Reli's got that power. He knows. He can see into the future. He knows that there's going to be video that captures the sound of only 2 gunshots. And Reli also knows that when the police search Rocky's house, they're going to find Lou's magazine for that Glock 43, which will seem will miraculously be consistent with the fired cartridge cases that Reli planted, but which it's all miraculous because Reli was, using his future-seeing power. Now, Reli's going to make a mistake. That night, he's going to accuse Rocky of firing a real gun at him. Specifically, he's going to accuse Rocky directly, and he's going to tell Rocky's manager, and he's going to tell other people that were with Rocky, who all know that the gun is fake. via text message that Rocky actually fired a real gun. Now, even though Rocky knows that Reli is going to say that he used a real gun, even though he knows he actually fired a fake gun for some unknown, still unexplained reason, Rocky is going to tell his good friend Lou that he needs to get rid of the fake gun. That fake gun is Rocky's best proof that he didn't shoot at Reli with a real gun. But for some reason, Rocky tells Lou to get rid of it. And Lou does. How does Lou do that? He flies back to New York on a private jet, and he just gives it back to the co-director of the music video where Rocky got it after the shooting. Now the police are going to get involved, and the police are going to arrest Rocky for shooting a real gun at that mind-controlling, super muscular Reli. And all that Lou has to do is go back to the co-director of the music video and ask him for the gun back. But unfortunately for Rocky, that gun's been misplaced. And Lou isn't going to follow up at all. He's to decide one call's enough, that's it. Even though Lou and 12B love Rocky like they're brothers, for some reason, they're going to decide not to tell the police that Rocky's innocent. They're going to wait until Rocky goes to trial, and then at the very last minute, they're going to tell the jurors that it was a fake gun. Because obviously that's the rational thing to do. Wait for your brother to have charges hanging over his head. Wait for your brother to go to trial and then spring it on the last minute. Ladies and gentlemen, if that story sounded like it was not just unreasonable, but literally impossible, that is the defense story in this case. When I started, I told you that there's one key issue we need to decide. Was it a prop gun or a real gun? The overwhelming evidence in this case was that it was a real gun. Here's why. The defendant provoked that conversation with Mr. Efron via text message and phone calls. He was clearly upset with Mr. Efron prior to that meeting. When they met, the defendant was clearly angry. He pulls a gun, which Mr. Efron and Ills immediately respond to by backing away. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with everyone believing this is a fake gun. When they reach the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, the defendant pulls that gun for a second time. Immediately, he's making aggressive moves with the gun. He's making actions towards Mr. Efron. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with a fake gun. Mr. Efron immediately dives behind Ills, uses him as a human shield, while the defendant's making active, furtive movements, trying to get a line of sight around Ills. That's only consistent with a real gun and inconsistent, completely inconsistent with this gun being fake. The defendant fires off 2 rounds, or loud, they set off car alarms. 12B retreats behind a wall. That's only consistent with a real firearm, completely inconsistent with a fake gun. After the shooting, the defendant gets rid of the gun. That's undisputed. That's completely inconsistent with that gun being fake. The defendant still has that Glock 43 magazine in his bedroom closet. On top of ammunition for the other real guns that he owns. Again, that magazine, consistent with the type of firearm that fired those 2 cartridge cases that are found at the scene. Those real cartridge cases, that real ammunition. That gun, the Glock 43, only fires 9mm. None of the other guns in the defendant's house fire 9mm. He has nothing else in his possession that magazine would go to. It's completely consistent with him getting rid of the Glock 43 after the shooting, because that's the real gun that was used in this case. Clear, definitive proof the defendant fired a real gun that night. The last point I'll leave you with, on the other side, there's literally no evidence of a prop gun. No evidence that it ever existed. The actual prop gun has never been produced. Definitely not to you. There's no prop ammunition found in his house. The rationale, this whole security thing for carrying a prop gun, defies common sense, defies logic, totally unreasonable. The rationale for pulling that prop gun on a man who knows it's a prop gun, completely unreasonable. There's no prop ammunition found at the scene. There's literally not one piece of paper, not one shred of documentation that could prove to you the existence of this gun. And again, all the actions of the people that you see on that video, completely consistent with a real gun being fired, completely inconsistent with this being a prop gun. So left with that, clear evidence that the defendant used a real gun, and a complete lack of evidence that he used a prop gun. Your job, as I started in my opening statement, as I started here, is simple. Simple. The evidence compels you to your decision, and it compels you to find him guilty. That is the only just verdict in this case. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take a break now, but it's going to be shorter than usual. 1:15, please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:15, at which time we will resume. Again, please don't stay.
So we'll be back at 4:15, guys. How are you guys feeling after his closing statement? Hold on, because Mariah, they said good. Well, here's the thing, guys. You still have Lewin. So don't get too excited because you still have Lewin after this. So, hold on, y'all. I don't want Bart to bark loud. Hold on. Sorry, guys, my little okay, now come speak. I don't think they were looking.
Yeah, y'all were pretty rude.
Hey, y'all. Not rude. Cause I didn't I was like, where's the response? What's up? Like, hey. It's a little loud, y'all. I don't know if y'all saw. She beat on the door and I almost fell out of this chair. Because why would she beat on the door like that? I just don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why she beat on the door like that. But see, Namara, they see you there. They're saying, hey there.
Thank y'all. Y'all were a little bit rude the first time. I was wondering, did y'all not see me or what? It wasn't making sense.
So it took me a minute to regroup because she literally scared me. Is it two of them?
Yeah.
Y'all was wondering why my DoorDash was $30. I did not know I was buying two orders. I didn't know I was buying two orders. But hey, I'm on live. I didn't know I was buying two orders, but here we go. She did say y'all were rude, y'all. But okay. So the state is Lewin is gonna come back after Joe does his and close it out. It's no different than what we saw in YSL. So get ready. I don't know if you guys need to get a drink. I know it's Thursday, not Friday. Get a drink to make it through, but get a drink. Get a drink. Mariah said we didn't see you, Niecy Pooh. They said we didn't see your mama had her camera off. Oh, I hope I did have this camera off when she scared me, because when I tell y'all I flew out of this seat like that, I'm like, who in the hell will be beating on this door like this? Yes, please go hit the like button, because now that we're on break, we can kind of go through, I guess, what we heard in the closing. So far, I'm not impressed. Me specifically. I'm not, I need more than a drink. Kaylee, I'm not impressed. Thirsty Thursdays. I sure wish I could. Y'all know how parents used to send their kids to go get them a pack of cigarettes? I sure wish I could send Mariah to go get me some tequila or something, because I'm gonna need it to survive Lewin. I'm going to need it to survive him. I'm gonna need some liquor. They said she is her mama child. She is, but she played too much. That was just too far. I wish you guys could have heard that knock.
She thought it was that YSL people coming to take her.
Y'all, why did Mariah say, Mama, you thought the YSL people finally coming to get you? I don't know what I thought, but yeah. But I don't know what I thought, but that did scare me. No, I'm not impressed. I'm not. I think he drug it out. For people making such a big, hold on just a second. But I think for me, I wish he would have, like, if he was going to mention the shell casings, that Rocky's gun had casings, and hey, we didn't find those either. He could have like drug that point home a little more for me. He didn't do that, and I was a little bothered. Yes, she did say YSL people, but I was a little bothered by that. I don't think he should have played all of those calls all the way through. But I'm gonna do this, y'all, because we do have about an hour. We have about an hour. I will definitely open the floor up if people want to talk about what was the closing like for you. If you were the prosecution, hey BG, how would you have handled it? She said he was not given. It was not given because he was trying to say what Joe was going to say. I agree with that too. I wonder if Mel is going to talk about. Let's see if Mel has any updated tweets about maybe how the jury is reacting. Hold on, I just saw that she does have a new post. She says there's no evidence of a prop gun, no evidence that ever exists. Oh, she's repeating his claim. Annoyed. I don't know. Are they doing a verdict today? They don't even think they're getting through closing statements today's season. Unfortunately. What? Barch is disgusting. They don't even think they're getting through closing. With a club tail. Miss Sheila, that sound like my kind of day. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, Mel. Yeah, they're not getting through closing today, Joe. That's what he said. Morgan said, Mel said the jury looks like they're ready to go. I agree. Kaylee, where did you tag me at? Because I'll put it up on the screen for everyone to see it. Kaylee said she tagged me, and I hope it wasn't on TikTok, Kaylee. It went on TikTok. You can't tag me on TikTok. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. I got on here to see if maybe Kaylee tagged me on Instagram. Kaylee, y'all, Prime is messy. Y'all know Deandra's been going through her little mess with the little man, right? With the little hands. Girl, Prime said, and I don't know why he would say that when your daughter got back with a man who told a woman via text, a baby doesn't make a family. I don't want her. I want you. She still got back with that man and still accept his proposal. Now, Prime put on his page, your greatest ability is the ability to walk away. Why involve yourself in the nonsense of life when there's so much peace and joy to be had? Your wealth is your peace and not bank account. Live, baby, live, and know I got you, and God has you covered like young Prime in Atlanta. Prime, why would you do that? I'm gonna tell you something. You gotta stay away from him now, Deandra. I'm trying to find Rhianna and her babies going in court, and I see that. You gotta stay away from that man now because you can't embarrass your daddy. Your daddy done put you on his Instagram. She gonna have to turn that ring to get little man his ring back. Ash, but she can't be with little man ever again. Let me go on Twitter. You can never be with little man again. You can never be with him again. So if they start to deliberate tomorrow, they don't start back until Tuesday. Yes, Ashley, that is correct. And I'm about to look on X, and I'm going to show you guys what Kaylee sent. She sent Rhianna with the babies. Oh, he looks so cute. Look, oh, let me make the screen bigger, guys. This is one of her with one of the babies, guys. Her and Rizza. And where is Riot that was making all that noise in there, baby? Look at Riot. He said, Dada in there? Dada in there? It's just too much mess going on today because, oh God, that baby said, Dada in there? He in there? So cute. So cute with his little socks on. It's too much mess going on because why is y'all favorite Canadian rapper? He is from Memphis too. I mean, he got a little Memphis in him. Why is he posting Paige Reese Whitaker? I said, baby, whatever mess you got going on, you leave Thug out of it. You leave Thug out of it. And y'all see his little suit coat? I give them 3 hours to come to a decision. Keisha, I agree. I don't think they're going to come to a decision. It's either going to be a hung jury or not guilty. Are they Irish twins? Someone said they're 2 and 9. So I don't think so. Who posted her, guys? Drake. Drake posted her. Talking about Reese with dollar signs. Don't do that. Can y'all, wait a minute. Can y'all see Paige now talking about, you'll never guess who posted me today? I think his name is Drake. On some of those kids called the Instagram. I can see her now. Paper chasing Paige. I think it's on the Instagram. Oh, God. I know her kid got to be the coolest kid in school right now. I know her kid has to be the coolest kid in school right now. Do you understand what I'm saying? Drake posted Paige, and for what? Leave Thug out of your bull, Drake. Derek, I don't know what he's trying to say, but they need to stop. Don't post that lady. Leave Paige alone before she have you in Fulton County for harassment. What should we say? Are you for real? What she'll say with her daughter? Are you for real? And this is Drake. This is Drake. Because y'all know the song she probably knows is Hotline Bling or something like that. The guy that made that Hotline Bling song. You have got to be kidding me. She probably is like, top that shit, Glenville. I already know it. Paige just said, is this for real? Is this for real? I can't wait till Key see that. When did he post her? I guess Thugger Daily posted it today. Shout out to Thugger Daily. He posted it an hour ago. And then Drake has a song on his album where he misspelled Brian Steele's name, but it's called Brian Steele. Why? Why? They said he spelled his name wrong. Is this for real, y'all? Y'all, what's she saying back there? She writing in her diary. Dear diary, you'll never guess who posted me today. The Drake. And he's friends with Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug. She's probably saying, I knew that boy was special. I knew that boy was special. Look at me now. Paige probably the talk of the lunchroom today. She's probably the talk of the lunchroom today. What y'all think Glanville doing? Glanville probably want to rip that one earring out his ear. She said, you are doing too much on Drake. I'm talking about Paige. I knew this wasn't for nothing. I made it. Emily, she probably in there eating her look. What would she take? She probably got some tomato soup in there. Sipping her tomato soup, looking at Glanville like, you ain't getting no post. Baby, Paige big shit around there today. Listen, they said she in there sipping tea. Baby, Paige is big shit around there today. Do you hear me? Oh, no, Ash. They said with a Diet Coke. And they're looking Glanville all up inside his head. Something, thought you had the juice, didn't you? Don't. Miss Percival ain't gonna hear the end of this one. Never. Don't forget she got the cheerleader ponytail. Miss Sheila, what you saying? She gonna go home and be like, D-R-A-K-E, Drake. Let me stop messing for Paige. That not be Paige at my door for real. Let me stop. I didn't like Aubrey. Erica, I really do. I definitely was a fan of Drake. I used to always say, oh my God, I bet he is like such a lover boy. That's always what I felt. But somewhere in the last couple of years, he changed. And he went from lover boy to what we see now. That toppled with the fact I've heard some things about him from reputable sources, and I just don't look at him the same anymore. And I'm gonna tell you, that is why. Barchi, stop. No, that is why there is something in Euphoria. I think it's Euphoria that Kendrick says in that song, and because of like stuff I'd heard, I was like, I said, Kendrick is not lying. So because that was true, it just kind of forced me to believe everything else he was saying, because I knew this little part in Euphoria was true too. So I don't look at them the same. Hannah, you can't deny what Drake has done, and for people to try to act like you can, it's crazy. But you can like both, and you can understand exactly what Kendrick is saying about him by just looking at his music. It's okay. Like, you can. I was looking at a video the other day, and he was talking about his bar mitzvahs, and his family, and all of this stuff. And I'm like, this is what he's saying. Like, you don't know the same struggle Kendrick knows. You don't have that struggle. Like, it's okay. It's okay that you don't have that struggle. Like, you do know that, right? It's okay to not have this struggle and still make great music. That's okay. Let me go back and listen. I love me some Drake. Yeah. Yeah, Mariah's joking, but her grandma really did tell her that, Drake has family in Memphis. Told her she was related to Memphis. Y'all saw me text her. I said, girl, don't leave your cousin down. But we are. I'm always going to be a fan of Drake, but I also can't deny the things that Kendrick said. You can't deny those things. And I don't think it was like Drake specifically. It's the people like Drake out here, because there are so many culture vultures. I mean, they are out here. We are the blueprint. I never could unlame him. I did think he was lame, but in a cute way, honey. I always thought he was I just always thought he was a lover boy. Like, oh my God, I bet he is the best boyfriend. I just always thought that about him until I can't even really tell y'all when it started changing for me. But I just started to see him. It could be when he had that baby. When I saw his child's mother and her profession and just her in general, that may have been one of the. It was like, It was like, I couldn't. I cannot hear the things about Drake Yeah, I was like, until Tony, you didn't have to do that, Tony. Tony, you didn't have to do that. We were naive. I don't know if we were naive or if we were really caught up in the music. Because y'all, before it wasn't all of this street shit with Drake. It was like love, relationship. No, oh God. And y'all gonna say I went to one of his first performances in Memphis. I will never forget it because y'all know I worked for a record exec. And that's the day that I met Baby because they came to our office the next day. I can remember clear as day. We had floor seats. We were sitting on like the third or fourth row. And the reason I remember this day so vividly, one of my coworkers, his baby was born this day. So I always remember her birthday. He left the concert early. Y'all, to my left in like section 100 was just a group of people. I mean, screaming for this boy. Knew every song. I'm like, who the hell are these people? Who the hell is this guy? Nobody knew Drake at this time. This was in like 2008. The little girl finna turn 16. So 2007, 8, somewhere up in there. I was like, who the hell is this? Who the hell is this guy? He came out with Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne introduced him. And it was his family. And then we learned that he had a lot of family in Memphis and everything. I really hate that it has like come to this when I just do feel like, I mean, I know he's gonna bounce back for me. He's a creative, and he makes great music. So he'll bounce back for it. I just want him to find himself because sometimes I feel like he's struggling with his Memphis roots and his blackness, which a lot of mixed kids do. Black kids do it, right? We struggle with who we try to define ourselves by what being black is supposed to look like. We're not a monolith, though. We can be so much. And I want him to understand that. Stoney said he's an actor. He doesn't know who he is. When he was texting Millie Bobby Brown, I don't know about the situation, but I heard she was a minor. Is when he started. I don't know much about that aspect of it. Hiding that, Keisha, you'd hide the baby too if you accidentally got a porn star pregnant. I got what he was doing. He was embarrassed. He needed to come to terms with the fact that I am so dumb. I can have any woman in the world, literally, and I got a porn star pregnant. I got what he was doing. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready for what he got. You can't see his baby mama without somebody reminding him that she's a porn star. So I got that. Jonte, what do you mean by the 170 and the 18? Because if you're talking about numbers, like I'm an artist. Numbers do not matter to me. It's art. But tell me what you mean by 170 verse 18, Jonte. Tell me what you mean there. Posting himself playing with his, that was disgusting. If I was his mom, I would be ashamed of my son for releasing that statement. His baby is cute, though. The baby looks just like his mom to me. Really, Shawty Red? Like, you don't listen to any songs? No. He got Gemma's cousin pregnant is insane. That's insane. Because Drake has Memphis roots, I'm never going to pray for his downfall. But I do want him to find out who he is, because I think it's something great on the other side of him finding out who he really is. But I always say this, and I think as African-American people, we have to be more accepting of other African-Americans who don't look like what we want them to or behave. He needs to know that it's okay that he grew up in Canada. He's still black. He's got to know that. He lame to me, but I'm definitely listening to the album tomorrow. I'm gonna try to. It was big though, y'all, but it was big. Oh, Zakia, are you talking about this video? Because I didn't see it. Like, I've heard about it. I didn't see it though. He started off in a wheelchair. Hannah, please go to bed. I think Drake has boom boom addiction, just like Kanye, but he hides it better. You might be right. Drake is a whole era. Jonte, no one. I hope you didn't hear that from me. Drake is definitely an error. He has cemented his place in hip hop and pop culture. He cemented his place, but it does not change the fact that there are culture vulture vibes coming from Drake. It doesn't change the fact that sometimes kids, and I'm going to talk about Drake, sometimes people do have identity crises that stem directly from how they were brought up and the people they're around. He's around people like Future, Metro, 2 Chainz, people who really got it out the mud. And so there's sometimes this internal struggle, because are people going to look at you the same because you didn't have that? I remember the video I was watching, they were talking about how he would have this Jewish backing because he was Jewish. 2 Chainz don't get that. Future doesn't get that. They're surviving off of their talent, their story. They can connect with a crowd that Drake could never. And I think that's what it boils down to. Like, they could be brothers. They do, Miss Sheila. He too white to be black and too black to be white. Oh, damn, sugar. But I never heard a person complain about Drake's blackness until like recently. You know? Do y'all, like, no one complained about his blackness. No, I didn't give a damn. I'm not that person where I go, oh, you light skinned, you not black. No. Have y'all seen my mama before? My mama was like red. My mama was red. So red, damn it. Sometimes I question, am I adopted? Because how am I so black and you're red like that? So I never questioned Drake's blackness. Never questioned his blackness ever. I'm not that type of person. You black, you black. I don't care how light skinned you are, you black. And it could be from how I grew up. I don't know. But I never questioned his blackness. Yes, Ash, I think that's something that changed with him. I think it was Zakiya always rapping like you're trying to get the slaves free was very telling. Very telling. Because Kendrick is more thought-provoking. His music is, I ain't gonna even lie to you. I got Kendrick albums that they send in my phone right now, but I need to be in a clear headspace to listen. Like Mr. Morale, I still haven't heard Mr. Morale. That's because it dropped around the time it dropped within the time my mom died. I can't sit there just yet. But I'm gonna listen to it before the next tour. Just because he raps with this passion, you could feel purpose in this music, doesn't mean that you can mock him like that. You know, the same slaves he's trying to free should be the same ones you're trying to free. So Kendrick is poetic. They say he's a crybaby, but I do. I'm a Drake fan. I would never say that boy's not talented. That baby, I used to buy Drake's albums. Like, that's how much of a fan I was. I can pull up my Apple Music right now. Y'all know how you don't pay Apple Music, all your albums go away except the ones you purchased. You're gonna see Drake, because I would still buy his albums. I would buy his albums still because I was a fan. Him and Beyonce are the artists I would always get them my money. But it changed at some point. So, yeah, that's it. I like the song. I just don't agree with it being performed on that platform. Well, Missy, are you talking about They Not Like Us? And you talking about Super Bowl? Are you talking about Super Bowl? I think he had to perform it. How do you not? It just won 5 Grammys. Killed it on the charts. You have to perform it. And I love that damn song. I remember when I first heard that song. I was on a yacht in Miami. My sister and them all upstairs. They dancing, having fun. Babe, I'm seeing Kendrick just dropped the song. Y'all know it's loud. They got music. I'm at the bottom of the yacht in the bedroom, one ear on my phone, other ear closed so I can hear the song. And I'm in there going crazy like, what? You'll never forget when that song dropped. It had to be performing. And I thought he had a great performance. Like, Should have recorded it. Baby, I was in here, man, jumping all around this living room. But a fan, I am a fan of Drake. So you can be a fan of both. I don't know why people keep trying to make it seem like you have to choose. You can be a fan of both. He said it himself. It's the people song, and that's a fact. Because I don't care how many times that song in Euphoria, baby, I wore them songs down. Don't they have a song together? They did. I was watching. Wait, if you guys have Hulu actually had something that's called like The Beef or something to that effect about the Drake and Kendrick beef. I said, now this is going too far. This is going too far. They have a documentary on Hulu about this beef for people who need a breakdown. And there's this guy. I'm gonna find it for you guys. I would recommend if you can take
it's a little bit political.
14 minutes. Give me just a moment. If you guys have, I think it was 14 minutes long. Did I save it? I saved it. And this guy, he explains it perfectly if you care to listen. His name on TikTok, guys, is, okay, let me put it in here. And I followed him. He did a great job. Okay, his name is Donnell Wright. And he talked about, has the greatest Drake diss song of all time. He talks about the Kendrick Lamar and this Drake beef. He walks you through where it started, how we got to where we are. He uses songs, he uses lines. It was really good for a person like me who didn't know all of this history about them and that they had like some brewing for a long time. I didn't know that. But yeah, I would encourage you guys. I think it's pinned to the top of his TikTok page. It's not pinned. Wait, is it pinned? It's not pinned, but it's the third video. It's the third video. It is so good. It is 14 minutes of just, if you care about it, I would say listen there. So there's that. Let's get back on topic. But I think that's going to be great. I like that, Ashley. Okay, let me get back on topic, guys, because we have he said 4:15 this time. So we got a little over 30, little over 40 minutes. Barchi, please stop. No, ma'am. And honey, I didn't know anything about that. But let me go to this man's. I don't really want to hear the closing again. I'm not going to even lie to y'all. I don't want to hear that man's closing again. Kayla, I'm going to go look. Y'all, listen, look at what Kayla said. Kathy said that they are playing locked up in the cafeteria. Why? I mean, what is going on in LA? Like, you can't make this up. You can't even make this up at this point. Mel said in the courthouse cafeteria eating lunch. They're playing Locked Up by Akon on the speaker. I don't like the fact. Now, BG, I was done. I was done, BG. I just can't let you do this one. Kendrick is a Pulitzer Prize winner. Kendrick had 14 or 15 Grammys well before this. People saying that Kendrick is only relevant because of Drake is only because y'all don't listen to Kendrick. This man has had the highest grossing tours. Like, no, BG, I can't let you say that one. I can't let you say that one, friend. Come on. Mel, does Barchi think you're talking to yourself since she can't hear us? I wonder. I don't know. I don't know. Mariah said, who asked that? I don't know. I don't know if he thinks that. Oh, BG, Erica wants me to read this to you. She said, go to hell, but before you go, make sure you understand that he got them off his talent and his ability to end y'all favorite culture vulture's career. To Pimp a Butterfly is a great album. Birthing Thinks Mel is talking to her. BG, he won for Humble, Loyalty, and Damn. Damn was one of my favorite albums. Is there Kendrick slander in this chat? No, ma'am. I don't think I heard this one's Zakia. Wait, is Barchi a boy or a girl? Barchi's a girl. She said, not true. I listen to Kendrick. Well, BG, you should know he didn't need Drake. Drake just got beat. That's just it. Drake just got beat. That's it. Needing Drake, Kendrick needing Drake is crazy. Now, if you would have said Melanie needed Drake for her song to pop, then I'd be like, okay, you're right, girl. Because who knows Mel Barchi, okay? I get you there. But Kendrick, no, BG. She said, Melody, we all like Drake. Melody, I think most of us in the chat like Drake. It's just people trying to make us pick. We can like both. He was an accomplished artist before the beef with Drake. He was. Why y'all think he said the big three? It's just big me. All three of them are really great. I love both Drake nor Kendrick pays. She said Drake nor Kendrick pays my bills. I like the music. I like them both. I hate when people say Kendrick's only relevant because of Drake. It's delusion. Let me see. I don't like Aubrey, but I didn't like him before Kendrick. I told y'all, I used to love him. He got beat in the 2024 battle. That's all. He can't beat Drake in any other category. What do you mean by that, Jonte? I think we got to have a real conversation when it comes to battle rapping. And that's what it was when you battle rap. Kendrick just won. But when you talk about versatility, yes, Drake is going to beat Kendrick in that aspect because Kendrick knows who he is and he writes the music that he wants to write. You're allowed to do that as an artist. Hold up. Who said I need 1 minute? What you mean, Bridge? I might miss Joe's closing. I'm going to sleep. Oh, Miss Sheila, you need to go to sleep. Come on now, let's be sincere. What? BG, as someone who literally worked in the music industry, I am telling you, Kendrick does not need Drake. I'm sorry. He does not need Drake. There's I feel like any artist and anything you do, having like a cult family, a cult following will take you so many places. And when you are really tapped into your artistry, you don't have to change. You are just going to be you. Kendrick has always been him. Riding off the coattails of Drake, y'all gotta stop that. Bridget, the closing was very repetitive. He basically talked about if it was a prop gun, why weren't there prop shells out there? He tried to say Reli was consistent, which is not true. He also tried to say that Wally was trying to set Reli up with those phone calls, although Reli was calling Wally. He said that Reli wanted to talk to Rocky. Like he just wanted to be, he didn't want to fight when his text messages prove otherwise. So it was very repetitive though. It was very repetitive. It was very repetitive. Big T, that's the thing. Here's the thing about Kendrick that I'm so honest about. Damn is my favorite album. I haven't listened Mr. Morale. I haven't listened to the album. Now, my daughter right here, I wore Damn out. Yes, we're on lunch. I wore Damn out. But I'm going to say this to people that's always their rebuttal. I don't get in my car and play Drake either. If I'm being honest, right now, if I get in the car, Mariah, what am I going to play? What you think I'm going to play if I get in the car? If I get in the car, what album am I going to play? SZA. That's like what I play all day, every day, right now. I'm so stuck on SZA. So I'm not playing either of their albums right now. I do have Mr. Morale downloaded Gen X. I listen to it. I listen to some of it, but I really do feel like I'm not in the space. I ain't gonna lie to you. You got to listen, but SZA, that's all I listen to right now. That's it. She said I would play Good Kid, Mad City out. SZA's first album should have got awards. Girl, I love Control. I wore Control out. I ain't even listening to no rap though. But when I am, if I'm taking a long drive, Drake is definitely rotation. But Big T, that's understandable. Here's the thing: I think they're both great artists, and I hate that people keep missing that. They are both great artists. I don't like when people try to put one down. They're both really great. They're great, but for me personally, right now, long drive, I'm probably gonna listen to SZA, the deluxe album, three, four times. If I go to Memphis, that's probably all I listen to.
That's why we don't give her the ox.
Mariah said that's why they don't give me the ox. I love that. That's all. Drake is just more mainstream. I'll give him that. That's it. If you want to say that, he's just probably more mainstream. Robo, people keep saying it about Mr. Morale, and I've got to listen to Mr. Morale. You listen to Slatty. Latoya, the other day, when I went to the therapy about 2 weeks ago, I ain't gonna lie, I played Slatty, South to the West, Ghana. What's the other song? Believe in Me. I played that one. I was trying to look at my Apple Music to tell you. Those I listen to those songs, but she said albums. I ain't listening to them. They are both amazing artists. I do agree. Amazing lyricists right now. Kid just had one of him. That's it. That's it, y'all. I had to check the chat. I thought you said BG said she listened on long drives. I was Tasha, I wish you could see the way Mariah turned her face as soon as I read that aloud. She said, because Tasha did too much. He did not, Brianna, but Rhianna, why was I scrolling on my TikTok the other day? And I scrolled past the page. I said, ooh, who was that? Girl, I had to look. I said, oh, damn, that's him. It made me do a little double take. Tasha needs to go to bed. Tasha got to go to bed for that one. She said, to be honest, I don't listen to secular music. I thought you loved Drake, BG. If I'm in the car, I'm listening to some Jacqueline Carr. Corn, Hart. BG, I thought you just said you like Drake. Brianna, I need to get that for you. I'll get that for you. Y'all scroll. I said, what's that? Hey, scroll. I said, wait a minute. I said, oh, shit. Oh, okay. Christina said, I don't know anything about rap until watching the Young Thug trial. Give me my Southern blues all day. These rappers go through a lot. Christine, that they do. They said we can't listen to BG. We not listening to BG no more. Because now all of a sudden she in here talking about Jacqueline Carr Jesus. We not. You don't have to read every comment on out loud. I said, I didn't even read it out loud. Baby, these comments just ignorant, okay? Ignorant. Oh God, I am so done. BG said she listened to some Everything Attached to Me wins. Oh, y'all, Lord Jesus, that right there done just tickle me. Y'all need Ash. Ash, are you still at work? Because you might be sleepy. You might be sleepy, Ash. Everyone faves artists kind of embarrassing at this point. That's a fact. That's a fact. Okay, Ash, go ahead, take a nap. Take a nap. Take a nap. Y'all, I really want to see if Reli done uploaded on his page or something. Let me see. He probably, I know he watching this with. Oh my God, I know he watching this with. Girl, I thought that was rich and put this at the bottom. Drake, my Scorpio cousin. Mariah, ain't Drake your cousin?
Stop doing that. I'm not related to no light skin.
That's not your cousin?
I'm not related to anybody that's light skinned.
You need to call him. Get them together.
I need a small 500,000.
500,000.
I ain't never asked for nothing.
Yeah, let me see.
I'm one of the good cousins.
Y'all really is so funny. Hold up, y'all. Look at this post, y'all. Y'all, look, he said her. Let's watch something special. Look at the people, y'all. Look at the people.
And the best way to lose a king is to try to treat a king like a regular nigga. Like, it would be like a woman, my wife, trying to treat me like a regular nigga. I'm not a regular nigga. I don't make regular money. I don't do
Mariah, Erica said, don't tell you, but Tory Lane's her favorite Canadian.
Oh, that's cute. That's sad, but it's cute.
Reli said he's a king. I hope he saw that. Zakia said, I told you. She said she don't know them people. She said she swear. Mariah, they said I could get your cousin number up for 20,000.
Yeah, I need to tell my cousin, tell him he need to pay my college tuition.
Facts. Y'all, that was him and Jim Ash. Y'all really said treat him like a king. Don't keep playing with him. Treat him like a king. Man, what part of don't tell Mariah? Lord. Eric, I just wanted to see what she was going to say. I wanted to see what she was going to say because Erica, she probably was sitting in that room tweeting with Megan Cuniff.
I don't post nothing on Twitter because if I get famous, I'm going to get canceled.
Why? You be saying something crazy on your Twitter?
I think it. That's why I don't tweet.
Oh. Well, why do you have it?
Because I like to repost and look at stuff.
Mariah is our voice of reason. My child.
Very queen.
Erica. Do y'all think? I wonder, like, is Reli back in New York? Is Reli in LA? Like, is he outside waiting for the verdict? So when it's over, he can come outside and do a press conference. What do y'all think is happening?
No, it's not Dave's Hot Chicken.
It's not.
I always season it tastes real good.
I wonder what he's doing. I wonder if Megan gonna catch him. Y'all know, y'all remember after Red got punched? Y'all remember how he ran to his car? I wonder if Megan gonna catch him running from the courthouse like that, if it's not guilty. Somebody hacked your account, Brianna? Well, I think I got 2-step authentication on mine. I do believe I have that. But Elon is after me. I know it. I know he is. They said Reli a court waiting on his check. I think he's near the courtroom. You think he had a bar, like an Irish pub or something? Just waiting. He's in LA trying to make up more lies for someone else. Oh, Keita. Hey, Keita. Calling her Meg the Bob is crazy. Did I call her that? Or somebody else? I don't know if I said that. I keep saying I'm gonna make an X account. I don't really know if it's worth it because I don't know how much longer I have on there.
Well, that's you.
Every day is scary. Hey, Key. Oh my God. What did I want to tell Key? Do y'all remember? Key, I said I can't wait till Key see this. Oh my. Yeah, they said Issa Rae canceled her sold out event at the Kennedy Center. I'm gonna remember what it is, Key. Oh, Key, this is what I want to show you. Thank y'all for reminding me. I know you saw it, Key. Did you see Thugger Daily post that Drake posted page on his Instagram? How do you have a Finsta that everybody knows about? He posted page, girl. I know you saw that. Reli is a liar. Come on, chat, sing with me. Yeah. Reli is a liar. Yeah. This is why I gotta do my shows by myself. This girl talking about she want to close my laptop. I think that's after, if there's a not guilty, I may have to remake that with the little hop and everything. I may have to do that. Yes, Key, go look at it. He posted page. Bless you. He posted page in the courthouse cafeteria, and they. Oh yeah, I saw that. Lee. What is that? Reli is a liar. Yeah. Baby, that's gonna be hilarious. They said, I know Miss Persefield done told her about this. Key, I said, I bet if she has kids, she's the coolest parent right now. Because Drake just posted her. Mariah said, don't shut us out. We ain't done working. You said you're gonna close my laptop. They said, don't be a hater.
Tell them sometimes it's what's needed. It's not hating.
She said something. When would it be needed to shut us off? We having a good time. If I were age, I would make me mad if Drake posted me, but I'm not Paige. You be mad? Her pictures, it's public. Y'all, princess, but I'm telling you, if ASAP if Rocky wins this case and he's not guilty, I'm gonna have to redo that. I'm gonna have to, you know how she had that little stumble. Y'all remember she sat down with that water bottle? I'm gonna have to redo that one. They said Mariah trying to put us at Fulton County. Mariah's really giving hater. Oh, Mariah, it looks burned.
That's the seasoning.
Mm-mm.
Oh, you eat on live. That's not.
Could you heat that up in the air fryer for me? Because it's almost time for us to be back in court. Mariah must be kidding. Erica is hilarious.
I think I'm married to these people. I don't even know.
Oh, I'm gonna have to say Princess C or Princess. Maybe I'll just call you Irving. The last names are different. Maybe I'll do that. Well, y'all said Paige was up there drinking and Colonel Sanders is up here sleeping.
Wonderful.
I don't know. Try there. Hold on, what time is it? Hold on, y'all. Oh, okay. I began confused when she called Miss J T. Well, that's her name. Her name is T. I'm sorry. What was Glanville doing? I don't know what Glenn playing with his dog. He was probably just playing with his dog. No, he was playing with his dog. Paige is Queen Spider. Tori. Everybody came in. Everybody just came in, y'all. Ex Mariah, she want that necklace. These comments going towards it.
What necklace?
When
My Tiffany necklace?
what
Tiffany
necklace?
necklace?
What necklace they talking about?
I sent you a Tiffany necklace. You probably told them about that.
I didn't tell. I don't even remember you sending me you sent me a Tiffany necklace to buy. Is that the necklace you sent me?
I don't know. I had.
Is it? It had your name on it.
No, not that one. I sent you.
That's the necklace I told them about.
The one with my name on it.
You gave me 2 options.
Mm-hmm.
See this?
Because you cut my necklace.
Now what? Now where did that come from?
That's why I asked you for it. I wouldn't have asked you for it if you didn't cut it, but you cut it.
I cut that necklace graduation.
No, you cut that orientation.
I mean prom. No, it's orientation.
Orientation. I still want it back. Look at my neck. Look at man. And what they say, ask me, and then how you?
I don't know. I don't even know what Tasha's talking about. I don't even know what Tasha's talking about. Tasha, see, this is what I'm. This is the problem. This is the problem. Remember, I told y'all this. There's one child I never have to worry about something because she's always sending something. Is this child? Y'all was cutting her bob, and it wasn't really a bob. I was just cutting her hair, and I accidentally cut it.
It was not no bob. I'm 19.
I didn't. I'm gonna replace Erica, but I don't know what she's talking about over here. They said first Mariah, then Bocce. Now, Terica, that wasn't that funny. You know I had messed her haircut up.
Don't compare me to that dog.
Mel, you just don't do right with scissors or clippers.
She done. I can see what she do when she trim my hair. Straight jealousy. That's all I feel like.
Now, so you losing it now. I'm trying to stay off Rice Street. Girl, don't speak for me. Wait a minute. What happened? Stay away from the scissors. Y'all, sometimes I mess up. I'm not a real hairstylist. These people know this. So a little trial and error comes with me doing your hair. Okay? A little trial and error.
How long is supposed to be in? Does it take 16 minutes?
No, put like 10 or something. You messed it up. No, you effed it up. Key. It's just, I only broke her necklace. Her hair was fine. It was really cute. Mariah, come here. Oh, well, Erica, I don't know. You saw Mariah's hair. Somebody at the school did her hair this time. And actually, I love it. No, she said, don't let nobody cut your hair. Remember that girl cut them tracks?
Oh, that girl cut my 30-inch tracks. She cut them up so bad. I cried.
Her hair looks really cute. She said, let us see your hair.
I don't know, like, why is it in reverse?
There you go. Look at me, not me doing this. No, you did, Shalon. We're waiting. They're starting at 4:15.
You have 400 people on here?
Is it 400 right now? No, you didn't miss it. You didn't miss it. Yeah, I loved it. I think her hair is really cute. And I love the price. They said after seeing that pic you posted, Mariah looks like her daddy. She does.
And whenever people say that I look like my mama, I just be like, y'all only saying that because y'all only see my mama.
She texted me the other day, guys. I was like, oh my God, you are so pretty. She responded and said, I may not look like you, but I get it from my mama. Who does that? Who does that? I may not look like you, but I get it from my mama. I say, girl, that's just say thank you. What do we need the extra for?
No, I don't. No, she said I am bald like my mama. She said I am bald like her.
She said, don't. Ash, I can't wait to tell Kylie.
Apparently it wasn't cute to her. That's ungrateful.
She looks like her dad. Oh, your daughter. Oh, okay. Mariah does. She looks like her dad and her grandmother. But it's cool. And she likes her dad and her grandma. Mariah messed it like her mama, too. I love your stream. I watch daily while working. Thank you so much, Jay, for being here. We appreciate you for being here. I really love you guys back because nobody wanted to talk about that closing. I didn't like it. No one wanted to talk about that closing. So of course, as we did, we have killed time. It's like 10 minutes until they get back. 10 minutes until they get back. Mel, you tell your daughter how you.
Y'all act like I be seeing that, and that's why I just like. Y'all know what? She be showing y'all the cute part. She don't show you the stretching and the actual working out. Y'all think she playing, but she don't ever be sounding like it. She mean business, y'all.
Mariah, you don't have to hate on your mom. That's kind of lame.
I'm hating. I'm saying you don't be playing in the gym because it sounds like you don't. I'm telling them you don't.
She's such a hater. Right. This is ma'am. First time I ever heard Mel because she's really being messy right now. Mariah, can you wipe Bart out?
They just took her out. Ugh, I don't like her like that.
She want to wipe. You have to wipe her feet. Mariah, we know she be playing in them folks' establishment. She don't need to show us much.
Wow. I wish I could tell y'all. Let me see.
My bad, y'all. I had to move. I had to switch spots. Because my y'all know my niece do lashes. Bart, you running. Too much going on up there. But hold on. Baby, what's going on in the chat? Bart, you sit down. Does anyone get to speak beside person hurt family afterwards? Do you mean like a victim impact statement? I think that's what she means. Maybe. No, I think Lisa means a victim impact statement. Is that? I'm trying to see what Lisa's talking about. Hold on. No, I think she mean like a victim, like if he's found guilty, will somebody speak? Does somebody get to speak about the guilty verdict? I'm trying to see if that's what she means, but I do think so. You know, kind of how like Miss Love was trying to like have that. No, Indy, I think that's what it is. Key, please go to bed. Please go to bed. I'm trying to say, I'm not saying nothing bad, please. No, Lisa, I don't. We just can't. We just don't understand the question. We just don't understand the question. That's all. We're trying to get you to explain it to us. Oh, they come back in like 5 minutes. Hey, Yates. I still don't get Eric, I went back. I still don't get it. Oh, Lisa, no, Reli's family has nothing to do with this, so they wouldn't be talking. They wouldn't be talking. They wouldn't be talking. They're not going to talk. Yeah, they're not gonna talk though. Nick, I was trying to go back to the first question. I just wasn't comprehending what she was trying to ask. But she said, "Is Reli's family is going to get to speak?" Allowing Reli's family to get up there and talk about his knuckles being scratched would be another a waste of time. But I don't put anything past Lewin, so there's that too. I don't put anything past Lewin. He might pull something crazy. Oh dang, I didn't have my phone, Erica. I have to go up there and get my phone. Yeah, that's what it means. Like having his family talk at this point would be useless. He's not dead. Why would we have him come up there? So no, I don't think they're gonna have him up there. Reli might try and get up there and cry. Hannah, that's if he's found guilty. Hold up. Oh my God, Erica. I think Joe's closing will make up for having to listen to Charlie Brown. I think so too. He almost did understand. Who? Thank you, Yates. Yates said the family isn't a victim here. And not to be mean, but impact on his knuckles being so Kay Tally, you're talking about his knuckles. I'm really interested to see how this is going to work when it comes to the civil suit because they don't even believe him. So in a civil suit, we know that the bar is lower, but you still would have to believe that it was a real gun. His injuries are very minor that actually could have come from him scratching his knuckles on something and not from being shot. And he even says he doesn't know. His testimony was, "I believe I was grazed." So there's that too. We can't just take it like if I doubt it, but if he's a victim when his family be up his booty trying to help. Well, he's not dead. A victim impact state, they're not impacted by his knuckles being scraped. Oh, I get. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. All right. Wait a minute, Tori. What? I got real thrown off just now. Lisa, I feel like you're asking if his family would be like hounding him, if his family would be hounding him to get this money or something like that. I just don't think they would because they probably think what he's doing is crazy too. They probably think what he has going on is crazy too. So I can't see them just I can't see them hounding him to do something they probably don't want him to do in the first place. So there's that too. So I don't know. No. Yeah, yeah, I hope I'm answering what you're asking correctly. I think that's what you're they said quit calling it an injury. But right, he only giving defense testimony. Yeah, he testified for the state. Ash, you being real messy. Your first day at work must be really great because you are being really, really messy today. I have scars on my hands. The knuckle picks make me feel a certain way. What do you mean by that, Hannah? Gemma said retire her cat. Okay. Okay. I don't what would Gemma say? My pimp lost his fame and can't buy my escort outfits. I don't think he was ever buying them. She was buying her own stuff. I don't think he was ever buying anything at all. So there's that too. There's that too. I don't think really ever. I don't think he funded anything. I think it all came from Gemma. She said, y'all, why did Lauren crime for their thumbnail of 12? He's on there with his eyes popped open. I said, now why would they post it? Why would they post it? I don't know. Erica, he lose that lawsuit. Gemma gonna be selling that cat like the folks in the middle of the mall. I told y'all Gemma is the pimp. Ronnie, you have been saying that. But what is she pimping? What is she pimping though? Jim said, get this man out of my house or hotel room, living accommodations. Etsy. What do you say? His living space. His living space. He didn't have anything to begin with. She said, I don't know what I'm talking about at this point. It's okay, Hannah. We didn't know. We were a little lost too. Just take a minute and collect yourself. That's it. Just take a minute, collect yourself, and then we just get back on board. He didn't have. Oh, I got you, Tori. Do y'all think Gemma? Oh my God, Erica. Y'all, where has this chat gone? I will say I feel like I have been all over the place. The chat is mirroring my actions today. Cause what? Don't tell that lady to take a minute and regroup. She said she didn't know what she was talking about. You got to do that sometimes. You got to do that sometimes. He couldn't buy himself an outfit. He's wearing the same thing the whole week. The chat is Nick. We've lost it. We've lost it. She good, India. We lost it. That was a legit question. She got to tune that thing up. Okay. Emmy, they're always late. They're always late. But why they late? I need to go get my phone. So give me just a sec. I need to get my phone.
Oh, really? Okay.
Then, there you go.
I don't know. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think Joe finna go next. Watch it stop. I think Joe about to go next, and why Joe's not gonna be first out because I do have my food finally.
Just a reminder to everybody in the audience, even though you have a phone, you're not allowed to be on your phone while the session.
He told Rhianna, I know you're trying to keep that little baby quiet with your cell phone, but ma'am, not in court. You're gonna have to give him a toy phone. You have to use cocoa milk and headphones.
Yes, John, it's on the elevator. All right.
Okay, y'all, they're about to start.
Trying to get ahead. I know.
No, they still not ready. You started like that. They're still not ready.
All right, what's that ready for your? Yes, sure.
Please, showtime. They told me I need to get him a toy. You better use this cell phone. Joe should be up next, Red. Key, I don't know. That's a good question because they're not even ready. Zakia, she thought she was eating with that with too. I haven't used Kumar before, but I've heard it before, and I've heard some good things about it. I'm gonna watch it. Right. She called him a fraud, but this real specific. Where you hear this from, right there? Because she gave him.
All right, we are back on the record. Our parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Tackett, are you ready to address the jury? Yes. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant, Rakim Mayers, now has, and he's afforded an opportunity to argue the case, if you will. I'm not going to argue to you, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is try and discuss reasonable inferences that we believe can be drawn from the evidence. What I'm going to do is something a little different. I'm going to cede the floor to the transcripts in this case, the testimony. So it's not in dispute, what I'm going to say. Ultimately, what will determine the facts and what's going to be important is you. And we can all live with that. You're empowered to do justice here. This is the great system of ours that works. And I'd like to, first and foremost, I'd like to commend and compliment Mr. Preslomit on what I thought was a fine argument this morning. I don't agree with much of anything he had to say, but I did listen intently, and I hope you'll do the same with me. There's a few things on what he said, though, I do have to just address immediately. And during his argument, because I didn't object doesn't mean I agreed. I didn't object once. I thought there were some misstatements of facts. I'll deal with that. But I'm not afraid of anything that was said or anything he had to say. I didn't want to interrupt him. I didn't want to object. I wanted you to hear where the arguments are. Let's see if they give me that same courtesy. He did, during his 2+ hour first summation, because they get 2 summations, you'll hear about that later. He didn't once mention the fact that their only witness in this case committed perjury again and again and again and again in this court. That wasn't mentioned once, not even dealt with. That's an important issue in this case, as you're going to see, because the case does rise and fall in its credibility, without question, without question. Detective Flores, their case detective, testified, and we'll put up this testimony in a bit, that without Reli, the 2 videos and the sounds, there's no evidence of a shooting. Could be, could not be. That's certainly not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So Reli's testimony is in fact everything. And Mr. Preslomit seemed very worried about what I'm going to say about Mr. Efron and his credibility. He understands that that case rises and falls with him. And he spent a lot of time anticipating what I'm going to say about it. One thing he said I would do, but I promise you I won't, is I'm not going to go through every inconsistency of Mr. Efron. We'd be here until Christmas. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go through the major lies he told, the admissions of perjury, the important facts that he told you that turned out to be lies. I'm not going to worry about some inconsistency he told about some statement he made 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We would be here literally for days on end, and I'm not going to do that. Mr. Preslomit said there's no evidence of a profit in this case. Again, we'll get to all this. There's definitely a lot less evidence of a real gun in this case than a profit. The facts scream out that it's impossible for what he had that night to be a real gun. The DA spent much of that argument, 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, repeating himself, repeating the same arguments again and again, sometimes in sarcastic tone, because the evidence isn't there. Look, together, hopefully, these discussions that we're going to have are going to be helpful in trying to arrive at a decision in this case, where you don't compromise, where you don't do violence to your conscience, where you do the right thing. And you're the ones who are empowered to determine what, in fact, is the right thing. It's you. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever in your life been falsely accused of it? Ever been falsely accused? Have you ever had to sit there and take watch proceedings or watch how it played out and wait, knowing that you're innocent, knowing that you didn't do it? All you can do during such a process is maintain your dignity. Isn't that right? All you can do is maintain your dignity. Knowing that you're innocent, but maintaining your dignity and remembering always that you're left in a crisis because you're contradictory. That's another reason why I am so proud to represent Rakim. He's a man who's maintained his innocence from day one, 3.5+ years ago, who's conducted himself with dignity throughout these proceedings from day one. I started off telling you about this case was all about my first lines out of the bat in the opening statement, seems like 1.5 years ago, was that this case was about Reli's jealousy, lies, and greed. I said that you'd see the kind of person he was in this courtroom, an angry, pathological liar. That he, and he alone, is the source of all the evidence that they are relying on. And this case would rise and fall in his credibility. take him out of the picture, there is no case. And as I promised, really showed you who he truly was when it came time to cross-examination. He's a man who told me without hesitation, I can tell people whatever I want. He said that actually to you. I was right out of the box, the first one that applying for this.
The fact that he finna show really on that stand throughout this, y'all, crazy.
You want the audio visual, please, Alex, come on, please.
I'm good, I don't wanna,
That's fine.
yeah.
We have an audio visual person in the court, we'll have him come up. Go ahead.
But
Sure.
okay, what you would have heard, what you may see one day, after Mark comes up and saves us once again, is him literally saying to you, I can tell people whatever I want. He's their witness, who you're being asked to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. I can tell people whatever I want. He's a man who literally gave 4 different answers to one question. 4 answers, 1 question. He said, yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know, in 1 question. That was a first for me. I've been doing this for a bit. That was the first for me. 4 answers, 1 question. Yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. He's a man who committed perjury before your eyes over and over again. A man who snapped, cursed, threw a water bottle while he was testifying, cursed in his courtroom. Threw a water bottle out of anger while testifying in the light of court with the judge, with the jury, with these terrific sheriff's deputies and bailiffs. That's what he had here. Imagine what he's capable of in the dark of night if he doesn't think anyone's watching. The evidence in this case has shown you that this case indeed rises on his credibility or falls on his credibility, and it has fallen hard. Before we start, I do want to thank you all. It's right to thank you all for your commitment and sacrifice in this case. It's not been an easy case, it's been a long, long case. It's been odd that not one of you have ever been late. Another first for me. Been doing this for a while, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. Not once have we been waiting for a juror. So your commitment and your sacrifice is extraordinary, especially in a 4-week trial. So we both sides thank you for that. I know that. But this is what this is about. This is why we love what we do. That's why I love what I do. It's an opportunity to come before people who are from the community, who are the conscience of the community, because you are the conscience of this community. And when I say community, I mean you represent the community of Los Angeles. Every part of the community, parts that are represented here, and parts that aren't represented here, Compton, Englewood. You represent all parts of this community. You set the standards, you tell us what's right and what's wrong with your work. Use your common sense to do that. And ladies and gentlemen, your work goes far beyond these courtroom doors. The evidence isn't there in this case. It's not even close. Again, appreciate Mr. Resloman's argument, but we're going to dissect the evidence now. Apart from Reli's testimony, the prosecution, just his testimony, I'm not talking about his physical evidence, apart from his testimony, the prosecution's evidence consists of videos, shell casings, and knuckle scrapes. And I don't know what else to call them but knuckle scrapes. I know they said, oh, he's going to call them knuckle scrapes. What am I going to call them? Bullet wounds? I mean, they're knuckle scrapes. Videos don't prove that case, they prove the opposite. Reli was the aggressor. in both videos, and we'll show you those, and we'll show you them slowly. The shell casing is not, sorry.
Mark says it's set up right, but he needs to.
Yeah, I'll stop for a second. You want to try it? Let's try it. Thanks.
Go ahead. You need back here?
I'll probably have 40 really videos queued up and ready to go. And then if Rocky walk over there to that man, I'm gonna know something. I said, I know he's not about to go over there and try to fix it. He makes me a little nervous, y'all. I thought Rocky was gonna go be IT guy for the team. Me too, because Joe wants to play some videos and they weren't playing. So the IT guy is there to fix it. Yeah, but there it is.
Thank you. You want to hang around for a little bit, or?
I know, right?
Okay. Thank you very much.
He made me nervous.
He was
I
wonderful.
thought the boy was gonna get up here. Let me try. Oh Lord.
There's no, I don't know. Since so long, I can tell people what about this. I don't get it, but no. There's no, I don't know. I don't know. Since so long, I can tell people what about it.
Okay. I think we already discussed it. I don't have to go back to it, but that was. You could take that down, please. Anyway, the shell casings and the knuckle scrapes mean absolutely nothing without believing Reli's story about them. They mean nothing without believing his story in whole about them. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how the evidence or lack of evidence shaped up in this case. Before we do, I want to make clear what Rocky is charged with. He's charged with 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic weapon. One for the altercation by the parking garage on Argyle Avenue. The other for the altercation is Del Mar, that fuzzy video that you see. The DA said you only have to decide if it's proper or not. That's it. That's all you have to decide. Very simple. Nothing else is in dispute. That is not true. That's not true. The judge just told you this just the other day. He said, as a matter of fact, that's not what you just have to decide. It completely ignores the self-defense and defense of others law that the judge instructed you on. But they see what they want to see. They say what they want to say. They hide from you what they don't want you to see, which is why they cut off.
Now I didn't say this, but did y'all catch when Joe said, "Listen, I wanted to object, but I didn't. I want them to get through it, and I hope they'll let me do it too." I said he's talking to Luann, and there's Luann right now objecting, and the judge had to overrule it. He's not going to let him get through it.
The end of the video on Vista Del Mar, and we're going to show you what they cut off. They cut off after Rocky's gone. After 12 is already running away. They cut off the part where Reli goes back and gets Ills one more time. Yeah, he's only using for a human shield. They cut that part of the video off. We did. We'll show you. The judge will instruct you. Each of those charges requires the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Another term I didn't hear much. 2 hours plus summation is the result. Beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky possessed a real operable semi-automatic firearm and that Rocky did not act in self-defense or defense of another. Beyond a reasonable doubt. And the evidence just isn't there. It's not even close in this case, guys. It's not even close. I'm here to gain respect for the undeniable fact that even now as we sit here, Rakim Mayers is presumed innocent. He's presumed innocent as we sit here now. I'm here to point out the numerous reasonable doubts that lurk in the evidence in this case. Because folks, please remember, the judge didn't tell you, he did already have some charges. All you need is one. All you need is one. I submit to you, there are hundreds of reasonable doubts in this case. Hundreds. You just need one. And the case is over. We have this idea of a reasonable doubt. It's not what we do in our daily lives. walking the street or talking to our friends or analyzing whether our kid's been truthful or friends been truthful. But it's something that's really important in this setting, in the courtroom, because it seems as a country that it has served us very, very well. People who founded this country, who are no strangers to controversy, and certainly no strangers to social danger, have created some of it themselves even. They knew that the surest and best way to guarantee the liberty of citizens was to make sure that if the government brought charges against one of its citizens, they had to prove. And if there was a doubt based on reason, there was a reasonable doubt, there had to be an acquittal. Had to be. What a reasonable doubt isn't, the judge said this to you in the beginning, like, again, 4 weeks ago, whenever that was. What a reasonable doubt isn't, it isn't he may have committed the crime, it isn't he probably committed the crime, it is I'm almost certain he committed the crime.
Look at the wind.
That doesn't carry it. It's I have no reason to doubt he committed the crime.
Look at the wind, y'all.
Beyond reasonable doubt.
Y'all look at Lewin. Lewin, what? Lewin looking at the judge like, come on, judge. Come on, y'all look. Do y'all see Lewin? Lewin, look at y'all look at Lewin. I'm gonna go back so y'all can look. Focus in on Lewin. Those of you that are working, y'all look at Lewin. He looking at the judge like he's explaining reasonable doubt. I don't even get this one. Okay, y'all look at Lewin. First, he looks at the jury. Then he look back. Then he tell the judge, like, come on.
It isn't he probably committed the crime. It is I'm almost certain he committed the crime. That doesn't carry it. It's I have no reason to doubt he committed the crime. What was proven beyond reasonable doubt in this case? Terrell Efron is a
Judge on ain't even looking his way.
compulsive liar and perjurer. That was proven beyond reasonable doubt. He lies without remorse. Folks, he even bragged to you about committing perjury. He literally did. And you're going to see it. As long as Mark is close by, the video, we're going to see him literally bragging about committing perjury to you. You know, this reasonable doubt, proof beyond reasonable doubt, you're going to hear me talk about it again. But the prosecution told you just now, Mr. Result.
Lewin is trying to get Judge Arnold's attention. Like, he's not even paying you no mind, Lewin. Let it go.
Said that the defense story is impossible. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't just say it. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not met their burden here, not even close, because they can't. It's a very heavy burden, and they've not come close. That's why they resort to making excuses, playing games, relying on possibilities, which is really funny because you were all here for jury selection, because you wouldn't be here if you weren't here for jury selection. See how smart I am? You were all here when Mr. Lewin in jury selection said, we'll never ask you to look at what's possible in this case. Remember that was like the closing remark in jury selection? We'll never ask you to look at what's possible. Yet, as we walk through the evidence together, you'll see all the possibilities they presented. Starting with that first witness out of the gate. Right here at the jury selection, boom! First witness, Zizzo, right out of the gate. Is it possible you missed the shell casings? You have to say, you never say anything about the word possible. You won't be asked what's possible in this case. First witness out of the box, Officer Zizzo, was asked, is it possible you missed the shell casings? Possible is not proof beyond reasonable doubt, nor are excuses. Why were there no fingerprints on those shell casings that Reli claimed to have found that night? Remember what Detective Flores said about that? Excuses. Well, you know, if it rained, if there was water, if there were cars, if there was wind. We'll go back to that. We'll review the evidence together, and you'll see that their excuses for not having proof really start stacking up. And in face of only possibilities and excuses, they resorted to playing games in an effort to win at all costs. not about justice for the state. It's about winning. Plain and simple.
Yeah,
It shouldn't be.
that's the
Overall.
problem.
Y'all, he couldn't take it.
And they play
Y'all, Lewin couldn't take it. He could not take it. He has tried. I know you guys have been watching because I said, am I seeing things? Maybe he's looking at that computer and I'm crazy. No, he's been trying to get Judge Arnold's attention. He has been trying to get this man's attention. He finally said, F it. I'm finna just say something. The judge said, overruled. Damn it. That man let y'all get through y'all closing, which was long and repetitive. He couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Kiara, he couldn't take it anymore.
games in this case that should offend you. And I'm going to take you, I'm not just saying it, I'm going to take you through. Not showing you evidence, embracing perjury of this Reli, trying to deceive you. Remember something I said to you in the opening. I said we're here to make promises both sides, but not like politicians' promises. You know, the thing where we promise you the moon, you vote based on our promises, and you see if we fulfill them. Here, we make promises in that opening statement. You get to see if we fulfill them, then you vote. Let's see what they promised compared to what we promised. They told you Rocky was the aggressor. His text messages show he was the aggressor. Got deleted text messages, we'll get to that. They told you that Rocky shot Reli with a real gun. We told you that Reli was manufacturing the story, deleting and destroying evidence. He was trying to extort Rocky, which came through. That Reli was the real aggressor. Rocky used the prop gun to defend himself. There are two hurdles that they have to overcome to get a conviction in this case. Two hurdles. They cannot overcome them. One is that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun. Beyond the reasonable doubt. Second is that Rocky did not act in self-defense for 12 year olds. Judge instructed you if the prosecution failed to prove the object in Rocky's hand was not a prop gun beyond the reasonable doubt, the case is over. It's over. Beyond the reasonable doubt. You can stop there. It's over. Judge also told you that regardless of what Rocky had in his hand, if you find that he acted in self-defense or in defense of 12 year olds, he's also not guilty. That's the law. It's not our argument. They bear the heavy, heavy burden of disproving self-defense or defense of another beyond the reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that they cannot carry in this case, not even close. Reli threatened Rocky, Reli threatened Schwelby, Reli repeatedly punched Gills and ragdoll Gills. I'm going to show you that again on the video. Slowly. You had it narrated to you, but you can see it on the video. Before we do that and talk about it, let's discuss why they can't overcome that first hurdle. First, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the object in Rocky's hand was real, was not what we're firing on, because they cannot, absolutely cannot overcome that. There is incontrovertible evidence and testimony in this case, and other evidence that shows you the object that Rocky was possessing was a prop gun. Unimpeached. Not a real firearm. And they asked why. First of all, remember, there's no evidence in the record that Rocky was licensed to carry in 2021. He wasn't. But Twelby and Lou told you it wasn't a real gun. Two people came in here, took an oath, and told you it was not a real gun. Lou Levin told you where it came from, that B&B music video, he identified it with Rocky and Rhianna from July 2021, right before. He told you he put a clip drawer on it, essentially a belt clip, to put the piece onto a belt to make it easy to carry. And he extended the magazine with a clear magazine to make it look more intimidating because the Glock he had prop gun Glock with 26 sword pits in a pocket. It was really small. So this was meant as a deterrent. Mr. Sloman told you that Lou Levin couldn't name the security guy who advised Rocky to carry a prop gun. He was never asked. And he didn't say security guy, he said Rocky's security team. Testimony you could, by the way, you can always have the testimony read back to you at any point. If there's any dispute, I know you guys are crazy ones. But if there's any dispute, we can always say, can we have that part read back of the testimony where Mr. Lemon talked about the security people who advised him, or whatever, type of that. So he never was asked, but he didn't say a security guy. He said security team, and he just said he concurred. He wasn't pretending to be a security advisor that they mocked him. They didn't ask him that, yet they just tried to argue that to you. Mr. Levin also told you that the prop gun didn't serve its intended purpose on November 6th, obviously, 2021. And Rocky gave it back to him, and he gave it back to this co-director from the DMV video when he went to New York next. He didn't remember if it was December, January, or whatever. By the way, we didn't bring in a picture of the DMV video. They're the ones with the burden of proof here, folks. They have the burden. The DMV videos were all to see. It's out there. They could have, if they wanted to, subpoenaed it. They could have burned it in.
Y'all, Lewin pissed. Did y'all see that? But he's making a great point. He doesn't have the burden. The state has the burden. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Why are they talking about 12E and Eels going to the police? That's y'all job. Y'all are supposed to do that. Why didn't they call us? That's your job. You're supposed to do that. He is so right. Why the hell didn't they go pull up that video? Why didn't they go pull up that video? Lewin is about to lose it. I think he's going to pop. Look at him.
It's on YouTube. They didn't do that. They didn't want you to see that video. Lou Levin told you he asked the co-director, this guy Haji, where the prop gun went. He did call him back after 5 months later when Rocky was eventually charged and then sued. And Haji, this prop gun guy, the director, co-director, said he didn't know that. He explained he had a studio, a big studio in common with other directors of these videos and films and whatnot. And he said it was a common space that had cameras, lighting equipment, prop equipment, and everything else that was barred and exchanged and whatnot between a bunch of people. That's uncontroverted testimony. And it was gone. The guy Haji couldn't find it. Don't think Lou didn't try. He did. The guy Haji said it was gone. And you heard the DA spoke. They told you. They told Lou. They spoke to Haji. They recorded it. They told him. And you know, if Haji said anything inconsistent with what Lou said, you're going to hear that thing.
Your Honor, we found out about it that day.
Oh,
There are no.
Now wait a minute. Who said it? Didn't I tell y'all he was going to lose it? Didn't I tell y'all he was going to absolutely lose it? You don't get to do that. You don't get to just blurt out shit like that. The judge has clearly said no speaking objection. And he does. Let me go back. Y'all know what he's talking about. People have asked, well, why didn't they have the prop guy come? If y'all wanted him there bad enough, you could have gotten him there. But he confirmed what Lou said. And if I'm on the jury, I'm wondering why you yelled out like that. And we just figured this out. Why? Why wasn't this part of your investigation? Let's go back.
They recorded it. They told him. And you know, if Haji said anything inconsistent with what Lou said, you're going to hear that thing.
Your Honor, we found out about it that day. It's improper.
There are no speaking objections. There are no speaking objections. I told you that. You will have an opportunity in your rebuttal argument.
Objection, improper argument.
Overruled.
It says it loud, people. It's going to get sustained.
Overruled. You will have an opportunity.
Judge Arnold said, what you say, since you got your degree and you think you know every damn thing, overruled. Baby, he is tired of him. But listen to what Joe says, y'all. He talks about Lewin's, like, how loud he is. Hold on.
Opportunity in your rebuttal argument.
Objection, improper argument.
Overruled.
It says it loud, people. It's going to get sustained.
Objection, improper
Sustained.
argument.
That is sustained. Don't do that, Mr.
Anyway, you were heard. You know, they knew about Lou Levin prosecution before this trial started. They knew before this trial started, he said that the prop gun came from a music video that could have looked like, and they could have looked prop houses, the music video, whatever else. They could have done it too. But they didn't say, oh, we didn't do it. Again, we have absolutely no burden to do anything. We did provide live witness testimony because examined. It wasn't a surprise to them. They didn't want to look into it because they knew what they were going to find. That's why you didn't hear anything.
That's a proper argument.
Luann, just stop.
Reli's words and actions on November 6, 2021 show you it wasn't the real gun. His words and actions show you. All the prosecution's objective evidence in this case, everything that doesn't come from Reli shows you this was not a real gun. Common sense also shows you it was not a real gun. On that last point, the prosecution would have you believe that Rocky, you saw that video.
Hold on, I need to tell BG. BG, what's going on? It's closing arguments. This is Rocky's attorney. He's giving his closing argument. The reason the chat's laughing and we just going crazy is because the prosecutor keeps objecting and how the judge is responding to those objections.
Shot a real gun at his friend Ills, who was right there. I mean, Ills was right there. According to them, he shot the gun, a real gun, at his friend Ills. That makes no sense. You saw the video. The second shot, Ills was right there. There's no way, even if that was a real gun, that Ills wasn't getting hit. That was real. There was no way. DA then said, well, why? Why would he get rid of the prop gun? He said, we haven't explained that. I think we did. I think Lou Levin explained that pretty well, pretty clearly. Remember, they didn't know 5 months later the police would come. They weren't thinking, oh, we better save this in case, I don't know, next year at some point I get arrested. That was the furthest thing from Rocky's mind. They did know that it did not serve its intended purpose. They did know that. So that was the end of that. Rocky got rid of that prop gun that didn't work and instead beefed up his security. So now he had to have security all the time instead of just going to events, even when he was his friends on the street. Of course, he didn't know the police were going to be involved 5 months later. As for 12B and Lou Levin, you heard from each of them. And before we get into what they said, let's talk about the process. What's supposed to be about the search for the truth. That's what it's meant to be.
BG.
It's not supposed to be about just trying to win. That's what it's not supposed to be about. Especially when you have the power of law enforcement behind you. It's the prosecutor's job to make sure that innocent people go free also. And it makes sense that all the witnesses come to your attention. All the witnesses come to your attention, as we had to do in this case. You can see that responsible citizens came in here as witnesses were often treated roughly and ridiculed. By Mr. Lewin.
Look at Lewin. Lewin looking at Anna like, you gonna let him call my name? But he's not lying. Joe is not lying here. Lewin looked up like, you ain't gonna let. Look at Lewin.
You don't treat witnesses who came in here, don't get paid to tell the truth, have no financial motive. You don't treat them like that. Just purely and simply because they're not saying what you want them to say in your version of what the truth might be. You don't do that.
Lewin finna do it, y'all.
Mark Twain very often once said, to a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That came to life. The prosecution embraced Reli in this case, though. Embraced it. He didn't even once mention to you all, okay, he perjured himself before you guys many times. Called things fake, that weren't fake. He lied to your faces. That wasn't even mentioned this morning. They defend him despite his despicable acts and his despicable conduct. And with our witnesses, Mr. Lewin carried to them like they were serial killers.
Oh, y'all look at Lewin here. Lewin, whatever.
And I mean Twelby and Lou. They were the polar opposites of Reli in every way. How they conducted themselves, how they answered questions. They weren't argumentative. They weren't disrespectful. They were compliant and they were responsive to both sides. To both sides. Compare those human beings to what you saw the week before that. They weren't belligerent. They didn't throw water bottles. They didn't curse.
We need more water bottle, y'all.
Reli, who couldn't answer any question straight, admitted to lying. And when he didn't admit to lying, got impeached with prior inconsistent statements. I'm not going to go through them all. You know, when you know the truth and when you tell the truth, you don't have to rehearse the truth. You don't have to get your memory refreshed. You don't have to be reminded of the truth when you know the truth and tell the truth. You don't have to be coached on the truth by the prosecutors. You don't have to have someone telling you how to answer questions like Reli was told in this case. You always get the truth right when you tell the truth. All witnesses answered every question without incident, without problem. They were consistent. They didn't get tripped up once. There was not one inconsistency. So the response to that is, oh, they were coached very well. I mean, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, I guess. Because if they had been caught up and tripped up and been inconsistent, and their truth was inconsistent, well then they're liars. Or they weren't consistent. But because they were so consistent and they didn't get impeached, they couldn't lay blow on them. Oh, they must have been coached. They were not coached, they were consistent because they were telling the truth. You saw that demeanor. They both told you, Lou and Twelby, both told you previously carried a problem for that 6-month period. Making being a victim of acts of violence. And Rocky had with him on November 6, 2021. And now Rocky's friends knew, he had friends. They didn't announce it to the world. Of course, that would be stupid to say, put a social media post out, carry a prop gun. In case you want to attack me, it's really only a prop gun. No, Lou said, and Twelby said, it was an immediate group of friends. The prosecution peppered Twelby with questions about a summary of what he told us, the lawyers. As if that summary contained his prior sworn testimony or prior recorded statements, but it didn't. That's why the judge said it was irrelevant to what Twelby saw in that document.
That's the improper argument.
Yeah, we gotta look up an improper argument after we get done because he said the fact that Joe just used the judge's words when talking to the jury about that summary, because remember, Lewin couldn't let it go. I know y'all remember, Lewin could not let it go. He could not let it go that there was a summary. Remember, he kept talking about 12 bullets, and I think ASAP Luz had 9 bullets. He could not let it go, and the judge had to say, it's irrelevant. And the judge just overruled the objection. He said overruled. Overruled, because I said that. I said this shit.
That's why the judge said it's irrelevant what Twelby saw in that summary document.
That is the improper argument.
Instead, the summary was simply something that lawyers have to provide as procedural discovery in this case. Look, when I hear this, they're going to try and pretend like we just came up with this prop in defense. Rocky has been saying that since day one. Here's the testimony of Detective Flores on this issue. Detective Flores was asked, was this something, when he was asked, because he was asked on direct about when did he first find out about the prop in defense? And he said, there were no deposition in criminal cases for the question before. Then I said, all right. So basically, what you were being asked when we're talking about that, you just found out about this prop gun. What you're being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case, correct? And he said, yes. So Detective Flores who was very honest, and I think they tried to do the job here, told you what that was about. See, if you just listen to the director in this case, it would make it sound like only 2 weeks ago, oh, there was prop claim. That's been since day one for Rakim. Discovery in a criminal case is what he was being asked about. I mean, you also heard that it was revealed before jury selection, the day, I think, before jury selection, no, sorry, the day before opening statements, that we got a ballistics report from them that was done over a year before. The day before opening statement, that you guys were empowered. Okay. Whatever. Goes crying and screaming. A year after they did it, Detective Flores said, we got it after you guys were empowered in 2025. Detective Zizzo, Sergeant Zizzo, now former police officer Zizzo, said on the witness stand, we may have missed it. We didn't search the whole street. I said, really? Looking at his report, I'm like, when did you say that for the first time? He said, today, this morning, he told them that for the first time. Okay. I say, oh, they just came up with it. This is real life. This is a trial. This is what happens. Sometimes witnesses remember things later, sometimes they don't. But I'm not accusing anyone of perjuring themselves like police officer Zizzo, because he just remembered that day 5 years later. You know, I mean, sort of odd. 5 years after that, he remembers they may have missed it. That's okay. Look, more importantly, as Toby told you, what he testified to here in this courtroom is what he told us previously and what he saw that night. Period. He was consistent, he was credible, unlike Reli, who actually contradicted his own recorded statements, and unlike Reli, who actually contradicted his prior sworn testimony over and over again. He committed perjury, he bragged about committed perjury. And the fact that the prosecution tried to make you believe that a summary was Shelby's actual statement when it wasn't. It's a game. It's another example of a game. Here's another one. The prosecution asked Shelby, how he knew it was a prop gun if he never spoke to Rocky about it. That was completely misstating what Shelby said on direct testimony. Completely.
Oh my God! Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Do y'all remember how he kept saying, how did you talk to him if you never talked to him about it? It's like, that's not what he said. I'm so happy Joe bringing this up because LeWin stayed in this area for like 15 minutes or so. I'm just trying to see how could he talk to you about something you never talked to him about? Like, he stayed here. I'm so happy Joe bringing this up.
Well, he didn't say he never spoke to Rocky about it. He said the opposite. He said they did speak about it prior to November 6, 2021, in September of 2021 in Harlem at that governor's ball thing. And after he first saw it at the DMV video, he said they spoke about it. But he was ripped apart. You never spoke to Rocky about that, you said. He didn't say that. What other games they play with 12B? You heard this one. You heard Detective Flores tell you that before 2 weeks ago, neither he nor any member of law enforcement ever tried to reach out to 12. 2025. This event happened in 2021. Before 2 weeks ago, before January of 2025, neither he, the lead detective in this case, or any member of law enforcement tried to reach out to 12. They knew who he was, obviously. But that still didn't prevent Mr. Lewin from asking 12 if before those last 2 weeks, didn't you get a message from us? Didn't you get a message from us? No, Mr. Lewin, you didn't get a message from me. Detective Flores already cleared that up pretty clearly. He didn't get a message from you. They knew he didn't contact 12. They knew they didn't try to contact 12 before 2 weeks ago. But he asked him that question. Why give a false impression? So somehow 12 ignored a message? That somehow 12 ignored a
Just a
message?
minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, look at the judge.
Disparity counsel.
Yeah, go ahead. There cannot be any disparaging, personal attacks.
So it's not personal then. It's a question was asked that.
There are-
Okay,
Do not debate with me.
Sorry.
About a ruling.
Yep.
Oh my God.
okay. Well, you heard the testimony, you saw what happened. You figure out what it was all about, but 12 was asked. Didn't you get a message from us
He sure was.
in the past? When Detective Flores said, no one left him a message, no one tried to reach him. So I don't want to disparage anyone, but you just gotta ask yourself, why was that question asked? If it didn't happen. Look, you know, what I say, the games, they're a constant theme in this trial. Here's another one. Prosecution asked 12B about photos taken in Rocky's bedroom, which showed Rocky's registered firearms and not a prop gun there. Those photos were taken during a search of Rocky's residence in April of 2022. 5 months after the incident on Vista Del Mar in November 2021. 5 months later. So the fact that there was no prop gun there means absolutely nothing. You heard there had to be a prop gun way before that. And here's this also. Think about this. And why was there no prop gun in the house? You heard why Rocky, for that 5-6 month period, carried a prop gun on advice of security. Because he'd been subject to episodes of violence. He had a stalker. His face was slashed. Home invasion, okay? But he'd been subject to violence. On the street, he didn't have a carry. Okay? So when he wasn't with security, he had this thing to hopefully deter people. At home, he had licensed firearms. Now, because a prop is meant to deter would-be attackers, unless in his bedroom, there aren't would-be attackers anymore. They're in fact attackers. And a prop gun would be useless there, obviously. Also, with the registered guns found in Rocky's house, I guess that the floors, if they were legally registered to Rocky, and they objected. They objected to that question.
And that's an improper argument.
Well, those in fact were registered to Rocky, legal. Others were registered to Lou, legal. Everything in that house was legal and given back to Lou Levin, who was there at the time of the search. They mocked Lou like he must have made that up. Not just Lou's magazine, the guns were legal too. They were, 2 of them were, one of them was, and 2 was Rocky's. You heard that from the paper. It was legal and registered. Detective Flores made it clear that the weapons found in Rocky's home were legal. So there should have been no dispute over that at all. Search of the truth is what this should be about. I'm trying to win at all costs. It's not a game. It's not a game. Certainly a game. It's not a game. In fact, prosecution did absolutely nothing, gentlemen, to impeach the testimony of Roli. Nothing. Yeah, he got loud and yelled at them a little. But saying liar, liar, pants on fire is not impeachment. You didn't move them off their story once. They were consistent. They stayed exactly consistent with their story the entire time because the truth is easy to remember. The truth is easy to tell. They were not impeached, not once. The fact of the matter is, by the way, it wasn't lack of trying. I mean, they were yelled at, they were berated. I mean, at one point, 12 spoke a dialect from his upbringing, from the street where he's from. And he said this thing, and I personally, I think he's one of the nicest guys I've ever seen. He said this thing where he's like, "You feel me? You feel me?" That was just a matter of speaking. But Mr. Lewin had to take that. Say, "No, I don't feel you." I don't really mean that, I can't feel it.
It's a proper argument.
Overall.
No need to mock a witness who came in here and was compliant and respectful. No, they were grilled both 12 and they were grilled about many, many things, including the financial motives of being here. And again, they don't contradict their testimony. I mean, Mr. Preslomic this morning spent a lot of time in their testimony, not about their misstatements or their inconsistencies or contradictions or their impeachments, but just repeated their testimony, but in a sarcastic voice, as if that makes it not true. That's not true. That's definitely not true beyond reasonable doubt. So anyway, the financial motive that they were both crushed on in their cross-examinations, 12 and Lou. 12 said zero. He went zero from him. For Rocky, nothing. He's got his own career, actually, pretty well. Lou said he makes a portion of his salary for Rocky, and he does, and he loves Rocky. They both love Rocky. So no one's trying to pretend to appear as unbiased with us. They love him. But it's an interesting thing, though. They were so concerned about his both of their financial motives. Not once did the prosecution take issue with the fact that their own witness, Reli, was here because of his financial motivation, and only his financial motivation. A $30 million financial motivation. But they're asking Lou Evans, don't you get 20% of your salary from him? Or that poor IT guy who had to fly from Paris. You made $20,000 last year from him, huh? I mean, that guy's looking $30 million for that. No disgrace. By the way, if Reli got his $30 million that he wanted, that he said repeatedly, they'd have no witness in this case, as you now know. Because he'd be on island somewhere relaxing while they were searching for him. Instead, Reli wants to use law enforcement as a money collector. Because he didn't care about the police. You heard him say that many times. And if he got his money, these guys go pound sand. They'll never find him. He's going to be on an island. And he told you how that process works. I didn't hear that thing. But talk about extraordinary bias that they just want you to ignore. They don't even mention that. It can't be, and it shouldn't be. But it's why we're here in this courtroom. It's why we're all here. What else should be ignored? Despite all the prosecution's efforts, despite the blistering questions posed to them, both Twelve and Lou Levin established these incontrovertible facts. They're not controverted, they're not contested. That Rocky was known to carry a pump by his friends. They didn't controvert that at all. The object in his hands on November 6, 2021 was a pump gun. Reli's own actions on November 6, 2021 confirmed that. 12B testified during the first altercation. Reli said something to the effect of, shoot that big ass gun, which explains his later conduct, by the way. Now, Reli said he didn't say that. So, now you have to see, who's more credible, more trustworthy? 12B or Reli? So that's what you have, the words of the two in that regard, in that one thing. And consistent with his knowledge that it was a fake gun, look what he did after the first altercation, which is impossible to get around for them. The first altercation by the parking garage, where he's claims he's pulled a gun, is pulled on him, a real gun, that he doesn't know is a fake gun. He continues to follow the guy who pulls the real gun and pointed him right to kill him. So think about that for a second. When you talk about a reasonable doubt or a doubt based on reason, think about that. That was so odd. I mean, he said, yeah, the guy pulled out a gun on me. I thought it was a real gun, and he threatened to kill me. So after he walked away, I decided to follow him. I don't follow him, berate him as I'm following him. Almost begging him to shoot me. Well, let's see, Detective Flores, but anyway, Detective Flores told the people about that. He testified. He said, that would be odd.
Did y'all hear that man say? That man looked to the back of the courtroom and say, "Well, I don't see Detective Flores, but Detective Flores, if he was there, what were you gonna do, Joe? Were you gonna ask him to stand up? Why would you look back there talking about, well, I don't see Detective Flores today? Joe is unhinged. He unhinged.
Things for Reli to do. It's testimony from his trial. Mr. Efron, on December 2021, you asked him why he continued to follow Mr. Mayers if he knew he had a gun, right? Answer, yes, Detective Flores. Question, because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do, right? Or odd thing to do, I didn't say, right? And Detective Flores said, yes. Of course, it's an odd thing to do if you know it's a real gun. Not so much an odd thing to do if you think it's a fake gun or a prop gun. And of course, when Reli was questioned about why he would do that, about being an odd thing to do, his answer was, Detective Flores questioned about it. Reli said, I don't know. That was his answer to Detective Flores early on when he questioned him. When you asked Mr. Efron why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing the gun, what he said was he didn't know why. So Detective Flores, and he said correct. Detective Flores questioned him about it, and the best Reli could do at that point was say, I don't know, I found it was real gun. Obviously, I don't know was all Reli could say because he knew he couldn't tell the truth. That was a problem. He knew that. That alone is reasonable doubt. That is a reasonable doubt. Woo. That's it. You just need one. Just one.
That's an improper statement of law.
I know he's sitting here.
In fact, the lack of evidence further shows that this was a prop. And you heard that the police found absolutely no evidence of a shooting at the scene whatsoever. Officer Zizzo told you that?
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I think the judge is keeping track of the number of objections, and I fear he's gonna call them after the trial and say, "Look, Luann, you got to get your shit together. You objected 57 times. Joe didn't even have any objections." Or he's gonna say Joe had 2 objections. You've got 57. This is no way to behave in a courtroom. He is keeping track. I don't like at first it was a joke, but no, he's keeping track after every objection. And what I am noticing is that he's not making 2 tally marks, he's just making 1. I mean, it could be that their names are there, but Joe didn't say anything. So he's not striking twice, he's only striking once. I think he's keeping track of the number of objections. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, he's gonna tell Luann 57 objections. He's going to say, y'all know what kids like to say, diabolical. He's going to tell him this is too much.
There was no sign of a shooting. There was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence at all. That's from the testimony at this trial from you from Officer Zizzo. Just recap. There was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence of a shooting was recovered at all. No, sir. So that was the guy who was there within 15 minutes. When you heard from the body cam footage from one of the other responding officers, turned out to be Sergeant John Cook, Officer Zizzo said. Sergeant Cook said, there's going to be no evidence for now. We have no victims, no hits, no evidence. That's the sergeant. Body cam footage, that's Officer Zizzo's testimony. Also captured on Sergeant Cook's body cam footage is him saying, as of now, or no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot. That's the testimony from you all in this trial. Again, So no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, is probably just a one shot, right? That's what he said. Sergeant Sisso said to us. Well, Sergeant Cook was close. It was actually 2 warning shots from the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution can prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. They cannot. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Not without Reli being totally believable. Not without Reli being totally believable. And he is not working. I don't think I need to spend much time arguing that. That's why, in addition to asking him about November 6th, 2021, which we spent some time doing, we spent so much time questioning him about his credibility. And I'm sorry he was on the witness stand for 5 days. The reason he was on the witness stand 5 days, I was only 2 total days with him. But the reason he was here that long is because he didn't answer questions. Like, the questions had to be asked on cross anyway. 3, 4 times. The judge had to get involved. That's why he was here so long. Well, because without him, when you question his credibility, it's not because I was having fun speaking to him. I wasn't. But when you question his credibility, it's because his credibility is at issue. Because without him and his credible testimony, the prosecution has 0 evidence of a shooting. They even had to prove, they have 0 evidence to prove that it was an operable gun, let alone a shooting. Consider that. What's the prosecution's evidence that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun? What's their evidence? Reli's shell casings, okay, those. Reli's knuckle scrapes, and the videos from the parking garage at 1616 Vista Del Mar and 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. But remember what Detective Flores said about those videos. First, he said, there's no evidence from 1616 Vista Del Mar of an actual gun being discharged. I asked him that question, and he said, correct. From that view by itself, no. Well, that's the only view we have of 1616 Vista Del Mar, that video. They're all there, and so like. Then, second, I said the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video. And in that one, you can't tell if it's operable, whether it's an operable gun, a real gun or not, right, Detective Flores? And he was honest. You first cited the fact the gun was displayed, right? Which you already told this jury that the gun that was displayed, the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video, correct? You already told this jury, by that video, you can't tell if it's operable, right? Correct. So if he can't tell it's operable, how are you supposed to do it? Detective Flores can't tell you it's operable. How are you supposed to tell it's operable? You have to believe Reli's story. All of it. And his credibility. Then, third, what else do they have? Well, sounds, those 2 sounds. Okay. The gunshot sounds heard on the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video could have been made by some kind of replica firearm, according to Detective Flores. He said, aside from a gun, I asked him, what else could make those sounds? An operable gun, I should say. And then he said, the sound I heard off the camera, I mean a firearm, some kind of replica firearm. He also acknowledged that a replica firearm could also make that sound, a starter pistol could make that sound. That's Detective Flores. It's a case detective. Let that sink in for a moment, folks, please. The prosecution's case detective told you the sound that they rely on to prove that Rocky had an operable firearm that night, beyond a reasonable doubt, could have been made by a non-operable prop gun. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all you need right there. In other words, the videos in and of themselves don't prove that what Rocky had was an operable firearm beyond a reasonable doubt. case detective producer that? What else does the prosecution have to rely on? Reli's knuckle scrapes. But even they don't believe that's a gunshot wound. Look what they said in their opening statement about Reli's knuckle scrapes. Perhaps they were bullet graze, perhaps they were not. Well, perhaps they were not. That's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Perhaps they were not. What else did they say in their opening about those scrapes? Whether the victim or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you will have to decide at the end of this case. They told you in opening statements. Really? Says who? Says who? They told you that because they themselves don't believe those knuckle
arguments. Stay. I've already read the jury instructions to you, and one of those jury instructions lists the elements of what assault with a semi-automatic pistol is. Each of those elements have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What those elements are, that is the law in California, is to what an assault with a semi-automatic pistol is.
One of the objections was actually to what you said what the prosecution wants you to do.
Overruled. That part's overruled.
Anyway, regarding the law, it's not about.
I know Luann Fizz. The judge did all of that. This how we know Arnold is up there not paying attention. He just explained something Luann didn't even object to. Luann, like, that. Thank you for that, but that wasn't my objection. And when he told me, he said, "Oh, overruled." I know Luann wanted to throw that tablet.
An element of the law, ladies and gentlemen. It's about the credibility of the only witness in this case, the prosecution. That's what that argument was about. The credibility. I mean, you have to. So whether it was a bullet shot or not, or a scrape from the floor, it does matter. It does matter. Of course, they don't want you to consider that. Because first, whether Reli was truthful about his injury goes to his credibility. Credibility, not about the elements of the law. It goes to his credibility, whether he's truthful about the nature of the injuries. And second, whether or not Reli was actually injured by a bullet is something important to consider in deciding whether Rocky had an operable firearm or a prop gun. Those are the two reasons I just brought that up to you. Those are the two reasons. So I disagree with him. You do have to consider whether he was hit by a bullet or not, because he said he was. At first, anyway. Because obviously a prop gun can't cause that injury. So was that a gunshot wound? Of course not. Of course that wasn't a gunshot wound. Even Reli couldn't tell you those scrapes were definitely from a bullet. At least at trial, couldn't tell you. Look at his testimony when discussing whether he was grazed by a bullet. I guess whatever is left from the bullet or the floor or whatever, I don't know. I can't see. Okay. So it's either what was left from the bullet or the floor. Well, I guess it could have been the floor. I don't know why I can't see. It's not what he said in his lawsuit. Lawsuit, he said he was shot. And he wants $30 million because he was shot. Now maybe it was the floor. I mean, does the truth mean anything to him? Does the oath mean anything at all? He really doesn't believe what he said to you at the beginning. I can say whatever I want, do whatever I want. That's that.
Joey's hilarious.
And that's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt of you. Reli said it could have been the floor. Of course it was the floor. When he was punching Gills, of course it wasn't the floor. It's on his left hand. Reli said he was lefty. But regardless, there's no bullet in the world that could have done that. I mean, think about it. It scrapes the top of one knuckle, does a bit of a dive to the second knuckle, does a real deep dive to that third knuckle, and then scoots along. And that would be one heck of a magic bullet to do that.
No, for real. For real.
Just looking at those knuckle scrapes, no one has to be an expert in anything to know they are not from a bullet.
He said anything, y'all.
Yeah. You want to put them up for 60, yeah?
So basically, my little 5-year-old needs to tell me that man fell on the ground. Is what Joe is telling me. No, we ain't gonna be up there for 8 years. Y'all were 8 hours. I'm saying 8 years.
Boy,
How would a bullet do?
$30 million. There's no one with eyes in the brain. I think that's a bullet. That's what he said. Raised by the bullet. Now he said bullet floor. Bullet floor.
Yeah, Joe said no one with eyes and a brain would say that's a bullet. That's from a bullet fragment.
I mean, he still brought a lawsuit against Rocky, claiming he required necessary medical attention from that bullet wound. Bullet wound, like he said. Ridiculous. And it, by the way, it's the same knuckles you saw in his boomerang Instagram video he posted on his manicured hands, which I think we showed to the jury. We have that? Okay.
I'm not up to manicure him. I noticed that his hands were manicured. It looked nice.
That's a permanent injury.
Now, Joe. Y'all, this is not the video I thought Joe was about to play. Joe know he's messy for this. Y'all, this is when y'all remember this. We saw this on his Instagram page. You guys remember this video.
But only $30 million would take care of. He first told the police that he treated the scrapes by himself the day they occurred. That's what Officer Anderson testified to. But then days later, after traveling all the way back to New York cross country, he first went to a hospital in New York for medical treatment. Here he said, because he doesn't trust anything that in Los Angeles. Why did he go to the hospital in New York? Not because he required medical treatment for those scrapes, but because the detective on November 9th, 2021, told him during an interview that he needs to get treated because this is the type of case this is. This is Detective Floyd's testimony. Her statement, Detective Manfred, was that he needs to go to get medical treatment because of the type of case that this is. Correct? I believe that's correct. So a detective is telling him on November 9th, you need to go to a hospital, get treated because of the type of case that this is. Normally, tell someone to go to the hospital because they need medical attention, not to manufacture a thing in a case. That is offensive, and it should be offensive to you because of the type of cases that you should go to the hospital. Make it look like you require a hospital visit. You know, it's bad enough that the prosecution main, and I say only witness, manufactured evidence in this case. You don't need to manufacture a hospital visit. But he did just that with shell casings also, manufactured evidence in this case. The only evidence they presented to try and establish that Rocky had an operable firearm. I'm going to take you through this. It's not going to be a stretch, and certainly it's multiple reasons of doubt in this. You heard a lot about those shell casings in this case. What you didn't hear was what the police was at the police found. You didn't hear that because that didn't happen. The body cam footage introduced at the very beginning of this case, first witness Officer Zizzo showed that the police responded to that scene at 10:32, less than 15 minutes after the incident. Officer Zizzo told you there were 7 police officers there. You saw them on the body cam video, by the way. And you saw, Officer Zizzo told you, 7 officers were searching the scene for any signs of a shooting with flashlights. Those big police searchlights. For how long? Detective Flores told you, about 20 minutes they were there for searching. That's 7 minutes, 7 officers times 20 minutes. That's 140 minutes of manpower right there. 7 officers for 20 minutes of trained police officers searching with flashlights for any signs of a shooting, including shell cases. They found nothing, absolutely nothing. You heard the stipulation at the end. The stipulation means we agreed, the defense and the prosecution. At the end of the case, just before the judge's instructions the other day, it's Tuesday, right? It's the last day of Tuesday. The stipulation between us and the prosecution that a prop gun would also have ejected cartridges. But importantly, that stipulation makes clear that the shell casing recovered in this case did not come from a prop gun. That's for sure. And of course not. Lou explained that as well. That prop gun ejects blank cartridges. And bear this in mind, this is important. This part is important. The police came looking for evidence of a shooting. They were looking for those steel metal jackets, those shell casings. There was 0 evidence on this record. 0. I can find them to show anything on this record whatsoever regarding what those blank cartridges look like or how they were ejected from a prop gun. There was 0 evidence.
That's the improper argument. It misstates the evidence in the case.
Oh, it does not?
Just, I don't recall every word that has been stated by every witness during the entire trial. So I don't know if it misstates the evidence or not. If this is something that's important to you, then you can ask that the court reporter read back. Right?
Now, let me tell y'all what just happened. Let's tell y'all what just happened. So you do know Megan Kunis, and I was telling you, me and Mel, I'm not a lawyer, but we were kind of having a discussion yesterday about the shell casings from a prop gun. What Joe is saying is when the police were out there, they were looking for real bullets, like live shell casings. They had no clue that what had been shot was a prop gun. So when they were out there, their mind is not to, oh, here goes some, he said it shoots out blanks. Their mind was not thinking to look or search for blanks or a prop gun bullet. They were looking for those shell casings. So he's kind of insinuating they could have seen the prop shell casings and overlooked them because that's not what they were out there looking for. That is how Joe is trying to explain away them not even finding shell casings from a prop gun. And so Lewin is like, hey, no, he's misstating. I think he said improper testimony or evidence. I forget which one he said. But this is funny to me. The judge just said, listen, I don't know. I can't remember everything people said in this trial. If you think this is important to you, what he's saying right now, you can ask the court reporter and we will have her read it back to you. Because he's saying, Lewin, I can't keep this improper testimony evidence. I can't keep ruling on that because I don't know. They say he was asleep again. He's just saying, listen, if this is important, what Joe is saying and what Joe was just testifying to, hey, they weren't out there looking for this. It's not my fault. They were looking for a real gun because it sounds like a real gun. But the judge said, if this is important to you, I'll have it read back for you.
I'm misstating the evidence. They get to speak last. I asked him, show the evidence of what the casing from a prop gun looks like. Show the evidence of that to you. I don't want him to state the evidence. So there, I lay that challenge down. Show the evidence. I don't want to say, show it. There's no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank cartridges look like or how they would have ejected from a prop gun. No evidence of what they would look like. Okay? There's no evidence regarding what material those blank cartridges would have been made of. You heard about paper and plastic from Lou Levin. paper and plastic, or how far or in what direction they would have been ejected. There's no evidence of that at all from the prop gun, or whether they would have still been intact or not from a prop gun. You heard no evidence of that.
He's not lying.
In other words, there's been no evidence whether the blank cartridge from Rocky's prop gun would have been observable to the police as the shiny metallic shell casing from a real firearm. No evidence of that. And they had plenty of opportunity. They had a ballistics expert.
Joe was on his Zoom, y'all. Joe was on his Zoom. He knew people were out here. Once ASAP Blue said that, he had to explain this. I didn't know if he was going to touch it, but I'm happy he did.
Heard it here. He could have told you, oh no, blank cartridge shell casing looked exactly like 9mm shell casings. They're steel. They could have done that. They didn't ask one question about that. They didn't ask Detective Flores one question about that. They asked our witness, Lou Levin, about it, who's not an expert, but he knows enough. He gave an honest answer. He said, yes, they do eject. Talk about paper, bullets in the front, describe what the casings look like at all, or how, if they would have split or not split, or were they shiny metal things that, like those 9mm shell casings? In any event, the police found nothing, no evidence of a shooting whatsoever, no bullet holes, no blood, no damage to any one of those cars, which would have almost been impossible. No damage to any one of those cars in the parking lot right there. And of course, no shell casings. This bears emphasis. The police found no shell casings whatsoever in 140 minutes worth of combined searching with searchlights. But Reli wants you to believe he found it by himself with a cell phone flashlight in 2 to 3 minutes. An hour and a half later. Flies in the face of common sense. Defies reason. And what does the prosecution do to try and get around that devastating fact in their case? They suggest that the police didn't know where to look. They actually asked, was it possible you missed the shell casings? As you sit here, can you say to a certain, that's them questioning their witness. Can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar? Answer, I can't say. I may have missed something. It's possible. Again, it's possible. We've already discussed jury selection, what you were being promised about, never hearing that word here. They broke that promise on the very first witness. Possible is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but neither is their exercise trying to excuse the officers possibly looking in the wrong place. Possibly looking in the wrong place. They actually told you in their opening statement that the officers didn't know exactly where to look. They said that to you in their opening statement. They didn't know exactly where to look. But the one problem with that excuse is there's a video. There's a video and body cam footage that show the police in the location exactly where to look. Exactly where to look. Here's the side-by-side images. Okay, there's you. Right, jump up here on. Does everyone see my blocking? Okay, so here's the officer searching. Right there. There's that orange wall I keep saying. This is where it will happen, right here, right here. And they're searching right there with these flashlights. Now there's this person who Reli first swore was him. To you all swore was him at 11:09, and then said it wasn't him, but it was him at first. But some dude's coming back here at 11:09, right across that orange wall where they're searching. Anyway, you also know this is where the tussling happened and the prop gun was shot. Do we have a shot of from the video where that was? Or do you have to do that? Yes. We'll do that later. But anyway, we remember the wall here, and we'll show it's near the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, and this is where, at one point, you saw Twelby run into. What happened right here? They're looking in the exact right spot. But we didn't know where to look. They just said that they went over. They had these videos. They're their videos. So regardless of how far blank cartridges may eject or what they may look like after being fired from a crop gun, one thing is certain. The police searched that exact same location that Reli said he was at on that video when he returned to the scene, or now he didn't return to the scene because now there's no evidence that he returned to the scene at all. Well, it's in trouble, just a sign of breaking. But no evidence that he returned to the scene at all. Well, it's in trouble, just a sign of breaking. 5 minutes.
Baby, the judge ain't playing with that time either. We have to cut him off.
Anyway, it's the same exact location. I don't know why they said the community mistake. They didn't know the location. They were there. They got lucky because they hit the exact spot where Reli, Rakim Hills could be seen at the moment of the shot. Police didn't find Reli shell casings. Impossible for them to miss that. 7 officers, 20 minutes, searchlights. Impossible. Those were not there 15 minutes after this event. They were not there. So what does the prosecution do? And Reli then, what does he do? They change their story and say now, maybe that wasn't actually Reli on video after all. They did it right here in front of you. That was all right in front of you in 2025. Because as part of his testimony, and I wasn't even involved yet, that was all Mr. Perslomic, he said, yes, that's me, 1109 now. That's me, yes. And this was all right, You sure? I'm sure.
Let me tell you guys something. Do you guys remember when he was the younger prosecutor was questioning Reli, and that was something we were like, damn, is he trying to impeach Reli? Because his questions were given, he was trying to impeach him. He is the one that said, "Are you sure that was you? Did you go change clothes or something?" He knew it wasn't Reli, and then Reli go, "Oh yeah, that wasn't me." Joe is saying that he said it wasn't even me. I didn't even bring this out. That was him who brought it out. That was him who brought it out. It wasn't even me.
Well, weren't you wearing a black hoodie before and that looks like a white hoodie? Yeah, I probably went and changed. So it was only how to impeach his own witness. And you'll see what happens. Once again, they say possibly. There was possibly additional. So the solution to that now, being him now, because he swore he came back. So I asked Detective Flores, what's this, guys? Oh, this is Reli's thing. Okay. Right, that's where he said, yeah, that's me. Okay, I just said all that to you, but there it is in the transcript, just in case I brought up. I get that up at a whole cloth. I said, yeah, I'm sure. So, they said, just to you just now, a little bit by this one, that I made a mistake to you in my opening by saying that was Reli. I made a mistake to you. Reli swore on the oath it was him to you. But I made a mistake in my
I hate him so dramatic because he really just ate there. They did say that he made a mistake. Joe said, no, baby. This man said this under oath. So I trusted that what he was saying was truthful. And now yet again, we see that he's a liar.
He swore to you under oath it was him until he changed. Until they impeached their witness and got him to change his testimony. That, oh no, it wasn't me. In fact, that same person in that video was there between 11:09 and 11:11, which is about 2 minutes, the same length of time Reli said he had returned to the scene for. You also heard Detective Flores talk about that. And he told you that the time of 11:11, when the person in the video enters, is consistent when Reli told the police he returned to the scene. Of course, there were multiple problems with that story. First, he said that his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, was with him at the time he supposedly searched the area and recovered those shell casings. You know the video doesn't show you that. Not that video. What other problem does the prosecution have with Reli's story about picking up shell casings? The photos, which Reli claims he took at the scene, were timestamped on his phone. And they showed the photos were actually taken at 11:40, between 11:45 and 11:48 p.m. That's more than a half hour after he said he was there. Half hour after he said he was there. So, make no mistake about it, the prosecution realized they had a problem with their evidence here, a big problem. So despite that fact, they took the position for years that that guy who came back 11:09 with Reli, returned to the scene in that video, and despite the fact that Reli told you at this trial he was sure it was him, the prosecution then impeached their own witness to get him to say, no, that wasn't me. And because Reli, let me see, hold on a second, I know you want to break. Maybe about 5 more minutes, so one stop now.
No.
Okay.
2:45 is when we break.
Yeah, let's do it now.
All right, folks, we'll take a break until 3 o'clock. Please be outside the courtroom doors at that time. Please don't discuss the case, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
How are you all feeling about Joe's closing so far? I've seen some of you guys like, oh, he should speed up. There's like so much to go through. You know, I think he's going to probably take all of his time, but I do like how he started out kind of talking about what he felt like the prosecution tried to say. And like, let me start with some of the stuff I just need to address right now. I like that. So what do you guys feel? Masterclass. Joe is laying it all out there. I agree with that. Joe said a liar can't call me a liar. He did. T said Joe is killing it. Are you guys okay? Let me ask this. Do you guys really feel like he's doing a good job, or do you think y'all just want this side to win? Hold up, y'all. What LaWin crying about?
Win at all costs. I'm talking about the state. Mr. Prislenek never said anything about the lawyers. I'm talking about the defense. The defense has said as follows: we're trying to win at all costs.
Y'all, I got it. Y'all, LaWin not type. LaWin is not typing his closing, y'all. He typing everything he objects to that Joe is saying. LaWin is typing all of the shit Joe has said that he objects to, y'all. Y'all, this is crazy.
We only care about winning, not just.
Can I sustain that objection?
No, you did not until the 4th time I asked it, Your Honor. I objected 4 times. Let me continue. We suborned perjury, stated.
Y'all, that man said, no, you didn't, Your Honor. Not to the 4th time, but let me continue. It's more, y'all.
3 times. I objected each time. We could have called the worst of them all. We could have called Haji. The court knows we found out about him that morning. The court made a finding that their discovery violation was not inadvertent. That means it was intentional. That means it was not accidental. They got up here and just told this jury that they didn't hear from this witness Haji, that we could have called him. The court knows we have a hearing about it. It's been very clear. The court found that they were not honest in what they provided. They were not honest about when they actually turned the information over. And now he's up here and able to argue that. And when I object, basically I'm told it's overruled. I mean, Judge, the problem is the court made these findings. The court said you could not disparage lawyers. Let's be clear. Anything that he had said was true. That we suborned perjury. That we don't care about justice. Those are reportable issues to the state bar. The court knows it's not true. I know you know it's not true, Your Honor. I assume he knows it's not true. And then finally, he has repeatedly misstated the standard of reasonable doubt. There is no standard whatsoever where you can say that each one of these are, quote, reasonable doubts. That is not a correct standard. The standard is looking at all the evidence in total. Did the people prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt? It is improper to say, if this fact is wrong, that is, quote, a reasonable doubt. You can argue that that evidence is important enough, etc. So they're misstating the reasonable doubt. But more than that, Your Honor, they're disobeying the court's order about disparaging other lawyers. I object, the court lets it go. Then
No,
they have-
wait a minute, I don't let it go. If I see or I think that Mr. Tacopina is disparaging you or you are disparaging him, I will put a stop to it.
Judge, I objected 4 times. You overruled all my objections. You finally sustained an objection.
He said it
and
twice.
the court sustained the objection. I made clear that my issue was the second part of it, which had to do with they were in essence disparaging both of us. Your Honor, I mean, it's not a hard question. They're saying we suborned perjury 3 times.
You do.
Your Honor, that's improper. It's misconduct.
I didn't hear that.
Because he's not
Your
listening.
Honor, it's in the record. 3 different.
It's so funny because he didn't hear it because he is not listening. That man is doing everything but listening. Why do you think at some point he just told the jury, I can't remember everything they say. If something is said and you think is important, let me know. I'll get the court reporter to read back. The man is not listening. He is tired. He is zoned out. That man, y'all know what that man doing up there? Y'all remember Reli was on the call talking about, I'll have my toes in the sand, relaxing. Colonel Sanders is thinking about his trip to the Bahamas when this case is over. His toes already in the sand. That man is asleep half the time. I didn't hear that. He didn't hear because he's not paying attention.
Every time he said we suborned perjury. I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on. Kathy, is that said?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
If it was said, then I should have stopped it, but I don't remember if it was said. You have made so far 9 objections, 6 were overruled.
Hold up, y'all. Not only is Judge Arnold keeping track of how many objections this man makes, I imagine he got a list that says objections. He got them objections. He has what's overruled and what's sustained. He is keeping track of everything that he's doing. Y'all, that's why he's up there keeping tally. Where is Aaron? Y'all, Aaron was like, I think he's keeping track of it. And then I'm like, well, Aaron, he did say he was going to do that. But then I start to think it's a little bit more than just objections because he is on it. Even when Joe wasn't saying anything, he was still writing. Y'all, that's sad. And whoever said, I hope we get to see it. Here you go. Here you go. But I got to go back, y'all.
If it was said, then I should have stopped it, but I don't remember if it was said. You have made so far 9 objections, 6 were overruled, 3 were sustained. So therefore, what?
The problem was, I believe the first 5 I made were all overruled. The court, Your Honor, I've been in front of this court for 30 years. The court knows who I am. The court knows what my ethics are.
And that's why he knew.
I'm not going to sit here and tell the court that I'm objecting when he didn't say it. He said repeatedly, we suborned perjury. Your Honor, that statement in and of itself is severe.
All right. Can you, in the break, can you state, if that was said, then I'll bring it to the attention of the jury. That's an improper statement.
This is what I'm asking. Mr. Tacopina can go after our witness if he wants. He can even misstate the evidence. What he cannot do is he cannot argue, A, why we put a witness up there. He cannot say that we suborned perjury. He cannot say that all we care about is winning. He cannot say that this is supposed to be the pursuit of justice. The prosecution doesn't care about that. He has said all of those things.
I feel the judge is right, and I wish you would shut the fuck up. You whiny little crybaby. Because what is he writing? He's not what is the judge writing now?
He needs to stick to the evidence in the case. Either he doesn't know California law or doesn't care. And Your Honor, the court's already found, and the worst of them, and I want the court to instruct, he got out there and argued why did you hear from
Louis,
the court knows Your Honor is in the case.
There ain't no way Louis about. He got up there and he argued. Louis, baby, you gotta let it go. Whoever said Louis used to get stuffed in lockers, whoever said Louis was the kid that said, class can't be over, you taking up homework. You were absolutely right. Did y'all see him? He got up there and argued. Louis.
Either he doesn't know California law or doesn't care. And Your Honor, the court's already found, and the worst of them, and I want the court to instruct, he got up there and argued, why did you hear from Haji? The court knows, Your Honor, the court made a finding.
But you're repeating yourself.
Well, will the court do something about it? Will the court instruct?
Joe just got up there and told the jury that old boy's opening was so repetitive. He said he took so long, he kept repeating himself. He doesn't have evidence. What the judge should tell him? He said, damn it, you repeating yourself there. You're repeating yourself. Let it go. Let it go.
That was improper argument.
Can I respond?
No. Failure to call logical witnesses is permissible. You're going to have a rebuttal argument. You can address it in your rebuttal argument as to why you didn't call it.
Your Honor, this all and I'll just last I'll say it. The court knows what happened. We've had many hearings on this, etc. They knew the evidence. They presented it late. They had repeated orders to turn over statements. He got up and said, that's not the statement of the witness. 1054-3 is very clear. What they gave us is supposed to be the statement of the witness. So when he's standing up saying, well, that's not his statement, that was his statement, that's what they had to turn over. So yeah, Your Honor, I can go back and I can go and argue in court and say, well.
See, and here we go again, y'all. He's going to spend 15 minutes on the summary. That was not his statement. It was a summary.
It's just both sides are arguing, but Your Honor, there are rules for a reason, and we follow them. You have not found one instance in this case, not one, where the people did not comply with discovery, where the people did unethical. You already found.
Now, see what's gonna piss me off is the fact that Lewin gets to say that when yes, we did. Because what about that ballistics report that you really want us to believe that man found the day before? Like, let's clock it. What about the ballistics report? You want us to really believe that the lead detective found the day before? I don't like how he told Joe he couldn't say anything when what Lewin is saying, he should be able to at least make the record. He should at least be able to say something.
You use the words, it was not inadvertent. Non-inadvertent, Your Honor, means they lied and they intentionally did not give us.
I don't agree with that. That's not. It doesn't mean he lied.
Your Honor, non-inadvertent.
Don't argue with me. I don't think it means he lied. I just said it was not inadvertent. That's the extent of my finding. It was not inadvertent. I'm not going to debate with you whether they were or were not lying. I don't believe it was a lie. I want to give the court reporter a break, and we'll take a break until 3. What?
I'll give you. I have to just respond.
Yes.
One thing I don't want to upset. So we can do.
You're not going to upset me.
No, I'll be quick. I don't want to give her a break. I'm sorry. But there were some things that were said that were just wrong. First of all, they called our witnesses liars in their summation. So I'm calling their witnesses a liar, which he admitted to be, by the way. So I mean, if our witnesses are lying, and I put them up there, obviously they're saying we came up with this Tottenham story. So they're saying I object. They say I'm supporting her. That's what they're saying. Number one. Number two, I can't say that they want to win at all costs. That's fine. I can't say that. I don't think that's an improper argument. If you say it is, I won't say it again. But the other thing, Your Honor, I didn't argue that wasn't a statement. I said it's not a sworn statement of 12B, and it's not a recorded statement. I said it's a summary. I'm accurate in describing it. It is a summary. I'm just going through what I said. They disparaged our entire defense, mocked it. So I'm giving them a little bit back.
Now see, y'all be wanting me to lay off that man, but why the hell is he standing there like he's a member of the Black Panther Party? Why did they cut to Rocky and Rocky standing there like he ready for Joe to just tell him, go handle my business? What the why is Rocky standing there like that? I was not expecting for the camera to cut Rocky looked like he is armed security. Rocky looked like he is paid to protect Joe. I think he learned a thing or two from November 6th because he is in full bodyguard mode.
I don't think I'm doing something.
You want to interrupt him when he didn't interrupt you?
You know, and the thing that he said though, first of all, I disagree. I think one fact of relevance would be a reasonable doubt. If the jury finds he's incredible on one thing of importance, like the shell casings, that's a reasonable doubt. If they so choose, it's up to them to decide what a reasonable doubt is. That could cause them to find not guilty. That's up to them. But it certainly is an argument that can be made. They can say, no, it's not a reasonable doubt. But I can make that argument. I know. But the last thing, I think Mr. Lewin's hearing failed for a second. Because for one thing, I know he has an issue with it.
Y'all, Joe said, I think Mr. Lewin's hearing is failing him. You know, I know he has issues with it. Like,
one thing I never said was they could have called Haji. I wouldn't do that. I didn't say that. They could check the record. What I said was they spoke to him that morning. They had a recording of Haji. That was brought out to Lululemon. I said, if Lululemon was inconsistent with Haji, would have heard the tape. I didn't say they could have called Haji. I can show you where I said that. I would never have said that. We could have called Haji. He wasn't going to come. So I never said that. I just simply said what was on the record. Anyway.
But if it was said, Mr. Lewin can address it tomorrow. If it wasn't said, then there's nothing to address. All right, we're off the record. I want to give Kathy a break.
Just Lewin, I don't even have time for you. Y'all. The trial that keeps on giving. Y'all, they wouldn't have made it through a year-long case. Oh, they would not have made it. They would not have. Baby, they said Rocky looked like he has Joe back. Y'all, I just want y'all to see what I was seeing. Because let me see what time it is. So let me see, because I was a little behind, but not a lot behind. I'm only 2 minutes behind. I just want to show y'all. And Joe popped up.
You have not found one instance in this case, not one, where the people did not.
Arguments to the line, and I put them up there. Obviously, they're saying we came up with this Tottenham story. So they're saying, I object, as they sound supportive, but that's what they're saying, number one. Number two, I can't say that they want to win at all costs. That's fine. I can't say that. I don't think that's an improper argument. If you say it is, I won't say it again. But the other thing, Your Honor, I didn't argue that that wasn't a statement. I said it's not a sworn statement of 12 feet. It's not a recorded statement. I said it's a summary. I'm accurate in describing it. It is a summary. I'm just going for what I said.
Hold on now. She's saying court start back now. The judge just took a break 2 minutes ago. Yeah, he just took his break 2 minutes ago. I just want to make sure. But I thought he just took his break.
He is statement of the witness. When he's standing up saying, well, that's not his statement. That was his statement. That's what they had to turn over.
Because for one thing, I know but the last thing, I think Mr. Lewin's hearing failed for a second. Because for one thing, I know for one thing, I never said was they could have called Haji.
Y'all look at Rocky's face when he said, I think his hearing failed him for a second.
I know. But the last thing, I think Mr. Lewin's hearing failed for a second.
Look at Rocky's head.
For one thing, I know he said he has an issue with it. For one thing, I never said was they could have called Haji.
Let me go back. I thought he was giving the court reporter a break. He must only gave her a little 5-minute break.
All right, let's go on the record. We're outside the presence of the jury. Yes. I asked Kathy, the court reporter, to check her notes, and she's able to do that. There is an indirect reference, and it's not even clear, to Reli and embracing perjury. So far, Kathy has not found the word suborn. Embracing perjury, I don't even.
So what Judge Arnold say? Judge Arnold said you did all of that for nothing. He said, I don't even know what to do with embracing perjury. What the hell am I supposed to do with that?
I don't know what that means, but from here on out, if any counsel wants to state that a witness committed perjury, that's fair game. But I do not want either directly or indirectly any counsel accusing the other one of suborning perjury, encouraging perjury, touching on perjury. I don't want the word counsel and perjury being used together.
Turning a blind eye?
What?
Turning a blind eye?
It's improper. It's not only untrue, it's improper.
Stay away from that. They're only, they're winning at all costs.
That's not fair, Judge.
It's fair comment on the evidence.
They can say about the evidence, they cannot say prosecution is all they care about is winning their case. All they don't care about justice.
That's the argument.
There's authority that says that.
Yeah, no, that's.
The judge,
Stay away from that.
you don't believe it's true.
No, I don't.
So
And I know it's not.
that's.
All right, so stay away from what the prosecution's motives are. Talk about the witnesses, don't talk about the prosecution's motive. And when Mr. Lewin speaks, you're not to talk about the motives of Mr. Tacopino or Mr. Seaman.
Joe, you're free, you're free to comment on, hey, they didn't call this witness, et cetera, just not that extra step.
That's he gonna tell him.
Right.
Well, my space is going to be much shorter now.
What's that?
My space will be much shorter now, so.
I doubt it. Let's bring it here. Okay, we're going to start at 9 o'clock. Folks, 9 a.m.
All right.
Sure is one.
Because he's scared.
All right, folks, for scheduling, tomorrow, we're going to start at 9. 9:30. 9.
Ronnie, I think someone may have a problem.
Who's got a problem with 9?
Aside from me? Aside from me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have a problem with that, I'm not sure that I can make it by 9.
Then you
I have to drop off my kids.
Oh.
So I come right after.
Can you do your best?
Yeah, of course.
All right, I'm gonna order everybody to be here at 9, but try to get here at 9, but if, you're late, you're late, I understand. Dropping off your kids is important. So, be here at 9-ish,
No, we're not there.
okay? We're back on the record, all parties and council observers present.
Okay, folks, so I think we left off when I was discussing with you all the whole notion of the person who used to be Reli is not Reli anymore, apparently, who came back at 11:09 to the scene to retrieve shell casings. Now, again, the story changed. Ultimately, he said it wasn't him, so some mystery man showed up at the scene at 11:09, apparently. So, but one of two things happened here. Either that really was Reli, like you first said, on the video, coming back at 11:09, staying for 2 minutes, returned to the scene, and he lied, of course, then about being there with his girlfriend, if that was him, and about taking photos of the shell casings while there, because those photos weren't taken until 11:45. Or the prosecution has absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he ever returned to the scene, ever. Whichever one you choose, the prosecution has no evidence at all that Reli actually recovered those shell casings from the scene. He could have called his girlfriend, Miss Parker, to back up his claim. Yes. She was probably busy doing what she does, but she didn't show up.
Now I knew he was gonna bring Gemma up. That man said she was probably doing what she does. No, listen, he said Gemma was out there doing what she does.
Their burden, corroborated with witnesses. The word of Reli, I think, is fair to question. There are a lot of things in this case that are going to be easy to corroborate of his word, if they're true. I'm going to show you a little list. Those sort of cool I put together, but not yet. But there is no corroboration, and they couldn't. Lydia Parker could come in here and say, yes, I went back with him. We found 2 shell cases. She's still his girlfriend, apparently. No evidence whatsoever that he took the shell casing off the scene. While on that point, by the way, the photos taken with Reli's iPhone of the alleged shell casing, allegedly taken at the scene, but not until 11:45, an hour and a half afterwards, they had time date stamps on them. But what you didn't see from the prosecution was the GPS location data for those digital photos on Reli's phone. Why? I mean, they didn't show you what else they didn't show you was GPS location data from Reli's iPhone to show you where Reli was on November 6, 2021. That would solve a lot of mysteries here. It's not like they couldn't have done it. GPS location data from Reli's iPhone, which they had. That would have answered all the questions. Could have corroborated it or not. After all, you heard that law enforcement, in this case, went out of their way to get a search warrant to obtain GPS location data for ASAP Ill's iPhone, just to show that he was, one, near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar about 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. It showed that in his location data. And he was near Rocky's residence at 11:11 p.m. that night. That from Detective Flores' testimony, lest there be any confusion. The question was asked, and specifically, it's important because it showed they could have gotten GPS location data from their only witness who's not corroborated, and whose word may be a little shaky. And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Elijah Ulunger's, ASAP Ill's, his call detail records and his GPS location. Detective Flores is correct. And the GPS location data, I should say, answer yes, okay. And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain showed that Elijah Ulunger, ASAP Ill's cell phone was near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar at approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. Answer, I believe that's correct. Question, those records also show that Ills, I'm just going to refer to this Mr. Ills for the purpose of moving this thing along a little bit. ASAP Ill's cell phone was near Mr. Mayers' residence at 11:11 p.m. later that night. Answer, yes. Subsequently after, yes. Well, what that shows you is that not only had they had the ability to do that, they in fact did it. But why just for Ills? Why not for Reli, who claims he came back and found shell casings? That would have put an end to this mystery. Was he there? Was he with his girlfriend? Was he not there? You heard again. There was no dispute, by the way, about Ills that he was at Selma, Lisa Del Mar and Selma that night during the incident. You see him on video. And rather than looking to see where Ills was at 11 p.m., why didn't they use Reli's GPS data to show you where he was at 11 p.m.? Was that him? Was that not him? Did he ever go back at 11:45? This would have answered all your questions. Either corroborated the story or not. Would have put the lie to it again. It would have also shown you where those iPhone photos of the shell casings were taken. Instead, you have to take his word for it. You just have to take his word for it. Yes, they could have done it. They did it with Ills for some reason, but not for Reli. So just take his word for it. If the word of any witness ever deserved to be tested in this case, it's Reli. I mean, it's a man whose tongue is a stranger to the truth. And they could have easily corroborated his story or shown that his story was not truthful. They just didn't do it. I want to pause here so this really sinks in. Detective Flores told you that he wouldn't want anyone other than the police taking evidence from the scene because that could hamper and hinder an investigation. This is obviously fairly important. As a detective, I asked him, you'd agree when conducting an investigation of an alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement removing evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right? Answer correct. Because that could hamper and hinder your investigation. Answer, it can. And that makes sense, because once evidence is contaminated, once an alleged crime scene is contaminated, there's no way to undo that, no way. You never get a second chance at it. If you want reliable information from a scene, it cannot be tampered with, cannot be staged. If it's staged, it's useless. It's pointless to review it, because whatever you see, you have to reject. You have to. And that's exactly what Reli says he did here. And that's why it was even more important for the detectives to test his word by looking to corroborate it, but they never did that. To be clear, the prosecution just wants you to take Reli's word that he found shell casings at the scene. That's it, just take his word. After all, they presented to you nothing to corroborate it when they easily could have. And just ask yourselves, if Lydia Parker, Mr. Reli's girlfriend, could readily corroborate his claim, don't you take the word heard from her?
Why didn't we?
The fact is, Reli didn't want her anywhere near the courtroom. Anywhere near the courtroom.
Fact.
Remember when I showed him a picture of Ms. Parker, his girlfriend?
Yeah.
And I said, is that your girlfriend?
He said,
He said, I don't know.
Is this Ms. Parker?
I think TV does with 10 pounds on it, but we're disturbed by that photo. But anyway, back to more important things. What he just said, back to more important things. What he just said was, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. I mean, just anything he tells the truth about.
y'all, Joe said you would have been disturbed by that photo. Don't play with Joe.
I don't know if that's my girlfriend. That's not, I don't know. That's either yes or no. He couldn't recognize his girlfriend at one point. He said, oh, because she had makeup on. I mean, we're not talking about clown makeup, right? I mean, she literally said, my girlfriend. Why lie about that? Aside from his name, I don't even know if that's really his name. Did he not lie about anything in this case? I mean, you know that wasn't truthful testimony. He didn't want the only person who could or couldn't corroborate his story to be anywhere near this courtroom. I submit neither did they. The judge told you, the defense does not have the burden to do anything in this case. They do. They had the burden. We don't have to prove anything. We didn't have to introduce a single piece of evidence. We didn't have to produce a witness. That's because the laws of the United States and the Constitution demand that. But as a matter of fact, we had more substantive witnesses in this case testified than the prosecution did. We want to give you the complete picture, all the evidence, because we want you to know the truth. And there's nothing to hide. Rocky did not commit a crime, not by a long shot. Why? Again, and you need the answer as to why they didn't show you the GPS records of Reli, or they could have shown where he actually went after the incident. From the incident, where did he go for that hour and a half? And where did he take those pictures from? That would have been important, especially if there's any question that that video may not have been shown to Reli returning. If that wasn't him returning to the scene at 11:09, 11:11. So where was he really at that time? Unfortunately, we don't ever get to know the answer, because they get the GPS location information. We're just supposed to accept his word that he didn't go somewhere else to get shit. So we just have to accept it. And the judge gave you instructions on this about the credibility of witnesses, and it's in your agreement, take it back with you there. But it says that a witness lies to you on an important fact of the case or in his testimony. You can feel free to disregard the entire testimony of that witness, or you can just disregard that one fact and believe the rest. But he lied to you about so many crucial things. I'm not talking about his inconsistencies. Again, we'd be here until the summer. He lied to you about the most crucial facts in this case. You know, by the way, this is not someone who's uncomfortable around guns. You heard he owns a 9mm, he posted those pictures on the Instagram. It's 9mm sticking out of his waist, he said. You heard he owns 9mm semi-automatic. We've never seen proof or where he actually obtained it. Second, he blatantly lied about his access to 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. That's another account of perjury. And that was a big one. And we have to talk about this. We have to spend a little time on this one, because what happened there was very crucial. He lied about having access to 9mm shell casings 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. He lied to them. He lied about being in Los Angeles. He lied about having access to shell casings. He lied about shooting. I'm going to show it to you. This next episode is not even one lie or one perjury. It was like a perjury miniseries. This next one. It was unbelievable. One lie piled onto the next one, you got caught with that, then he went to another. It was really was a glorious training. And you're gonna see it. I mean, I asked him first if he fired a 9mm weapon before November 6, 2021. Sort of an important fact. Because we need to have access to 9mm shell casings. First he said, no, absolutely not. Then I wanted to make sure, I wanted to almost help him give me the truthful answer. I said, well, how about at a shooting range a few weeks before November 6th? Did you fire a 9mm at a shooting range? Right, tip him off on November 6th, 2021. He said, definitely not. And I repeat this, definitely not? And he got all belligerent with me, he says, you heard me, definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm, he said. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Listen.
Let's move closer to the time of the incident on November 6th, 2021. A few weeks before November 6th, 2021. And a few weeks before, you testified that you found shell cases at the scene. Found the shell casing. You fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. Definitely not. You heard me, definitely not. I identified on you got my firearm license a year and a half later.
I didn't even own a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Lies, 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 lies. And that's when we all saw the video of Mr. Efron firing a 9mm semi-automatic weapon on October 19, 2021, 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. And I pointed out, Ms. Efron, I said, what you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns because you didn't have your license. And then he said, no, unless I was at a shooting range. And I said to him, sir, I just asked you, were you at a shooting range? And you said, definitely not. And I asked you again, and you said, you heard me, definitely not. He just made stuff up as he went along. Look at this.
Mr. Efron, you just told the jury. I don't know what I'm doing, 216. There's 265 days I'll be here. Well, I'm just saying, someone, hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. So you didn't have guns. You was just last time I was on a shooting range.
I mean, you just saw his testimony, which was about 1.5 minutes earlier, where I said, was that a shooting range at least? Maybe he did that? Definitely not. Twice definitely not. And they explained why it was definitely not, because he didn't even have his firearms license or whatever. When he got busted with the video that he didn't think anyone had, because it was not brought out on his direct, of course, he said, I said, unless I was at a shooting range. He just thinks he can make that up in front of you. Like, he just told you definitely not at a shooting range, and then just in front of you, like, I don't know, guys. I mean, there has to be a point in time where you have to be so offended by him just looking at you guys and lying. He's took an oath. An oath. You know what oath means? Absolutely nothing to him. Absolutely nothing. He didn't say that. That was blatant perjury right there. You just witnessed another count of blatant perjury. But what happened in his courtroom after that, I think made me worse. After, you're going to see it, what happened. Because this was now all about, okay, so now we got him firing a gun. Don't play that yet, please. We have him firing a gun before November 6, 2021. We have him firing a 9mm. He lied about it repeatedly. And then, so after securing the date of the 9mm firing of October 19, 2021, I tried to ascertain the location of the shooting range. And the prosecution then asked for a stipulation. You're going to hear that the shooting range was taken outside of California. And the witness told us on the document. Let's look at this.
I know the win.
And where is it? And where is it? Is it taken this whole thing? So we have a situation on that tape. On that tape, this is outside of California.
Every lawyer that comes in our chat always says that there's a thing lawyers say, never ask a question you don't know the answer to. And what I found was really, really crazy here for the win to stand his ass up in their court and ask for a stipulation that this was shot outside of California when it was in California. If you didn't know for certain, you should have waited until you found out. But he stood up and was, the winner is crazy. He stood up and asked for that stipulation. Joe is right to bring this up because that was so out of order.
There was this stipulation, but at the time, I believe all parties in good faith believed that the shooting range was outside of California. No one is at fault. It's what the parties believed at that time.
Well, I didn't believe anything, so I didn't know. I'm not saying anyone's at fault. I'm just showing how it's played out with the witness.
And y'all see what Joe was saying? Joe said, I didn't believe anything because I didn't know at the time. He said, I didn't believe anything. LeWin stood up and said that. That wasn't Joe. That was LeWin.
You pull out the witness.
Right.
How we
The prosecution asked for a stipulation. based on what has happened so far, up until this point, they believed in good faith that it was outside.
They didn't even know.
The fact that it came as a surprise, I believed everybody.
No.
But
Well, except the witness, which is not all.
everybody at council table.
Yeah, not blaming anyone counsel, I just want
Right.
to, just let this play out. How the
New
witness-
Jersey is something like that, like, yes, it's not.
Luann want that thing to stop so bad.
Improper argument over this.
I explained to the jury, go ahead.
New Jersey is something like that, like, yes, it's not.
Next line. And- Last line was stop Los Angeles, or not LA. So anyway, the witness then said, after hearing whatever he heard in the court with the banter, he then said, well, maybe it was probably New Jersey, something like that, but it's not LA. I knew that, sure, he knew that. So, understand what just happened there. The witness, all of a sudden, after lying about all those things we just went through, and I don't have to repeat them again, then heard argument, and said, oh, but it's not LA, it's maybe New Jersey. Because being in LA, that would have been a problem. But something happened over the weekend, little problem for Mr. Rose. See, on Sunday, between 2 p.m., and he was on Friday, that was on Friday. On Sunday, between 2 p.m. and 2:11 p.m., someone on Twitter posted a screenshot that you saw, heard about, of a video showing Reli at the shooting range that was played before you, alongside a picture of the Los Angeles Gun Club. Locations right there, it would say. Reli was tagged on that, everyone was tagged. So what does Reli do? Sometime between 2 o'clock and 2:50.
Now, why is Luann begging for the judge to say something? Look at Luann.
That same day, immediately, he calls the prosecution and says, oh, I checked my Instagram account and I realized I was in Los Angeles on November 19, 2021. And I realized I was at a shooting range. And what's the reason the prosecution elicited from Reli as to why he made that discovery? Well, he was going back to check his Instagram account on whether the shooting range was in Los Angeles because he wanted to correct any mistakes he made. So it's true. Just like you say it straight in, but that's literally what he said to you. He really was concerned about making a mistake, so he wanted to make sure he checked his Instagram account to see if he made any mistakes. First of all, I asked him, see, your Instagram account doesn't have anything about gun range. Then he starts saying, that's not my Instagram account. Well, aren't you Reli boss? Yeah, but okay, folks. I guess he didn't go bother checking all his other so-called mistakes that he made. Just that one that happened to have a post busting him at 2 o'clock. Within minutes, he calls the prosecutor. He was tagged on the post. Within minutes, he called the prosecutor. What a coincidence. You know, what about all the other mistakes? What executives did you meet at Capitol Records and Universal Records that you no longer can meet because of what happened here? You couldn't mention the name of anyone he met with, but he said they were on his phone. He could check his phone. Oh, there you go. He was checking his phone to correct the record here. That didn't happen. How about the Miami property, Mr. Reli, that you invested in? I mean, last year, it was only last year, sir. You invested in Miami property. You posted on your Instagram. I asked him, which property in Miami did you invest in? I don't remember which property. Lie. I mean, no one invests in property and doesn't remember which property. Unless you're a gazillionaire, and that doesn't matter. And he's not. And then I asked him, well, how much did you invest in the property? I don't remember. He didn't go back and check that. So remember that, just remember that one, how that all played out here when considering his credibility. Reli told you there's so many things. The Miami robbery thing, that was just nonsense. But this was horrific. You got caught live. It's made in New Jersey, definitely not LA. I went back and checked, it's definitely LA. That's clear perjury. So you know he didn't check his Instagram account, wanted to correct a mistake about whether the shooting range was in LA. That wasn't truthful testimony. You've seen him testify in this courtroom. And the witness who told you, when he said definitely not, he was committing perjury, because that was his then answer. He cleared that up. I'm gonna show you this in a second. When he said definitely not to me, I questioned him. I said, you said definitely not. Because then he got busted with the Twitter thing. And he said, well, yeah, I just made that up because I didn't want to answer any of your questions anymore. He literally said to you, he just lied under oath on a very important fact, like whether he had access to 9mm shell casings, because he was tired of answering my questions. I just don't lie to you.
Testimony on this topic, it's rare, just a few minutes ago. Okay. Okay, yes, I did. Okay, you said yes? Yes. Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said definitely not? And to be honest, I just wanted to stop talking to you.
So, you look like you were confused by that question because he said he was confused by that all of a sudden now. When you said definitely not, I didn't shoot a 9mm at a shooting range before November 6th, definitely not. So you look like you're confused, then she goes, to be honest, oh, here we go. There's a watershed moment. To be honest with you, I just want to stop talking with you, so I just said, Jesus. Just give my 30 million and let's get this over with. He just told him to perjure himself. But you should believe him without corroboration. We all know it wasn't a mere coincidence that minutes after that post that he was tagged on, he told the DA. He called because he knew what was coming the next day on Monday morning. He knew what was coming. And that's what the prosecution were wanting to correct that mistake. I'll hold that. Let me move on. But again, that is not a minor fact in this case. That's not a minor fact. It's not a game. This is life. Whether their so-called victim, Tyrell Efron, had access to 9mm shell casings just a few weeks before he claims to have found 2 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. Yes, he did, in the same city. He had access in the same city. Here's the funny thing about facts. Because facts weren't getting in his way. But the funny thing about facts is this, as John Adams once said, it's one of my favorite quotes. John Adams said, facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes or our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. And you cannot alter the state of facts and evidence, no matter what Reli tells you, no matter how you want to interpret his testimony, no matter what they say to you. So with this evidence, ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, did Reli first lie to you about going to a shooting range where he had access to 9mm shell casings, and then lie to you again about having access to those 9mm shell casings here in Los Angeles? I mean, why would he do that? Why would he lie about those two things? There'd be no reason for him to lie about that unless it was to cover up something about those 9mm shell casings he claims he recovered. No reason to lie about that. You know exactly what happened, why he lied about it. As the police found when they got there was no shell casings there because he had a prop gun. He had a prop gun, as unimpeached witnesses told you. And he claims that he got these shell casings from the scene an hour and whatever later, half later. And then he held them for 2 days, gave them to the police 2 days later when his extortion attempts failed. One thing's clear, the prosecution has not proven beyond reasonable doubt that Reli did not get those shell casings from somewhere other than the scene. They did not prove that beyond reasonable doubt. That's enough. That's enough. beyond the fact that Reli had access to shell casings in Los Angeles now that we know, which he lied about, the prosecution presented no evidence, zero evidence whatsoever trying to corroborate Reli's claim that he actually found those shell casings at the scene. None. Not William Parker, not GPS location data, stuff that would have done it pretty quickly, pretty easy. Not a video. Reli first said that it was fake. And I showed him that video. It was fake. He didn't think anyone knew we had those videos of him at firing range. By the way, we're not like master investigators. They were just on his phone. We just looked at every single thing on his phone. They had it too. They gave it to us. We didn't hear about that on his direct testimony. It would have been something to bring out to deal with. That wasn't brought out. If we didn't cross-examine him, we never would have known he was in Los Angeles 2 weeks before. 9 of those shell casings popping back into his head as he's firing. And he lied about it, perjured himself. There's only one reason he will lie about that. Talk about it. Heard about the magazine. I won't get that magazine. The Block 43, Mr. Chris Long spent a lot of time on today. And there was no effort made to test. Now, you heard the judge, he instructed that 2 weeks, I think it's 3 weeks ago now, he instructed there'll be no testing on that. 3 weeks ago, right after the trial started, 3 weeks ago, no testing. Here, going forward, great. That's January 2025. What about 2021, 2022? Well, not 2021, because they recovered in 2022, let me be fair. 2022, 2023, 2024. 3 years they had to take that magazine that they recovered and test it to the bullets recovered. They didn't do that. Instead, they spent their efforts having a ballistics expert come in, show you a very nice PowerPoint presentation, which in the end proved only that the shell casings possibly, there's that word again, possibly came from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could possibly have been compatible with the Glock 43, or not possibly. I mean, literally, that was the import of that testimony. Possibly could have come from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could have possibly, this is his testimony, possibly been compatible with the Glock 43 magazine, or possibly not. That was the ballistics expert's testimony. Possibly or possibly not is definitely not proof beyond reasonable doubt. In any event, Lou Levin told you that the Glock 43 magazine was his. He explained why it was his. Whether they want to mock him, mock his answer, he was in Rocky's house after they planned to go to a shooting range. He told you he had bought it, he owned the Glock 42. And magazines are stored all next to each other, 42s, 43s, and all that stuff. Lou told you. I don't know anything about this stuff. But he went to the store to buy accessories. He mistakenly grabbed a Glock 43 magazine because they're all different models of Glock. The magazines are all stored together, he told you he didn't realize it until he tried to load it at Rocky's house in preparation for going to a shooting range. And then when his .380 caliber Glock 42 ammunition didn't fit, he tried 9mm ammunition from his Smith & Wesson, which he did, from his testimony. And of course, that magazine didn't fit any of his firearms. He left it at Rocky's house. Why? Why not return it? He told you. It was over an hour away where he purchased the thing. It would have cost more in gas than the $20 it cost him for that magazine. But one thing you know, despite all the questions from the prosecution, Mr. Lewin, they did absolutely nothing to refute or contradict his testimony. Absolutely nothing. This was true. I mean, at one point, he told you that magazine was never used. He told you it was never used. You can take this back, you have all the evidence with you. But the reason he told you it was never used, he just got a picture, that he looked at it. There's not a scratch on this thing. It's a piece of plastic. It's a cheap piece of plastic. That's why it costs $20. He told you it was never used because if you put this into a steel gun, a Glock, this is gonna scratch.
There's no evidence to support that.
Oh, Levin, this is pure. It's virgin, as Levin said. There's no scratches on this thing. It's brand new. And they had 3 years to test it. 3 years to test this. They didn't do it. Not only did they not connect really shell casings to the magazine in Rocky's house, they didn't connect those shell casings to Rocky himself. And that's important. You heard that law enforcement submitted those shell casings for fingerprint analysis and found absolutely none on there. And I asked the tech before, this, you could find fingerprints on a piece of metal, right? Pretty easily, he said yes. So they submitted Rocky's fingerprints for fingerprint analysis against the shell casings, and they found none. So they tried to make excuses for that. That's another fact that's not good. So they tried to make excuses, like,
Look at Louise.
have one of those bullets. The shell is the ones recovered. Claimed to be recovered at the scene by other. At 11:45. Anyway, they claim, Victor Flores said, yes, you do get fingerprints. My fingerprints are all over this thing right now. Okay? He said, yes, you'll get fingerprints on a shell casing, metal, it's empty, it's portion. But then they said, well, could there be a reason why you wouldn't get fingerprints? And he said, yeah, there could be. That's one that was, yes, rain, water, cars, and even wind. Imagine that. Maybe wind wiped the fingerprints off the shell case. Imagine. So now my fingerprints are on this thing. Oh, there goes my fingerprints. Are you kidding me? Wind? Wind knocked the fingerprint off the shell case. That's an excuse. It's not a fact. There was one other explanation by Detective Flores that makes a lot more sense. He said, well, human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off shell casings, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were, yes. Alex, now where am I? Human contamination, that's right. Human contamination. The detective said that human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off a shell casing, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were fired, the only person that had been sent to wipe them clean would have been Rel before he gave them to the police. Just like he wiped his phone clean of threatening messages to Rocky. We'll get to that. They didn't bring that out, we have to. So Rel wants you to believe his fingerprints weren't on them because he supposedly went to Dunkin' Donuts to get a bag to pick them up with.
Here you go. For everyone that said they wanted to hear about the Dunkin' Donuts, here you go. If he brings out either the bags or the fact that that store is closed, there y'all go.
You know Dunkin' Donuts opened at 11 p.m.
All of y'all that have been begging that he bring that up, there you go.
At night, especially during COVID.
Objection sustained. Objection sustained.
Well, you decide if that testimony is correct.
There's no testimony, Mr.
No,
Ms. Sampson's sustained about when Dunkin' Donuts are open until.
That's
The
not.
jury's job is to decide the credibility of the witnesses, including all testimony that is given by that witness.
So here's what the witness said, and it's your job to decide. Bang. He said, I went to Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night, got a paper bag from Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night in Hollywood. And that's the bag I used to put the bullets in that had no fingerprints on it. You determine the credibility of that statement. He can't even have told you that. You also heard that law enforcement took Rocky's DNA. They actually took his DNA, despite Detective Flores saying that DNA was necessary as part of their investigation. You had to swear that to a judge. They never compared it to the shell casings, or even the magazine recovered in Rocky's house. That might help. They didn't do that. For that matter, you know that Reli's 9mm shell casings were different than the 9mm shell cartridges found in that magazine. You've seen that picture a few times. Completely different brands. The ones in the Reli said he found were Federal cartridge. Lululemon's cartridges were made by Sig Sauer. Completely different. Again, on that point, you heard the magazine was never used, was fully loaded, meaning 2 cartridges were not missing from it, but they were different bullets anyway, so it doesn't matter. Lest be any question that that block magazine in Rocky's house was not the magazine seen in the video on November 6, 2021. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. So after this part, I think we can stop it, but let me just go through this last name. The Glock magazine seen in the video is different. The Glock magazine recovered, which we just showed you actually, is a Glock 43 and it's black. Black, that's the magazine. The magazine that you're going to see in Rocky's prop gun on November 6th was not black. It was extended, as Lou Levin told you, to look more intimidating, because it was a little thing, Glock. And if you look at it, you're going to see what it was. But don't forget, 12E and Lou both said, and the prosecution sort of mocked this somehow in their summation, they said, oh, conveniently, they both identified the belt and the extended magazine. So they both could identify, you know, the thing. They conveniently came up with these 2 different things to be able to say it was the same prop. But not conveniently. Look at the picture. That's what it was. Lou put it together, and well, we saw it. That's the magazine in the, okay, I know we're doing it now. That's the, we'll use that point again, or that's 2 on the screen. Yeah. So I was pretty. Did everyone see here? No, okay. Anyway, that's the magazine recovered. Here's the prop gun. I'm going to try and do this where. How about now? We good? All right. That little thing at the end is the belt clip. That's a clip. And that's what Lou Levin described. Here's what you see. This thing, this clear, silvery looking thing, is the extended magazine that Lou Levin described, that 12B described. It's part of this Glock prop gun, and it's the extended magazine. So it makes this thing look bigger, and they both described it as clear. This is the first time, because if you play this in real time, you'll never see that thing. We stopped it. And so here is the magazine, the extended magazine, to make this thing look bigger, and it's clear. It's not that. It's clear. Okay.
All right, break now.
Yeah,
All right, folks.
all right.
We'll resume at 9 tomorrow. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Mr. left, Mr. Siegel, anything? Mr. Sloman? So, all right, see you all tomorrow.
So Joe is not done. So we still have to get through Joe tomorrow. Once Joe finishes, then sorry y'all, LaWynn is coming back. And once LaWynn finishes, then the jury will be dismissed to deliberate. But only after. Sorry, y'all didn't know that was still playing. But only after. But we finally made it this far through Joe, which Joe isn't boring me. I kind of appreciate him debunking all of the things, because all the things the state said, they basically were just, they were trying to make Reli look good, and there I don't know how you could do that. So I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy that happened, and I do think it may be. I don't know. I don't anticipate them to take all day tomorrow to get through everything. But because of based on the time frame, I think they're going to be done Tuesday. I think it'll be Tuesday before we get something. 3 days of LaWynn, I think the judge is going to put him on the clock, y'all. Maybe about 2 hours. Y'all in this chat saying y'all can't take LaWynn, get over it. Because baby LaWynn is coming. And LaWynn will probably be up there for about 2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours. They'll probably be up there. So I'm sorry, guys. We just going to have to listen to it. But we'll get through it together. You won't be by yourself. We'll get through LaWynn together. Y'all know I'm ending early because I want everybody, if you can, to come to the Court of Opinion tonight on Miss Jefferson Says page. And come and laugh, because we know trial is a lot. We arguing with people on X. We arguing with people on Instagram. We doing all of this crazy stuff. But we get to laugh together for the Court of Opinion. And it is real scenarios, guys. And they're just asking for our opinion on what they should do. Well, not our, Miss Jefferson's opinion. They said my ears can't handle the yelling. Turn the phone all the way down. Turn the phone down and read the chat. Turn the phone down and then read the chat, because LaWynn is going to be yelling. Court of tomorrow, he said they're starting at 9, maybe 9:30. So I'll set it for 12:30 tomorrow. I'll set the link for 12:30 tomorrow, because the young lady may or may not be there on time. So we'll see. I'll set it for 12:15 just to be on the safe side. So yes, 9 p.m. tonight on Miss Jefferson Says page, the Court of Opinion. Go eat, go relax. I'm gonna go relax my voice, because we've been on for almost 6.5 hours today. So LaWynn did. You know what? Court of Opinion is 9 o'clock Eastern tonight on Miss Jefferson Says his page. I can't deal with LaWynn on Valentine's Day. Oh my God. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day. I need to find some red to put on. And I need to actually look like something tomorrow. Okay, wear your red, guys. And maybe we need to chit-chat during our break tomorrow. Wear your red tomorrow, guys. Okay? We're gonna come with red. If you guys are at work, just put on your red. Tag me in a picture or something. Damn it, I've got to find some red. I have got to find some red. They said we're wild, said we wear green. Missy, when you're single, and I mean, I do have my kids that I'm getting Valentine's Day stuff for. Like I'm sending LJ an edible arrangement. That's about as much as I'm doing on tomorrow. But damn it, I've got to find some red. Honeybee, we're gonna be dripping in blood tomorrow. Jaleesa, don't you wear no damn black. And you're married. Put a red pen on or something, a red lip or something. Y'all know we're live on YouTube tomorrow, because we'll be streaming the rest of court. But maybe we can do something cute tomorrow night or something. I don't know. Damn, y'all, I thought Valentine's Day was Saturday. Damn. I gotta find some red. They said do a smoky eye. Key, don't come back in here being messy. I thought you were gone. Don't come back in here being messy. I have got to find
a red shirt today. I'm confident I can do it. Between my niece and my sister, I'll find some red because it's 7 o'clock and I've got stuff to do. So I'm not going to make it to a store. I don't own a kitten heel, so I can't wear a kitten heel. Lauren said, maybe I'll go outside like Gemma. Poor Gemma Jones. Poor Gemma Jones. When you ain't got no man, the day slip. Key, where's the lie? Where is the lie? I have to be in green. All your Eagles parade is tomorrow. Simply Style. Have fun at the parade. Why are y'all wearing black? Aaron, why are y'all wearing black? If we wear black, because if that's all I can find that's cute for me to be on live on tomorrow, I'm gonna wear black, but I will have a red lip. I will have a red lip. So that's only if I can't find red, but I am confident I'm gonna find some red. I need to hit up Jim and see if she needs an assistant. You know what, Rhianna? Please go to bed. Key says she buying her own cookie cake. Baby, yeah, I don't even know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I'm sure Mariah has plans already. So she'll celebrate with me on Saturday. Look at that. That's crazy. Single and you still get the leftovers. That is crazy. Your ex pissed you off so bad he's dead to you now. You got to wear black. I'm cool with wearing black because that's probably going to be easier for me to. I'll probably be able to find something quicker if I wore black because I have black that I can think of right now. But I'll definitely do a red lip. But it's a little time. Okay. Lauren, I was about to read that out loud. Yes, lovely. Red lip. You know what, love? I might color my hair, make sure it's blonde for tomorrow. You know, if I'm gonna be single, I may as well be really cute and single. And when my hair is really blonde, it makes me feel so cute. So I might just do that. I have a lot of black. That's my favorite color. EBS, it kind of seems like we might just wear black tomorrow, and I'm gonna put a red lip on. I think black has won. They said, Lauren, don't let the motor take you away. Key, please get off the live. She said, don't let the motor take you away. So for all of my lovers out there, if you won't be on, you guys have plans tomorrow. I hope you have an amazing Valentine's Day. And when you guys come back and watch the live, I hope some people will come up and show us their black or red, so you can feel the love of the millionaires. And they said it looks like black won too pretty. Oh damn, it's way too many of us wearing black tomorrow. We need some mixers or something, guys. It's way too many of us wearing blacks. And don't be plugging it up in nobody's laptop. Please don't plug it up in anybody's laptop. Don't do it. Jasmine said pink will work too. Bratchy, stop if you can't find red. Pink will work too. Just, this is what I want my single women to do. I don't like how people try to make Valentine's Day like this day where people who are single have to be sad. So if you guys have time, because I know some of y'all actually leave to go to work, girl, get dressed up and get dolled up. Feel pretty, okay? Look yourself in the mirror and be like, Like, I think I'm going to actually put some makeup on tomorrow because just feel good. It's love day. It's love day. Now, I don't know if I'm wearing black, red, or pink, but I am not going to have on a sweatshirt tomorrow, okay? I will not have on a sweatshirt. So Lauren said, I only wear black. You can wear your black tomorrow. Y'all feel pretty tomorrow. I want you to feel good. Feel good. Don't try to go to a restaurant. They might be taking it too far. Just order out and eat at the house. Don't do that. Put your favorite show on, eat at the house.
I don't know if I want to see you tomorrow at a restaurant in a corner, and not the table with the best view. I don't know. You might get pissed. So don't do all that. Order in tomorrow, but get cute. Okay? Because I'm gonna go ahead and pop my lashes on and everything tomorrow for the live. Okay? It's a Valentine's Day live. I hope the verdict not back tomorrow. Let Rhianna and that man spend their weekend together. I don't know how B-Day's gonna be with potential jail hanging over his head, but damn it, let them people enjoy Valentine's Day. I am cooking tomorrow. I love that taquilla. I'm gonna be posted up like Mariah at the jail showing my feet. Y'all. Wait a minute. Key, please don't let me see you on Twitter. Do not let me see you scroll past my ex with your feet kicked up in somebody's jail call. Please don't let me see that. You mean no, I'm not gonna let I should let Mariah. I don't think I'm not gonna make her do that, but I'll see if she wants to. She might be down for it. I might let her do my lashes. I'll ask her because she did a set so pretty, Zakia. Oh my God. I mean, she's just getting better and better. So I might let her do me some while she's home. I don't know. We'll see. But everybody's cooking tomorrow. And Melody said, Daddy, am I your baby? I'm not. Maybe I'll just show up at the jail in New York and demand. Y'all stay away from the jails. Stay away from the jails. I'm gonna need y'all to just stay away from the jails, okay? I don't want to see any of y'all on Love After Lockup. I don't want to see y'all at them people's jails. I don't want to see you on X. I don't want to see you on Instagram, Facebook, none of that. Stay away from the jails. Meet me here tomorrow. Court's we're gonna start about 12:15. And if y'all can, y'all leave the house. Just be cute, y'all. We're gonna enjoy the day. Single or not, we're gonna do a little something, okay? Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. I'll see y'all on X or whatever. But also meet you at the Court of Opinion, Ms. Jefferson Says page at 9:00 Eastern. Type a yellow heart in the chat. Let me know y'all there. Bye, y'all. Enjoy the rest of your night.